fantasy whisper stories, where magical tales come to life. Today, we begin our journey with Harry Potter as he discovers that some memories are best experienced firsthand. Room of Requirement was particularly stubborn today. Harry paced in front of the blank wall 3 times, concentrating harder with each turn. I need somewhere to practice defense spells safely. I need a place where I can train without anyone finding me. I need a room where I can improve my dueling skills. On the 3rd pass, the familiar ornate door materialized, its wooden surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift under Harry's gaze. He released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Finally, he muttered, grasping the brass handle. Since becoming the reluctant leader of Dumbledore's army 2 years ago, Harry had developed a particular relationship with this magical room. But after Malfoy's use of it last year, and the fiendfare that had nearly destroyed it during the Battle of Hogwarts, the room had become temperamental. Sometimes it took several attempts before it would appear, and occasionally it would provide something slightly different from what Harry had requested. Today was one of those days. As Harry stepped inside, he found himself not in the spacious training area he had envisioned, but in a cluttered version of the room he had once used to hide the Half-Blood Prince's textbook. Towers of forgotten items rose like stalagmites from the stone floor, broken furniture, forbidden objects, thousands of books, and countless other treasures abandoned by generations of Hogwarts students. This isn't what I asked for, Harry sighed, running a hand through his perpetually messy hair. He turned to leave, but something caught his eye, a soft golden glow emanating from behind a teetering stack of chairs. Curiosity, always his weakness, pulled him forward. Lumos, he whispered, illuminating the path as he carefully navigated through the labyrinth of discarded possessions. Behind the chairs, resting on a small ebony pedestal, was what appeared to be an hourglass, but unlike any hourglass Harry had ever seen. Instead of sand, what flowed between the 2 glass bulbs was a swirling, luminescent substance that resembled liquid starlight. The frame was made of tarnished silver, inscribed with runes that Harry couldn't decipher. Unlike Hermione's time turner, which had been small enough to wear around the neck, this device was the size of a large table lamp. Definitely not something I should touch, Harry told himself firmly. Even as he stepped closer, the golden light pulsed slightly, almost as if responding to his presence. Harry leaned in, squinting at the runes. Some of them seemed vaguely familiar from his ancient runes textbook, though he had never taken the class himself. Tempus, something, he muttered, trying to remember what Hermione had mentioned about time-related runes. Is this some kind of time turner? As if in response, the luminous substance swirled more vigorously, its golden glow intensifying. The rational part of Harry's mind, the part that sounded suspiciously like Hermione, warned him to back away and find Professor McGonagall immediately. But another part of him, the part that had led him to the Mirror of Erist and through the trapdoor in his first year, urged him to examine the object more closely. He compromised by drawing his wand, prepared to shield himself if necessary, while bending down to study the curious device without touching it. The base of the pedestal bore a small plaque with faded writing, Tempus Resonantia, handle with utmost caution. Tempus time, Harry translated aloud. Resonantia, resonance, time resonance. Noise from somewhere deep within the vast room startled Harry, causing him to straighten up quickly, too quickly. His elbow knocked against the pedestal, which wobbled precariously. In horror, he watched as the hourglass tipped, seemingly in slow motion. No, Harry lunged forward, catching the device just before it hit the ground. The moment his fingers closed around the silver frame, the liquid starlight within froze, began to flow upward, defying gravity. The runes along the frame glowed with the same golden light, growing brighter until they were painful to look at. Let go, Harry told himself, but his hands wouldn't obey. It was as if they were fused to the metal. Light expanded outward, enveloping Harry in a cocoon of golden radiance. He felt a sensation like a hook behind his navel, similar to Portkey, but 100 times stronger. The room of requirement dissolved around him, replaced by a whirling kaleidoscope of colors and fragmented images moving too quickly to identify. Harry tried to scream, but no sound emerged. His body felt simultaneously stretched to infinity and compressed to the size of a pinhead. Through the chaos, he caught fleeting glimpses. Hogwarts Castle under construction, a much younger Dumbledore with auburn hair, a familiar-looking stag running through the forbidden forest, 4 boys laughing by the lake. Then, mercifully, darkness. Is he dead? Don't be thick, Padfoot. He's breathing. Well, he could be mostly dead. That's still slightly alive. Should we get Madame Pomfrey and tell her what? That we found some bloke unconscious while we were setting up a prank after curfew. These unfamiliar, yet strangely familiar voices filtered through the fog in Harry's mind. His head throbbed as if a herd of hippogriffs had trampled over it. His mouth felt dry, and his limbs were leaden weights that refused to move. With tremendous effort, Harry forced his eyes open, immediately regretting it as bright wand light seared his vision. He's awake, exclaimed a squeaky voice. Lower your wands, you're blinding him, came a more reasonable tone. Harsh light dimmed, and Harry blinked away the spots dancing in his vision. 4 blurry figures stood over him. He fumbled for his glasses, finding them miraculously intact in his pocket. As he slipped them on, the world came into focus, and Harry's heart stopped. Looking down at him, with expressions ranging from suspicious to concerned, were 4 teenage boys. One was tall and handsome, with long, elegant dark hair, and a mischievous glint in his gray eyes. Beside him stood a slightly shorter boy with untidy black hair that stuck up in the back, round glasses, and Harry's own face. No, not quite his face. The eyes were wrong hazel instead of green. The third boy was thin and tired-looking, with premature lines around his amber eyes and light brown hair. And the fourth was short and somewhat pudgy, with watery blue eyes and mousy brown hair. Harry knew these faces. He had seen them in photographs, in memories, in the mirror of Arist, and once, walking beside him in the forbidden forest on his way to die. His lungs seemed to have forgotten how to draw breath. Standing before him, young and alive, and utterly impossible, were the Marauders. James Potter, his father, offered a hand to help him up. You all right, mate? That's quite a fall you took. Never seen anyone actually trip over that step before, though Filch is always warning about it. Harry stared at the outstretched hand, unable to move. This couldn't be real. He must have hit his head when the hourglass fell. Or perhaps the device itself had triggered some kind of hallucination. I think he might have a concussion, murmured the boy Harry recognized as a young Remus Lupin. Or he's just stunned by Prong's overwhelming charm, quipped Sirius Black with a bark-like laugh. Harry forced himself to breathe. In, out, whatever was happening, panicking wouldn't help. He reached up and grasped his father's James' hand, allowing himself to be pulled to his feet. Thanks, he managed to say, his voice sounding distant to his own ears. Never seen you before, said Peter Pettigrew, eyeing Harry with curiosity. What house are you in? Harry's hand instinctively twitched toward his wand as he looked at the boy who would one day betray his parents to Voldemort. With effort, he restrained himself. This was a teenage Peter, not yet a traitor. Harry faltered. What could he possibly say? He was saved from answering by the sound of approaching footsteps and the glow of a lantern around the corner. Scatter, hissed Sirius. It's Filch. James grabbed Harry's arm. This way, whoever you are. Before Harry could protest, he was being dragged along a corridor and through a tapestry that concealed a hidden passage. The 5 boys ran until they reached an empty classroom, where they collapsed against the walls, panting. That was close, James grinned, not looking remotely sorry for breaking curfew. So, Mystery Man, you've got a name. All 4 Marauders looked at Harry expectantly. His mind raced. If this was real, and a growing part of him feared it might be, then he couldn't reveal his true identity. Not without risking catastrophic changes to the timeline. Harry, he said finally, deciding to keep his first name at least. Harry Parker. Well, Harry Parker, said Sirius, throwing an arm around his shoulders. You've got impeccable timing, stumbling into our path just as Filch was coming. Almost like you planned it. I didn't, Harry began. Relax, laughed James. Sirius suspects everyone of everything. I'm James Potter, by the way. This is Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew. Collectively known, though not to the professors, as the Marauders. Wrongs, Sirius admonished. Secret society, remember. Can't go telling every stranger we meet. He's not a stranger anymore, James countered. He's a fellow fugitive from Filch's justice. Harry felt dizzy again, and it wasn't from his earlier fall. He was standing in a room with his teenage father and his friends, all of whom were decades dead in his time, except for Pettigrew, who might as well be. The hourglass. It must have been some kind of advanced time turner. But how far back had he gone? And more importantly, how would he get back? You really don't look well, observed Remus with concern. We should get you to the hospital wing. No, Harry said quickly. The last thing he needed was to try explaining his situation to Madame Pomfrey. I'm fine, just disoriented. I need to see Professor Dumbledore. The 4 boys exchanged glances. It's nearly midnight, Peter pointed out. The headmaster will be asleep. This is important, Harry insisted. If anyone could help him navigate this impossible situation, it would be Albus Dumbledore, even a decades younger version. James studied Harry's face carefully. You know, you look familiar somehow. Have we met before? Harry's stomach lurched. Of course he looked familiar. He was practically James's twin, except for the eyes and scar. I don't think so, he said evasively. Sirius was also examining him now, gray eyes narrowed. He does look familiar, Bronx. Almost like. He was interrupted by the classroom door swinging open to reveal a stern-faced witch in emerald green robes, her black hair pulled into a tight bun. Professor McGonagall looked younger than Harry had ever seen her, but her expression of disapproval was exactly the same. Potter, Black, Lupin, Pettigrew, she said crisply. I might have known. Out after curfew again. Her gaze fell on Harry, and her eyebrows rose. And who might you be? Before Harry could formulate a response, there was a soft voice from behind McGonagall. I believe he's been looking for me, Minerva. Albus Dumbledore stepped into the room, resplendent in midnight blue robes, scattered with silver stars. His beard was shorter, and his hair less silver than Harry remembered, but his blue eyes twinkled with the same knowing light behind his half-moon spectacles. Those eyes fixed on Harry with immediate interest. Yes, said Dumbledore calmly, as if finding an impossible visitor from the future was an everyday occurrence. I think Mr. Parker is it. I think Mr. Parker, and I have much to discuss. If you would follow me to my office. Harry nodded mutely, relief washing over him. Somehow, Dumbledore already seemed to understand that something extraordinary had happened. As for you four, McGonagall addressed the Marauders, back to Gryffindor Tower immediately. We will discuss your punishment tomorrow. But Professor, protested James, we were helping a lost student. A likely story, Mr. Potter. Off you go, all of you. As Harry followed Dumbledore from the room, Sirius called after him. See you around, Parker. Harry glanced back at the four boys, at his father and his friends, young and whole and alive, and felt a pang so acute it was physical. Yes, he replied softly. I expect you will. Dumbledore's office was both familiar and different. The silver instruments whirred and puffed as always, but there were fewer of them. Fawkes perched on his stand, regarding Harry with curious eyes. The portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses pretended to sleep, while obviously eavesdropping. Sit, please, Dumbledore gestured to the chair across from his desk. Tea. Yes, thank you, Harry said, his mouth still dry. Dumbledore waved his wand, and a teapot poured steaming amber liquid into 2 cups. Harry took his gratefully, the familiar routine helping to anchor him in this surreal situation. Now then, said Dumbledore, settling into his chair, I suspect you have quite a story to tell me, Mr. Potter, Harry admitted. There was no point lying to Dumbledore. Harry Potter. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly, but he showed no other sign of surprise. I see. And you would be related to James Potter, I presume. He's my father, Harry said, the words feeling strange on his tongue. Or he will be. Ah, Dumbledore nodded, as if this merely confirmed his suspicions. Time travel, then. More extensive than a conventional time-turner would allow, I'm guessing. Harry explained about finding the strange hourglass in the Room of Requirement, describing its appearance and the inscription. Tempus Resonantia, Dumbledore mused. The resonance of time. A most dangerous and powerful artifact, thought to be mere legend. It doesn't simply move one through time as a time-turner does. It resonates with moments of emotional significance in the traveler's personal history. Or in this case, I suppose, your future history. Can it send me back? Harry asked, trying to keep the desperation from his voice. Dumbledore steepled his fingers. Perhaps, but these matters are complex. May I ask, what year are you from, Mr. Potter? 1998, Harry replied. Just after the Battle of Hogwarts. Flicker of something concern, perhaps, crossed Dumbledore's face. I see. And what year would you estimate this to be? Harry considered the appearances of those he'd seen. 1977, maybe. My parents were in their 7th year then. Close. It is September 1976, the beginning of their 6th year. Dumbledore studied Harry over his half-moon spectacles. More than 20 years of displacement. Troubling indeed. Professor, Harry said carefully, you understand why this is dangerous, right? I know things that will happen. And you fear altering the timeline, Dumbledore nodded. A valid concern. The consequences of meddling with time can be catastrophic. Harry thought of his parents' fate, of Sirius's 12 years in Azkaban, of Remus's lonely life, of Pettigrew's betrayal. The temptation to warn them, to change everything, was almost overwhelming. I can't stay here, he said firmly. I need to get back. So you shall, in time, agreed Dumbledore. But these matters cannot be rushed. I will need to research this Tempus Resonantia thoroughly. Until then, he paused, considering. Until then, he continued, we must establish a temporary identity for you. You bear a striking resemblance to James Potter, too striking to go unremarked. We shall say you are a distant cousin who has transferred temporarily from Ilvermorny, perhaps. under the exchange program we've been discussing with them. But won't people notice when I suddenly disappear? We will cross that bridge when we come to it, Dumbledore replied serenely. For now, the most pressing concern is to integrate you without raising suspicion, while I work to find a way to return you to your proper time. Harry nodded, seeing the logic in this approach, even as his stomach twisted at the idea of spending time with his parents, knowing their fate. There's one more matter, Dumbledore said gravely. You must be exceedingly careful about what you reveal of the future. Even seemingly inconsequential details could have far-reaching effects. I understand, Professor, Harry assured him. I won't tell anyone who I really am. Good, Dumbledore smiled. Then, for now, you are Harry Parker, a 6th-year transfer student from Ilvermorny, staying at Hogwarts for a term as part of our new International Magical Cooperation Initiative. He rose from his chair. It's late, and this has been a trying experience for you. We'll sort out the particulars tomorrow. For tonight, I believe a bed in the hospital wing would be appropriate. You do look rather pale. Harry stood as well, his mind still reeling with the implications of his situation. As Dumbledore escorted him to the door, a thought occurred to him. Professor, what about my wand and my appearance? Won't someone notice that I have the same wand as my future self? And I look too much like James. Dumbledore considered this. Your wand is not an issue. It hasn't yet been paired with your younger self. As for your appearance, he waved his wand in a complex pattern, and Harry felt a subtle shifting sensation around his face. A minor glamour, explained Dumbledore. Nothing drastic. I've merely altered the shape of your jawline slightly and changed your eye color to blue. Enough to make you look like a relative rather than a twin of James Potter. The charm will need to be reapplied weekly. Harry touched his face, which felt the same to him, and my scar. I've made it less noticeable, though not invisible. A complete concealment would require stronger magic that might raise questions from certain observant staff members. As they reached the hospital wing, Dumbledore paused. One last thing, Mr. Potter. I sense that you and I were acquainted in your time. Yes, Harry said carefully. You were important to me. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. Then I must ask you to treat me as you would any other headmaster. Too much familiarity might raise questions we would rather avoid. I understand, Harry agreed, though the idea of keeping Dumbledore at arm's length felt strange after everything they had been through, or would go through, from this timeline's perspective. Rest now, Dumbledore said kindly. Tomorrow will bring its own challenges. As Harry settled into the hospital bed, provided by a much younger Madame Pomfrey, who accepted Dumbledore's explanation about a transfer student who had arrived late and taken ill without question. His mind buzzed with the day's impossible events. He was in 1976. His parents were alive and 16 years old. Voldemort was rising to power, but hadn't yet become the terror he would be. Snape hadn't yet overheard the prophecy. Peter hadn't yet betrayed anyone. Harry was stuck here, holding knowledge that could save countless lives, but which might unravel reality if acted upon. He stared at the ceiling, sleep far away despite his exhaustion. The broken hourglass had sent him tumbling into the past, into a time filled with people he had lost or never known. The opportunity to actually know his parents, to see Sirius and Remus in their youth, to understand what had shaped them all, was both a precious gift and a terrible burden. As he finally drifted toward uneasy sleep, Harry's last conscious thought was of the strange device that had brought him here. The Tempus Resonantia, time resonance. Somehow, he knew this was just the beginning of a journey far more complex a simple trip through time. Harry woke to sunlight streaming through high windows and the familiar smell of the hospital wing, a scent that somehow remained unchanged across decades. For one blissful moment, he thought he was back in his own time, that the previous night's events had been nothing but a particularly vivid dream. Then Madame Pomfrey bustled over, looking disconcertingly youthful, and reality crashed back upon him. "Awake at last, Mr. Parker," she said briskly, placing a tray of potions beside his bed. "How are you feeling this morning?" "Better," Harry replied automatically, though in truth he felt adrift, unmoored from everything familiar. "Good. Professor Dumbledore left these for you," she said, pointing to a small trunk at the foot of his bed. "Clothes and school supplies," he said. "He'll be along to see you after breakfast." Harry thanked her and waited until she retreated to her office before investigating the trunk. Inside, he found Hogwarts robes with Gryffindor colors. Dumbledore must have assumed he'd be sorted into the same house. Several sets of casual clothes, textbooks for sixth-year classes, and various toiletries. There was also a small pouch of galleons and a note written in Dumbledore's familiar slanted handwriting. "Mr. Parker, I've taken the liberty of providing the necessities for your stay with us. Your class schedule matches Mr. Potter's, which should give you ample opportunity to keep an eye on him while I research our particular conundrum. Please remember our discussion regarding discretion. Password to Gryffindor Tower is Fortuna Major. I would also advise against visiting the location where you found the artifact in your time. The room, as you know it, exists differently in each era, and attempting to find a future object might have unpredictable consequences. Please join me in my office after breakfast. Fizzing Whizbees." ID. Harry dressed in the provided clothes, tucking his wand into his pocket. His own clothes, jeans, and a sweater that had once belonged to Dudley had been cleaned and folded at the bottom of the trunk. He hesitated, then packed them away. Best to blend in with this time period as much as possible. After a quick breakfast under Madame Pomfrey's watchful eye, she seemed determined to ensure he was truly recovered from his exhausting journey. Harry made his way through the familiar, yet subtly different corridors of Hogwarts toward the headmaster's office. School was quieter than he was accustomed to, perhaps because it was Saturday, or perhaps because, in this time before Voldemort's reign of terror reached its height, there was less fear in the air. Portraits regarded him with mild curiosity as he passed, and a group of young Hufflepuffs scurried by, giving him curious glances, but no more attention than any other unfamiliar face might warrant. "Fizzing Whizbees," Harry told the stone gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office. It leapt aside, revealing the familiar spiral staircase. Dumbledore was feeding Fawkes when Harry entered the circular office. The phoenix trilled softly, tilting his head to examine Harry with keen interest. "Ah, Mr. Parker," Dumbledore greeted him, emphasizing the false surname slightly. "I trust you slept well." "As well as could be expected, Professor," Harry replied. "Thank you for the supplies." "Not at all." Dumbledore gestured to the chair across from his desk. "Please sit. We have several matters to discuss before introducing you to the school." As Harry sat, Dumbledore summoned a tea service with a wave of his wand. "I've been considering your situation most carefully, and I'm afraid I have both good and worrisome news." Harry's heart sank. "You can't send me back." "Not immediately, no," Dumbledore admitted. "The Tempus Resonantia is indeed a rare and powerful artifact, far beyond the capabilities of conventional time-turners. According to the few historical references I've found, there are only 2 known methods of returning a traveler to their original time. He sipped his tea before continuing. The first is to use the device itself, but as you described it as damaged in the transport, that may be challenging. The second method is to wait for what the texts call a temporal echo, a natural resonance between your present and future self that may create a path home. And how long would that take? Harry asked, trying to keep his voice steady. That, said Dumbledore, is difficult to predict. It could be days, weeks, possibly months. Harry set down his teacup with a shaky hand. Months. Months in the past, with his teenage parents and their friends. Months knowing what awaited them all. I understand this is distressing news, Dumbledore said gently. But we must make the best of the situation. To that end, I've prepared a suitable background for you, as we discussed, Harry Parker, recently transferred from Ilvermorny due to your family relocating to Britain. You are a distant cousin of the Potters, which explains your resemblance to James. Won't the real Potters know that's not true? Harry asked. James's immediate family is small, and his parents are somewhat elderly and reclusive these days. It's unlikely they'll contradict the story. As for more distant Potter relations, Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Pureblood family trees are notoriously convoluted, and the American branches even more so. Few would question the existence of a previously unmentioned cousin. Harry nodded, seeing the logic. And my classes, as my note mentioned, you'll follow the same schedule as James Potter. I believe you expressed an interest in becoming an Auror in your time. Harry nodded, surprised that Dumbledore had gleaned this detail. Then you'll be taking the appropriate NEWT level subjects. I've also taken the liberty of informing the staff that you may occasionally need to meet with me due to adjustment difficulties. This should provide cover for our discussions about returning you to your proper time. Thank you, Professor, Harry said, grateful for Dumbledore's thoroughness. Now, there is one more delicate matter. Dumbledore leaned forward, his expression grave. I must emphasize the dangers of changing the past. Even small alterations can have profound consequences. You carry knowledge of events that, from this perspective, have not yet occurred. The temptation to prevent tragedies you know are coming will be immense. Harry thought of his parents' murder, of Sirius's imprisonment, of Pettigrew's betrayal, all still years in the future from this point. I understand, he said, though his heart rebelled at the thought of standing by, while history marched toward the tragedies he knew were coming. Do you? Dumbledore asked quietly. Truly, because I suspect you have lost people dear to you, people you may encounter in this time. Harry met Dumbledore's piercing blue gaze. I have, and yes, it will be difficult, but I understand the risks of interfering with time. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment, then nodded. Very well, I believe you do. But should you find the burden too heavy to bear alone, my door is always open to you. Thank you, sir. Now, Dumbledore rose from his chair. I believe it's time to introduce you to Hogwarts. The Sorting Hat, I think, would be appropriate for appearance's sake. Harry followed Dumbledore to the shelf where the ancient hat rested. It looked exactly as it had, or would, in Harry's time. Just to maintain our story, Dumbledore explained, lifting the hat. Though I suspect I know where it will place you. Familiar weight settled on Harry's head, and a small voice spoke in his ear. Curious, most curious. I've sorted you before, or rather, I will sort you. Time is such a complicated matter. You can tell who I am, Harry thought with alarm. Of course, the hat replied smugly. I see into your mind, after all. But don't worry, your secret is safe. Now, where to put you? You were a Gryffindor before, or will be, and I see you've done much to prove that right. But there's still that streak of Slytherin ambition and resourcefulness. Not Slytherin, Harry thought firmly. just as he had in his first year. Still making the same choice, I see, the hat chuckled. Very well, better be GRYF if I do are. The last word was shouted aloud. Dumbledore removed the hat, smiling. As expected. Now, shall we proceed to the Great Hall? It's nearly lunchtime, and I think a proper introduction is in order. Harry's stomach lurched at the thought of facing the entire school, of seeing not just the Marauders again, but his mother and Snape, and perhaps other familiar faces. But he nodded resolutely. There was no avoiding it. As they walked through the corridors, Dumbledore offered one last piece of advice. You've been given an extraordinary opportunity, Mr. Parker. Few ever get to know their parents as peers. While you must be careful not to change the course of major events, perhaps there is value in simply understanding. With that cryptic remark, they reached the Great Hall. Great Hall buzzed with the familiar chaos of a weekend lunch. Students clustered at their house tables, the enchanted ceiling reflecting a bright autumn sky dotted with fluffy white clouds. Harry paused in the doorway, overwhelmed by the sight of so many familiar places occupied by unfamiliar faces. Or worse, familiar faces decades younger than he'd known them. Dumbledore placed a steadying hand on his shoulder. Courage, Mr. Parker. They walked between the tables toward the staff dais. Harry kept his eyes forward, resisting the urge to scan the Gryffindor table for his parents. He could feel curious gazes following him. A new student in September was unusual enough to attract attention. At the staff table, Harry saw younger versions of Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout. Slughorn occupied the seat that would one day belong to Snape, and there were several teachers Harry didn't recognize at all. No Hagrid, he noticed with a pang. Perhaps he was busy with his groundskeeping duties. Dumbledore raised his hands, and the hall gradually fell silent. Good afternoon, he said cheerfully. I hope you're all enjoying your weekend. I have a brief announcement before you return to your meals. We have a rare treat this term, a transfer student from Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in America. Murmuring started immediately. Transfer students were evidently as uncommon in this era as in Harry's own. Mr. Harry Parker has joined us for the term as part of a new educational exchange program we're developing. He's been sorted into Gryffindor and will be joining the 6th years. I trust you will all make him feel welcome. Dumbledore turned to Harry. Mr. Parker, would you like to say a few words? Harry, who had not been expecting this, shook his head slightly. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled with amusement. Perhaps not. Very well, carry on with your lunch. Mr. Parker, why don't you join your housemates? With a gentle nudge, Dumbledore directed Harry toward the Gryffindor table. Taking a deep breath, Harry made his way to an empty seat near the middle of the table, doing his best to appear confident despite the stares following him. As he sat down, he finally allowed himself to look around, and his breath caught in his throat. There they were, the Marauders, sitting just a few places down the table. James Potter was laughing at something Sirius had said, his hair as untidy as Harry's own. Remus was shaking his head with a reluctant smile, while Peter watched the others with barely concealed admiration. And across from them, with dark red hair falling around her shoulders and startlingly familiar green eyes, sat Lily Evans, his mother. She was even more beautiful than her photographs, her face animated as she conversed with a girl beside her, occasionally throwing exasperated glances toward the Marauders when they grew too loud. Harry realized he was starring and quickly looked down at his empty plate. His heart pounded so forcefully, he was sure everyone nearby must hear it. You're the bloke from last night. Harry looked up to find Sirius Black grinning at him. The four Marauders had shifted down the bench to surround him, and Lily was now watching with curious interest from across the table. Yeah, Harry managed. Thanks for helping me out. So you're American? Peter asked, eyeing him skeptically. Harry hesitated, realizing he hadn't prepared for this. Did Dumbledore expect him to fake an American accent? Born there, he improvised. But my family moved around a lot. We've got relatives here in Britain. Parker, James, was studying him with open curiosity. Any relation to the Yorkshire Parkers? Distant cousins, Harry replied vaguely, recalling Dumbledore's cover story. On my father's side. Thought so, James nodded. You've got the look. I'm James Potter, by the way. Officially this time. I remember, Harry said, attempting a casual smile, while his insides twisted with the surreal knowledge that he was conversing with his teenage father. And I'm Sirius Black, the handsome one, Sirius interjected, flicking his long hair back dramatically. Remus Lupin. Remus offered a polite hand, which Harry shook, nodding the fresh scratches on his forearm. The full moon must have been recent. Peter Pettigrew, squeaked the fourth boy, and Harry forced himself to nod pleasantly while keeping his expression neutral. This Peter hadn't yet committed any betrayal, he reminded himself. He was just a schoolboy, albeit one who would one day become a murderer. And I'm Lily Evans, came a new voice, as the red-haired girl leaned across the table. Don't let these four fool you, they're trouble. We're charming, James corrected, running a hand through his hair in a gesture so familiar it made Harry's chest ache. And dashingly handsome. Isn't that right, Evans? Lily rolled her eyes. See what I mean? Trouble. But Harry thought he detected a slight softening around her eyes as she looked at James. Nothing like the open animosity he'd witnessed in Snape's memory. So, Harry, Remus said, changing the subject, what's Ilvermorny like? I've read about the four houses, but not much else. Harry frantically tried to recall what he knew about the American wizarding school. It's different from Hogwarts. The castle is more modern, and it's on Mount Greylock in Massachusetts. What house were you in there? Asked Peter. Thunderbird, Harry said, picking one of the few house names he could remember. That's for adventurers, right? Remus nodded approvingly. Makes sense that you'd end up in Gryffindor here. Why'd you transfer? Sirius asked, leaning forward with interest. Get expelled. Sirius, Lily admonished. Not everyone breaks rules for fun, you know. Family reasons, Harry said quickly. My parents had to relocate. Well, whatever the reason, welcome to Hogwarts, James said, clapping him on the shoulder. And more importantly, welcome to Gryffindor. Best house by far, unless you care about actually winning the house cup, Lily muttered. These four lose us more points than the rest of the house combined, but we make up for it with our charm and Quidditch prowess, James winked. Speaking of which, do you play? We're holding tryouts next week for a new chaser. I play Seeker, actually, Harry said without thinking. James's eyebrows shot up. Are you any good? Our current Seeker's decent, but if you're better, leave the poor boy alone, Potter, Lily interrupted. He's barely arrived, and you're already trying to drag him into your Quidditch obsession. It's not an obsession. It's a noble pursuit, James insisted with mock solemnity. Harry found himself smiling despite the bizarre situation. There was something so vibrant about these teenagers who would become his parents, so full of life and possibilities, still untouched by the war that would eventually claim them. So what's your schedule like, Parker? Sirius asked, helping himself to a sandwich. Hope you're in some of our classes. Makes it easier to copy notes. He means collaborate on academic pursuits, Remus corrected dryly. I think I have the same schedule as Potter, Harry said, glancing at James. James brightened. Brilliant. We'll show you around then. We know this castle better than anyone. Right, lads? The other Marauders nodded, with barely concealed smugness. I bet you don't know all of it, Harry couldn't resist saying. Sirius's eyes narrowed with interest. Oh, and what makes you say that, new boy? Harry realized his mistake. Just that. It's a big castle. Lots of secrets. Well, we know most of them, James said confidently. But if you think you know something we don't, feel free to share. Later, perhaps, Harry hedged. I'm still getting my bearings. Fair enough. James shrugged. We'll give you the grand tour after lunch. Show you all the important stuff the professors won't tell you about. Like where the kitchens are, Peter said eagerly. And which staircases to avoid on Tuesdays, added Sirius. And which broom closets are best for studying. James finished with a mischievous grin that earned him another eye roll from Lily. Don't let them corrupt you on your first day, Parker, she warned, though there was humor in her voice. Some of us are trying to remember we have NEWTS next year. Next year, Sirius emphasized. Plenty of time for fun before then. Is that your approach to the mountain of transfiguration homework due Monday? Remus asked mildly. Sirius winced. Don't remind me, as the conversation turned to homework and complaints about various professors. Harry took the opportunity to observe his parents and their friends. There were differences from what he had expected, subtle tensions and dynamics he hadn't anticipated. Ames seemed less arrogant than in Snape's memory, though still confident to the point of cockiness. He kept glancing at Lily, who was no longer openly hostile toward him as she had been in 5th year. Sirius was much as Harry had imagined, charming, irreverent, and slightly reckless. Remus was the most reserved of the group, but with a dry wit that occasionally emerged. And Peter was harder to read, quieter than the others, but clearly desperate to be included. Lily herself was a revelation. In Harry's imagination, built from snippets of others' memories and a handful of photographs, she had been a perfect, saintly figure. The reality was more complex. A brilliant, vivacious girl with a quick temper and a sharper tongue, who clearly commanded respect from her peers, was overwhelming. Sitting here among people who were both strangers and the most important figures in his life, Harry felt a curious mixture of grief, joy, and disbelief, as if at any moment he might wake to find this all a dream. All right there, Parker, James asked, noticing his distraction. You've gone a bit pale. Just taking it all in, Harry replied honestly. Must be a lot to adjust to, Lily said sympathetically. New school, new country. You have no idea, Harry murmured. After lunch, true to their word, the Marauders insisted on giving Harry what they called the only tour of Hogwarts worth having. This proved to be a meandering path through the castle's less traveled corridors, with frequent detours into hidden passages and secret rooms. This one leads straight to the 3rd floor, bypassing that trick staircase that likes to swallow first years, James explained, tapping a seemingly solid wall with his wand to reveal a narrow passage. And if Filch is after you, this alcove here has a false back, Sirius demonstrated, sliding through a panel that looked like ordinary stone until he pushed it. They've spent years finding ways to avoid getting caught breaking rules, Remus explained to Harry with a resigned expression. It would be impressive if it weren't so often used for nefarious purposes. Nefarious is a strong word, Mooney, James protested. I prefer mischievously creative, like turning the entire Slytherin common room pink last year. Peter snickered. That was artistic expression, Sirius insisted. Those dungeons needed brightening up. As they climbed toward Gryffindor Tower, Harry was struck by the camaraderie between the 4 friends. even knowing how it would eventually fracture. There was something beautiful about witnessing it intact, the inside jokes, the casual physical contact, the way they seemed to communicate without words at times. And here we are, James announced as they reached the fat lady's portrait. Home, sweet home. Passwords, Fortuna Major. The portrait swung open, revealing the Gryffindor common room as warm and welcoming as Harry remembered it, though with different furnishings. Several students looked up as they entered, curious about the new arrival. This is Harry Parker, American transfer, distant relation of mine, and all-around decent bloke, James announced to the room at large. Anyone who gives him trouble answers to us. Does that mean we answer to you if you give him trouble? Asked a girl, sprawled in an armchair by the fire, her dark hair pulled into a messy ponytail. Funny, McKinnon, Sirius retorted. Your wit never ceases to amaze. Girl, McKinnon, stuck her tongue out at Sirius before turning her attention to Harry. Marlene McKinnon, she introduced herself. These idiots giving you the We Rule the School tour. Something like that, Harry replied with a smile. Well, if you want the real scoop on Hogwarts, talk to Alice or me. She nodded toward a round-faced girl, reading by the window. We know where all the good secrets are. Lies, James declared. Complete fabrications. Keep telling yourself that, Potter, Marlene smirked. As the good-natured bickering continued, Harry sank into a chair, observing the scene with a sense of wonder. Marlene McKinnon. He recognized the name from Moody's photograph of the original Order of the Phoenix. And Alice must be Alice Longbottom, Neville's mother. Both were destined for tragic fates. The weight of his knowledge pressed upon him once more. How could he sit here, laughing with these people, knowing what awaited them? But what else could he do? You look knackered, mate, Remus observed, dropping into the chair beside him, while the others continued arguing with Marlene. Bit overwhelming, I expect. Just tired, Harry lied. It's been a long couple of days. Remus nodded understandingly. New places are always exhausting. It'll get easier. Harry wasn't so sure, but he appreciated the sentiment. Thanks for showing me around, all of you. Don't mention it, Remus smiled. James takes his familial duties seriously, even with distant cousins he's never met before. There was a slight question in Remus's tone, and Harry realized that of the four Marauders. Remus might be the most difficult to fool. He had always been perceptive. We're not close, Harry said quickly. The families, I mean, different continents and all that. Of course, Remus nodded, though his amber eyes remained thoughtful. Well, you're among friends now. Gryffindor looks after its own. Before Harry could respond, James bounded over. 6th-year boys' dormitory is up those stairs, Parker. You'll be bunking with us, Dumbledore had them add an extra bed. Your trunk's already there. Great, Harry said, standing. I think I'll go up and sort through my things. Need help? Peter offered. No, thanks. I'd like a bit of time to settle in, if that's all right. Of course it is, James assured him. Take all the time you need. Dinner's at 6, and then we're planning a little welcoming ceremony for you in the common room afterward. Nothing dangerous, Remus hastened to add, seeing Harry's expression. Just a Gryffindor tradition for new arrivals. Right, said Harry skeptically, remembering all too well the Marauders' reputation for elaborate pranks. Looking forward to it, as he climbed the familiar spiral staircase to the dormitory, Harry's mind raced with the events of the day. He had met his parents, befriended the Marauders, and been accepted into Gryffindor in the strange, past version of Hogwarts. But beneath the surreal joy of seeing his family alive was the knowledge that he didn't belong here, that every interaction risked changing a future that, for all its pain, had ultimately resulted in Voldemort's defeat. Dormitory was nearly identical to the one he'd shared with Ron, Neville, Dean, and Seamus, though with different decorations. He easily identified which beds belonged to the Marauders. James's area was plastered with Quidditch posters. Sirius's wall featured rebellious Muggle motorcycle photographs. Remus's space was neat and organized with books stacked on the bedside table. And Peter's corner was cluttered with sweet wrappers and half-finished homework. The added bed was positioned between James's and Remus's, with his trunk at its foot. Harry sat on the edge, finally allowing himself a moment to process the sheer impossibility of his situation. It was in 1976. His parents were alive and 16 years old. The Marauders were intact, their betrayals and tragedies still years away. Voldemort was gaining power in the shadows, but had not yet become the terror that would destroy Harry's family. And Harry was stuck here, possibly for months, knowing everything that was to come, but unable to change it without risking the very fabric of time itself. He pulled out the small photograph of his parents that he always carried, the one Hagrid had given him at the end of his first year. In it, James and Lily waved happily, holding an infant Harry between them. Now, impossibly, those same people were just downstairs, young and whole and alive, with no idea of the fate that awaited them. "I don't know if I can do this," Harry whispered to the photograph. "How can I look them in the eye knowing what's coming?" But as Dumbledore had said, perhaps there was value simply in understanding, in knowing his parents not as martyrs or distant ideals, but as the complex, flawed, vibrant people they had been before tragedy struck. It wasn't what Harry had ever expected, and it came with terrible burdens of knowledge. But it was also, in its way, the deepest wish of his heart to know the family he had lost. Harry carefully tucked the photograph away, just as he heard footsteps on the stairs. Wiping his eyes quickly, he turned to face whichever of his new dormmates was approaching, determined to make the most of this impossible opportunity, however long it might last. After all, Harry Potter had never had a normal life. Why should this be any different? Welcoming ceremony turned out to be less terrifying than Harry had feared, though still quintessentially Marauder in nature. After dinner, the four boys led him back to the Gryffindor common room, which had been transformed in their brief absence. Golden banners emblazoned with "Welcome Harry" hung from the ceiling, enchanted to shimmer and occasionally release tiny fireworks. A table laden with smuggled sweets and bottles of butterbeer stood near the fireplace, and someone had charmed the wireless to play music, a mix of wizard and muggle songs that Harry didn't recognize. "How did you manage all this so quickly?" Harry asked, genuinely impressed. "Trade secret," James winked, slinging an arm around Harry's shoulders. "Can't reveal all our methods to the new bloke on day one, can we? We have connections in the kitchens," Remus explained more reasonably, "and a few quick deployment party charms we've developed over the years. Plus, Prongs and Padfoot can be remarkably efficient when motivated by the prospect of sweets and showing off," added a girl's voice from behind them. Harry turned to see Lily approaching, accompanied by Marlene McKinnon and the round-faced girl he now knew to be Alice. All three were carrying small, wrapped packages. "We brought welcoming gifts," Lily explained, handing Harry a small parcel wrapped in crimson paper. Nothing fancy, just some essentials for surviving Hogwarts. Harry accepted the gift, deeply touched by this gesture from his mother, who wasn't yet his mother, he reminded himself. "You didn't have to." "Of course we did," Marlene interrupted, thrusting her own package at him. "New student tradition. Open them." Harry unwrapped Lily's gift first, finding a handsome leather-bound notebook with with his initials, HP, embossed in gold. "I noticed you didn't have many supplies with you," she explained. "This is self-organizing. Notes taken in class will automatically sort themselves by subject and date." "It's brilliant," Harry said sincerely, running his fingers over the soft leather and fighting a sudden tightness in his throat. "Thank you." Arlene's gift was a collection of defense against the dark arts reference materials. "Heard you've got the same schedule as this lot," she nodded toward the Marauders. "Which means you're taking Dada, and Professor Winterstone is a nightmare. These study guides saved my life last year." Alice's present was a package of homemade fudge and a small pot of what she called bruise healing paste. "If you're going to be hanging around with them," she nodded toward the Marauders, "you'll need it. James and Sirius attract trouble like magnets." "We don't attract trouble," Sirius protested. "We seek it out deliberately." Much more dignified, more Gryffindors joined the gathering, most bringing small gifts, candies, joke items, or useful school supplies. Harry found himself at the center of attention, something he'd never particularly enjoyed, but which was somehow more bearable with these strangers who felt like friends. Beach called someone from the back of the room after Harry had opened the last gift, a suspicious-looking quill from a 7th year that, according to Remus's whispered warning, would likely turn his handwriting into elaborate insults if used. "Oh no, Harry began. "Come on, Parker," James urged, pushing him toward a small footstool by the fireplace. "Tell us about America. Tell us why the Hogwarts houses are superior to Ilvermorny's. Tell us if American witches are as pretty as British ones." This last suggestion earned him a smack on the arm from Lily, though she was smiling. Reluctantly, Harry climbed onto the footstool. Looking around at the expectant faces, many of which he recognized from photographs of the Order or from stories he'd heard, he felt a curious mixture of belonging and alienation. These people had welcomed him so easily, yet they had no idea who he truly was or what he knew about their futures. "I'm not much for speeches," he began awkwardly, "but I want to thank you all for making me feel welcome. Hogwarts it's already starting to feel like home." This simple truth seemed to satisfy his audience, who cheered and raised their butterbeers in a toast. To Harry Parker, James called, "Newest Gryffindor and officially one of us." To Harry echoed the room. As Harry stepped down from the footstool, James handed him a butterbeer and clinked his own bottle against it. "Welcome to the family, cousin." Those words, spoken with such casual warmth, hit Harry with unexpected force. He busied himself with taking a long swig of butterbeer to hide his expression. The party continued into the evening, with James and Sirius eventually setting off a series of indoor fireworks that formed elaborate shapes, prancing stags, soaring eagles, and at one point, a remarkably detailed replica of Professor McGonagall wagging an admonishing finger, which earned them the loudest cheers of the night. Around midnight, the older students began drifting off to bed, leaving just the Marauders, Lily, and her friends in a loose circle near the dying fire. "So, Harry," Lily asked, tucking her legs beneath her in the armchair she'd claimed, "what's it like, having James as a cousin? Are all the Potters as insufferably confident as he is?" James clutched his chest in mock offense. "Evans, you wound me. I prefer the term self-assured." "We're not close," Harry repeated his earlier explanation, trying to keep his story consistent. "Different branches of the family." "Well, you've got the hair," Sirius observed, gesturing to Harry's perpetually messy locks. "Definitely a Potter trait." "Unfortunately," Harry agreed, running a hand through it self-consciously. "It's not so bad," Lily remarked, her gaze lingering briefly on James's similarly disheveled mop before she caught herself and looked away. Harry noticed the exchange with interest. According to the timeline he knew, his parents wouldn't start dating until their 7th year, which meant he was witnessing the transitional period where Lily's feelings toward James were beginning to shift. The thought was both fascinating and slightly uncomfortable, like watching an intensely private documentary about his own origins. "So what's the plan for tomorrow?" Marlene asked, stretching her arms above her head. "Give the new boy the grand Sunday tour of the grounds. Quidditch pitch first," James said firmly. "Parker here claims to be a seeker. I want to see what he's got." "I never actually said I wanted to try out," Harry protested. "Of course you do," James dismissed this objection with a wave. "Quidditch is in the Potter blood, and we can always use reserve players. Let him settle in before you draft him, Potter," Alice advised. "He's barely unpacked." Fine, James conceded. "But the offer stands, Parker. First, practice your free, come down to the pitch." As the conversation drifted to classes and professors, warnings about who was strict, who gave too much homework, and which stairs to avoid on particular days of the week, Harry found himself observing the group dynamics with fascination. James and Sirius were clearly the center of gravity, their easy charisma and louder personalities drawing attention naturally. Remus occupied a more peripheral position, quieter but respected, occasionally reining in his friends' more outlandish ideas with a dry comment. Peter lingered at the edges, laughing a beat too late at jokes, and constantly seeking approval with his expressions and body language. Lee, meanwhile, seemed to exist in her own orbit. She clearly commanded respect from everyone present, and even James and Sirius moderated their behavior somewhat in her presence. Harry could see why she had been made head girl in her final year. There was a natural authority to her that reminded him a bit of Hermione. Thinking of Hermione sent a pang through him. She and Ron seemed impossibly distant now, though from their perspective, he had probably been missing for only hours. What would they think had happened to him? Would Dumbledore, future Dumbledore, somehow know where he had gone? "Parker, hello, Earth to Parker." Sirius's voice jolted Harry from his reverie. "Sorry, what?" "I asked if you played wizard chess," Sirius repeated, gesturing to a nearby board. "You had that 1,000-yard stare going. Homesick already." "Something like that," Harry admitted. "Best cure for homesickness is distraction," Sirius declared. "And there's no better distraction than watching me trounce James at chess. His pieces don't even respect him anymore. They've started ignoring his commands." "Because you hex them," James protested. "I did no such thing," Sirius replied with mock indignation. "They simply recognize superior strategic intellect when they see it." As the two friends set up the board, bickering good-naturedly, Harry felt a strange sense of peace descend. For all the complications of his situation, for all the grief and knowledge and temporal paradoxes, there was something profoundly healing about being here, witnessing these ordinary moments among people who had only existed for him as tragic figures in a war. "They're always like this," Remus confided, sliding into the seat beside Harry. "It's exhausting." "I can imagine," Harry smiled. "How long have you all been friends?" "Since first year," Remus replied, a shadow of something, perhaps guilt, crossing his face. "They accepted me when many wouldn't have." Harry knew precisely what Remus meant, but couldn't acknowledge it. "You seem like a good group," he said instead. "Best," Remus agreed, his expression softening as he watched his friends. "Though I'd never tell them that to their faces. Sirius's ego is insufferable enough as it is." "I heard that, Moony," Sirius called without looking up from the chessboard. "You were meant to." Remus replied mildly. As the evening wound down, Harry found himself yawning despite his best efforts to stay present in this remarkable moment. We should all turn in, Lily announced, standing and stretching. Some of us have that potions essay to finish tomorrow. Speak for yourself, Evans, James replied smugly. Finished mine yesterday. Lily looked genuinely surprised. You did. Don't sound so shocked, James grinned. I do occasionally complete assignments before the last possible minute. Occasionally being the operative word, Remus muttered. The group dispersed, with the girls heading toward their staircase and the boys toward theirs. As they climbed the spiral steps to their dormitory, Harry found himself walking beside Peter, who had been largely quiet all evening. Did you have a good time? Peter asked, sounding genuinely concerned. James can be a bit overwhelming when he's showing off. It was great, Harry assured him, trying to keep his tone neutral despite the churning in his stomach whenever he interacted with Pettigrew. Everyone's been really welcoming. Peter nodded, looking pleased. That's Gryffindor for you. We stick together. The irony of those words coming from the future traitor was almost too much to bear. Harry quickened his pace slightly, moving ahead to where James and Sirius were debating the merits of various defensive Quidditch strategies. The dormitory was warm and welcoming when they entered, with the fires banked low, and the hangings on the four-poster beds drawn back invitingly. Harry's new trunk sat at the foot of his assigned bed, and he busied himself with organizing his few possessions while the others prepared for sleep. Early practice tomorrow, lads, James announced, emerging from the bathroom in pajamas, with tiny golden snitches zooming across the fabric. Captain's orders. You're not captain yet, Prongs, Sirius reminded him, throwing a pillow at his friend's head. Mere technicality, James caught the pillow deftly. Whitby's leaving the decision-making to me this year anyway. Says it's good succession planning. How convenient for your ego, Remus remarked, climbing into his bed and drawing the hangings half closed. You coming to watch, Parker? James asked, ignoring Remus's comment. Good chance to see the pitch. Maybe bring your broom if you've got one. I don't, actually, Harry realized. His firebolt was decades in the future. You can borrow one of the schools, James offered. They're not great, but they'll do for a casual fly. Maybe, Harry hedged, not sure if it was wise to show off his seeker skills. Would it change things if he ended up on the Gryffindor team in this time? One by one, the Marauders settled into their beds. Peter was the first to start snoring softly, followed by Sirius's deeper, rhythmic breathing. Remus remained awake longest, reading by wanlight before finally extinguishing it with a whispered knocks. Harry lay in the darkness, listening to the familiar sounds of a Hogwarts dormitory at night. It was strange how quickly the surreal had become almost normal, how easily he had slipped into this life that was both foreign and deeply familiar. His last thought before drifting off was that he should be more careful, should maintain more emotional distance from these people whose fates he knew. But as sleep claimed him, Harry knew that such caution was likely impossible. These weren't just historical figures or characters from stories to him. They were real people, complex and vibrant and alive. And in James's case, they were family. Harry woke early the next morning to find himself alone in the dormitory. The other beds were empty, their covers hastily thrown back. Sunlight streamed through the windows, suggesting it was later than he'd thought. Checking his watch, a gift from the Weasleys that had thankfully traveled through time with him, Harry saw it was nearly 9 o'clock. The Marauders must have gone to the Quidditch practice James had mentioned. Harry dressed quickly, oddly relieved to have some time to himself after the social intensity of of the previous day. He needed to process everything that had happened, to reinforce the mental barriers between what he knew and what he could say. The common room was sparsely populated when he descended, mostly younger students working on homework or playing quiet games. Harry spotted Alice in a corner, bent over a lengthy scroll, and decided to approach her rather than heading directly to breakfast. Morning, he greeted her. Hard at work already? Alice looked up with a tired smile. Potions essay for Slughorn. Left it too late, as usual. The boys went down to the pitch if you're looking for them. Actually, I was hopping to explore the castle a bit on my own, Harry said. Get my bearings without James and Sirius's running commentary. Alice laughed. Probably wise. Their tour tends to emphasize broom closets and escape routes over classrooms and libraries. Any suggestions on where to start? Harry asked, though he knew the castle better than he could admit. The library's always good, Alice recommended. Quiet on Sunday mornings. Or the lakeside if you want fresh air. The giant squid usually surfaces around now for students to feed it toast. Thanks, Harry smiled. Good luck with the essay. Made his way down to the Great Hall, which was half empty at this hour. The enchanted ceiling showing a clear blue sky with a few scattered clouds. Harry loaded a plate with eggs and toast, then hesitated, looking around for a place to sit. To his surprise, he spotted Lily sitting alone at the Gryffindor table, a book propped open against a juice jug as she ate. Gathering his courage, Harry approached her. Mind if I join you? He asked. Lily looked up, her green eyes his eyes, briefly startled before she smiled. Of course not. I'm just getting some reading done before the Quidditch crowd returns starving and noisy. Harry sat across from her, trying not to stare. It was still surreal, sitting with his mother, who was both a stranger and intensely familiar. Not interested in watching practice? Lily asked, marking her place in the book. Thought I'd explore a bit first, Harry replied. Still learning my way around. Lily nodded understandingly. It can be overwhelming at first. I remember my first week. I got lost on the way to Charms 3 times. Were you? Did you grow up in the magical world? Harry asked, genuinely curious about this detail of his mother's life that no one had ever really explained to him. No, I'm Muggle-born, Lily replied. Everything about Hogwarts was new to me. Not like you and James, with your wizarding families. Being from a wizarding family doesn't automatically make Hogwarts less intimidating, Harry said, thinking of his own first experiences. It's still a lot to take in. Lily considered this. I suppose that's true. James always acts like he was born knowing everything about the magical world, but I expect that's just James being James. There was something in her tone when she said his father's name, a mixture of exasperation, and something softer that Harry couldn't quite identify. You don't like him much? He asked, then immediately regretted the personal question. Sorry, that's none of my business. No, it's fine, Lily said, toying with her fork. Potter is complicated. He spent years being an absolute toe-rag, arrogant, bullying, showing off constantly. But Harry prompted, hearing the unspoken qualification in her voice. Lily sighed. But he's changed somewhat since last year. He's still ridiculously full of himself, but he's less cruel about it. And he can be, she hesitated, surprisingly decent sometimes. Harry hid a smile. This must be the beginning of the change in his mother's feelings that would eventually lead to their relationship. It was strange to witness it from the outside, like watching the earliest scenes of his own origin story. He seems to really like you, Harry observed cautiously. Lily flushed slightly. James Potter likes the challenge. I'm the girl who said no to him when when everyone else was falling at his feet. Once that novelty wears off, he'll move on to his next conquest. But she didn't sound entirely convinced of her own assessment. Maybe, Harry said diplomatically. I don't know him well, obviously. What about you? Lily changed the subject. Anyone special back at Ilvermorny? Harry thought of Ginny with a pang. There's someone. It's complicated. Isn't it always? Lily smiled sympathetically. They fell into an easy conversation about classes, with Lily offering advice about the sixth-year professors and curriculum. Harry was struck by how intelligent she was quickly analyzing each professor's teaching style and expectations with remarkable insight. Slughorn will love you if you're any good at potions, she explained. He collects talented students like trophies. I've been part of his slug club since third year. Are you good at potions? Harry asked, already knowing the answer from Slughorn's frequent reminiscences. It's my best subject, Lily acknowledged without false modesty, though I enjoy charms more. What about you? What's your favorite? Defense against the dark arts, Harry replied honestly. I've always had a knack for it. You'll get along with James and Sirius, then, Lily remarked. They're annoyingly talented at defense. Not that I'd ever tell them that. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, still in their practice robes and talking animatedly. James spotted them immediately and made a beeline for their table, his hair even more windswept than usual. Morning, Parker. Evans. He greeted them cheerfully, dropping onto the bench beside Harry. Missed you at practice. The pitch was perfect this morning. Some of us prefer our Sunday mornings, without mud and bludgers. Potter, Lily replied, though without real annoyance. Your loss, James shrugged, loading his plate with everything within reach. You should come to the match next weekend, though. Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff should be an easy win to start the season. Overconfidence before the first match, Lily raised an eyebrow. Bold strategy. Not overconfidence if you can back it up, James winked, then turned to Harry. Seriously, though, Parker, you should come down to the pitch later. See if that seeker talent is genetic. I might, Harry hedged. The rest of the team and the other Marauders joined them, filling the previously quiet table with boisterous conversation and laughter. Harry found himself caught up in a detailed analysis of Hufflepuff's defensive weaknesses, nodding along as James and the Gryffindor captain, Whitby, a burly seventh year, outlined their strategy for the upcoming match. Lily eventually excused herself, mentioning a study group in the library. As she left, Harry noticed James's eyes following her until she disappeared from the Great Hall. You're starring again, Prongs, Sirius commented, elbowing his friend. I am appreciating from a respectful distance, James corrected, returning his attention to his breakfast. There's a difference. Prongs has been appreciating Evans from a distance since third year, Sirius explained to Harry. A tragic case of unrequited obsession. It's not an obsession, James protested. I merely recognize quality when I see it. You've asked her out 47 times, Remus pointed out mildly. Peter's been keeping count. Peter nodded confirmation, looking pleased to be included. 48, if you count the time you enchanted her porridge to spell out, go out with me. I don't count that one, James said with dignity. The spell misfired, and it actually said, go wit me. Not my finest moment. Harry couldn't help but laugh at the image of his father's teenage romantic failures. Maybe try a less direct approach. That's what I keep telling him, Remus agreed. But subtlety isn't exactly Prongs' strong suit. I'm playing the long game, James insisted. She's warming up to me. Did you see? She didn't tell me to shut up once during that entire conversation. A true milestone in romance, Sirius deadpanned. After breakfast, Harry allowed himself to be persuaded to accompany the Marauders to the Quidditch pitch. The day was perfect for flying, clear and crisp, with just enough breeze to be refreshing without interfering with control. James disappeared into the broom shed, emerging with a serviceable-looking clean sweep. Not the latest model, he apologized, handing it to Harry, but it handles decently. Harry accepted the broom, running his fingers along the smooth handle. It was several generations older than even the clean sweeps of his time, but it was a well-maintained example. It's great, thanks. Let's see what you've got, then, James challenged, mounting his own broom, a gleaming Nimbus 1500 that was clearly the pride of his life. Harry kicked off, feeling the familiar rush of joy as the ground fell away beneath him. Flying had always been pure freedom for Harry, one of the few activities that allowed him to escape his troubles completely. Even in this strange time displacement, the sensation remained the same: the wind in his hair, the swooping in his stomach as he banked sharply, the perfect harmony between his body and the broom. He circled the pitch once, getting a feel for the clean sweep's handling, before accelerating into a steep climb, followed by a diving corkscrew that would have given Professor McGonagall heart palpitations when he pulled out of the dive and glided back to where the Marauders hovered. Their expressions ranged from impressed Remus and Peter to calculating James to downright gleeful Sirius. "Not bad, cousin," James acknowledged with newfound respect. "Not bad at all." Merlin's beard. "That was some dive," Peter exclaimed, eyes wide. "I thought you were going to crash." "Definitely a seeker's move," James observed, eyeing Harry with increased interest. "Our current seeker's decent, but graduates this year. You should try out next term." "If I'm still here," Harry reminded him, suddenly conscious of the temporary nature of his situation. "Right," James nodded, looking briefly disappointed. "Well, let's see how you handle some actual seeking, shall we?" Akio practiced snitch. A small golden ball zoomed from a nearby equipment chest into James's outstretched hand. It was slightly larger than a regulation snitch, with wings that beat more slowly. "Training snitch," James explained. "Easier to track, so we don't lose it during practice. First one to catch it wins." "You're on," Harry agreed, unable to resist the challenge despite his earlier reservations. James released the snitch, which hovered between them momentarily before darting away. "Count of 3 before we chase. 1, 2, 3. Both boys shot off in the direction the snitch had disappeared, quickly separating as they searched the pitch. Harry fell into the familiar pattern of scanning for the telltale glint of gold, keeping one eye on James to ensure he hadn't spotted it first. Flying against his father was surreal, but exhilarating. James was good, very good, with a natural grace on a broomstick that matched Harry's own. But Harry had years of seeker-specific training that James lacked, and his eyes were slightly sharper when it came to spotting the tiny fluttering ball, there a flash of gold near the far goalposts. Harry accelerated casually, not wanting to give away the snitch's position with sudden movement. James, however, wasn't fooled, quickly adjusting his course to intercept. What followed was an intricate aerial dance, as both pursued the snitch across the pitch, weaving between goalposts, diving toward the ground only to pull up at the last second, and executing hairpin turns that tested the limits of their broom's handling. Harry spotted Remus, Sirius, and Peter watching from the stands, joined now by several other curious Gryffindors who had wandered down to the pitch during their free time. The snitch suddenly plunged toward the ground, and both Harry and James dove after it. Side by side, they raced downward, neither willing to pull up first. The ground rushed toward them with alarming speed. Harry, who had performed this maneuver countless times, knew exactly how long he could wait. At the last possible moment, he stretched out his hand and closed his fingers around the struggling snitch, pulling up from the dive with inches to spare. James pulled up a split second later, eyes wide with a mixture of alarm and admiration. "Bloody hell, Parker. That was reckless," Harry suggested, holding up the captured snitch with a grin. "Brilliant," James corrected, breaking into a wide smile. "Absolutely brilliant. You're definitely playing seeker somewhere." As they descended to the ground, Harry felt a curious mixture of pride and discomfort. He hadn't meant to show off quite so dramatically, but the competitive instinct had taken over. "That was incredible," Peter exclaimed as they landed, bouncing on his toes with excitement. "I've never seen anyone outfly James before." "I wasn't outflown," James protested, though without heat. "It was a near thing." "You were thoroughly outflown, Prongs," Sirius contradicted cheerfully. "Accept defeat with dignity." "Never," James grinned, clapping Harry on the shoulder. "But I'll accept that my cousin has serious talent. Must be the Potter blood." Harry handed back the snitch, oddly touched by his father's praise. "I got lucky." "That wasn't luck," James shook his head. "That was skill. You should definitely join our practice sessions while you're here." Before Harry could respond, a quiet voice spoke from behind them. "Mr. Parker." They turned to find Professor McGonagall standing at the edge of the pitch, looking much the same as she would 20 years later, though with fewer silver strands in her dark hair. "Professor Dumbledore would like to see you in his office," she informed him, her expression giving nothing away. "The rest of you," she glanced at the Marauders, "try not to destroy anything in Mr. Parker's absence." "We would never, Professor," Sirius replied, with an expression of such exaggerated innocence that McGonagall's lips thinned suspiciously. "Indeed, Mr. Black, I'll believe that when hippogriffs play chess." She turned back to Harry. "This way, Mr. Parker," as Harry followed McGonagall back toward the castle. He glanced over his shoulder to see James already releasing the snitch again, challenging Sirius to catch it this time. The normalcy of the scene teenagers enjoying a Sunday morning contrasted sharply with the gravity of Harry's situation. Something in his expression must have revealed his thoughts, because McGonagall spoke suddenly. "Professor Dumbledore has explained your unique circumstances to me, Mr. Potter." Harry nearly stumbled in surprise. "He told you who I am. He felt I should know, given my position as your head of house in both timelines," McGonagall explained. "Rest assured, your secret is safe. Though I must say, seeing you fly against James Potter was illuminating. The resemblance is remarkable." "You won't tell anyone?" Harry confirmed anxiously. "Of course not." McGonagall looked affronted at the very suggestion. "Time travel is not something to be trifled with. The consequences of interfering with established events can be catastrophic." They walked in silence for a moment before McGonagall added, more gently than Harry had ever heard her speak, "It must be difficult for you, seeing them all." The simple acknowledgement of his situation was unexpectedly moving. "It is," Harry admitted, "but it's also, I never knew them, Professor. Any of them. So it's a gift, too, in a way." McGonagall nodded, her expression softening momentarily before returning to its usual brisk efficiency. "Well, we shall do everything possible to return you to your proper time. Until then, try not to alter the course of history too dramatically, if you please." "I'll do my best," Harry promised, though the weight of that responsibility felt increasingly heavy with each interaction he had in this time. He reached the stone gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office, and McGonagall provided the password, fizzing wispies, before leaving Harry to ascend the spiral staircase alone. Dumbledore was waiting for him, feeding Fawkes small berries from a crystal dish. "Ah, Harry, thank you for coming. I trust you're settling in." "Yes, sir," Harry replied, taking the offered seat. "Everyone's been very welcoming. Indeed, I've observed you integrating quite smoothly with your fellow students." There was a hint of warning in Dumbledore's tone. Perhaps too smoothly. Harry frowned. "I'm not sure what you mean, Professor. Merely caution against becoming too attached," Dumbledore explained gently. "These people, however important they may be to you, exist in a timeline that must proceed as it was meant to. Your presence here is already a significant anomaly. Developing deep emotional connections might make it more difficult for you to maintain the necessary distance." "You mean I shouldn't get to know my parents?" Harry asked, a note of defiance creeping into his voice. "When this might be my only chance," Dumbledore sighed. "I understand the temptation, Harry. Truly, I do. But consider the potential consequences. Every meaningful interaction creates the possibility of change, of altered decisions, different paths taken. I'm being careful," Harry insisted. "I haven't told anyone who I really am." "Well, except Professor McGonagall, but you did that, and I stand by that decision," Dumbledore nodded. "Minerva can be trusted implicitly, and having another informed adult to assist with your situation is prudent. But the more entangled you become in the lives of your parents and their friends, the greater the risk." Harry wanted to argue further, but recognized the wisdom in Dumbledore's concern. He had already felt the pull to interfere, the desire to warn, to protect, to change the terrible fates he knew awaited many of these people. "I understand, Professor," he said finally, "but I can't just isolate myself completely. It would look suspicious." "No, indeed," Dumbledore agreed. "Reasonable social integration is necessary for your cover. I simply advise awareness of the line between observation and intervention." He paused. "Speaking of which, that was quite a display of flying this morning." Harry winced. "You saw that? The headmaster's office offers an excellent view of the Quidditch pitch." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled momentarily. "You fly remarkably like your father. Is that going to be a problem?" Harry asked worriedly. "Should I have held back more?" "What's done is done," Dumbledore said pragmatically. "And I suspect attempting to conceal your natural talents entirely would draw its own kind of attention. Just be mindful moving forward." He stroked Fawkes thoughtfully before continuing. "That's not why I asked you here today, however. I've been researching the Tempus Resonantia, and I've made some progress in understanding how it might be repaired." Harry sat up straighter. "You can fix it." "Not immediately," Dumbledore cautioned. "The magic involved is complex and ancient, but I believe I've identified the basic principles of its operation. The device creates a connection between moments of strong emotional significance in a person's timeline. Your arrival here in 1976 suggests this period has particular resonance with your personal history. It's when my parents were at Hogwarts," Harry nodded. "Of course it's significant." "Precisely. Now, to repair the artifact would require several rare components, including essence of Time Turner, powdered moonstone collected during a lunar eclipse, and most challenging, the freely given memory of someone who has experienced time displacement." "My memory would work." "It would," Dumbledore confirmed. "But integrating these elements requires specific astronomical conditions. The next viable opportunity would be the winter solstice, when the veil between time streams is naturally thinner." Harry's heart sank. "The winter solstice, that's months away." "December 21st, Dumbledore nodded. I'm afraid temporal magic is not something to be rushed, Harry. The consequences of an improperly executed return could be far worse than a few months' displacement. Harry nodded, trying to hide his disappointment. Part of him had been hoping for a quick solution, a way to minimize the risk of altering the timeline. Another part, however, a part he was reluctant to acknowledge, felt a guilty relief at having more time with his parents. There's another matter I wish to discuss, Dumbledore continued, his expression growing more serious. Have you noticed anything unusual during your brief time here at Hogwarts? Any events that seem out of place? Harry thought back over the past 2 days. Nothing specific, sir. Why do you ask? There have been reports of students experiencing unusual periods of drowsiness, followed by gaps in their memory, Dumbledore explained. Nothing severe enough to raise significant alarm yet, but concerning nonetheless. You think something's happening to them during these memory gaps? Harry asked, immediately alert. This must be the beginning of the mysterious disappearances mentioned in his chapter outline. I'm not certain, Dumbledore admitted. It may be nothing more than the stress of academic pressure, or perhaps a mild enchantment gone awry. But given your unique perspective, both as a newcomer and as someone with knowledge of the future, you might notice patterns that others would miss. You want me to keep an eye out, Harry confirmed. Discreetly, yes, Dumbledore nodded. Without, of course, actively investigating or inserting yourself into potentially dangerous situations. A twinkle in his eyes suggested he was well aware of Harry's propensity for exactly that. I'll be careful, Harry promised. But sir, do you think this could be related to Voldemort? To Death Eater activity? A shadow crossed Dumbledore's face. It's too early to draw such conclusions. Lord Voldemort's influence is growing, certainly, but Hogwarts remains well protected. Still, vigilance is always prudent. Harry nodded, mind already racing with possibilities. Students with memory gaps could mean many things in the wizarding world, anything from simple confundus charms to more sinister magic, like the Imperious Curse. Is there anything else I should know, Professor? He asked. Anything from this time period that might be significant? Dumbledore considered the question carefully. The First War is escalating, though not yet at its height. Within these walls, students are still relatively sheltered from the worst of it, but tensions are growing. Family allegiances are becoming more pronounced. You'll likely notice divisions forming, particularly between certain Slytherin students and the rest of the school. Harry thought of Snape and his future Death Eater friends. I understand. Remember, Harry, Dumbledore added, knowledge of the future is a heavy burden, but also a responsibility. Use it wisely and sparingly. With that cryptic advice, their meeting concluded. As Harry descended the spiral staircase, his mind was crowded with competing concerns. The months he would spend in this time, the mysterious memory gaps affecting students, and most of all, the intoxicating yet dangerous opportunity to truly know his parents. Dumbledore's warning echoed in his thoughts. Getting too close, becoming too involved, could have unforeseen consequences for the timeline. But maintaining emotional distance from his own family, from people he had longed to know his entire life, seemed an almost impossible task. Lost in these reflections, Harry didn't immediately notice the figure waiting at the bottom of the staircase until he nearly collided with them. Sorry, I wasn't, he began, then stopped short when he recognized who stood before him. Severus Snape, teenage, lanky, and hook-nosed as ever, but with a less pronounced bitterness in his sallow features, regarded Harry with unconcealed suspicion. Parker, isn't it? Snape said, his voice already carrying the silky quality it would maintain into adulthood. Curious how you appear out of nowhere, bearing such a striking resemblance to Potter. Harry stiffened, instinctively reaching for his wand before stopping himself. This wasn't his professor. This was a 16-year-old boy who had no idea of the role he would play in Harry's life. Coincidence, Harry replied shortly. Distant relation. Indeed, Snape's dark eyes narrowed. Very distant, I would think, for no one to have mentioned you before. And yet, here you are, instantly accepted into Potter's little gang. Is there something you wanted? Harry asked, struggling to keep his tone neutral. Snape studied him for a long moment before responding. Merely satisfying my curiosity about Hogwarts' newest celebrity. You've caused quite a stir in a short time, transfer student, Potter's cousin. And now, I hear, a flying prodigy. I'm not looking for attention, Harry said honestly. No, Snape's lip curled slightly. You'll find it difficult to avoid in present company. Potter and Black live for the spotlight. Before Harry could respond, footsteps approached from around the corner, and James appeared, slightly breathless. There you are, Parker. We've been, he broke off, noticing Snape. His expression immediately hardened. Snivellus, bothering my cousin already. Simply making conversation, Potter, Snape replied coldly. Welcoming the newest addition to your fan club. James took a step forward, hand moving toward his wand. Watch it, Snape. Or what? Snape challenged, his own hand disappearing into his robes. Stop it, both of you, Harry interjected, moving between them. The last thing he needed was to witness, or worse, participate in another confrontation between his father and Snape. James, I'm ready to go. Snape was just leaving. Snape's dark eyes lingered on Harry's face for an uncomfortably long moment, as if trying to solve a puzzle. Interesting, he murmured. Very interesting. With a final contemptuous glance at James, he turned and strode away, black robes billowing behind him. Greasy git, James muttered, watching him go. Was he giving you trouble? Nothing I couldn't handle, Harry assured him, trying to process the strange encounter. Had Snape noticed something off about him? Could he somehow sense the connection between them? Snape's got a chip on his shoulder the size of a hippogriff, James explained as they headed back toward Gryffindor Tower. Especially where I'm concerned. Best to avoid him when possible. Harry nodded, not trusting himself to comment on the complex relationship between James and Snape without revealing too much. Anyway, James continued, his mood brightening. You missed it. Sirius tried your diving move and nearly crashed into the commentator's box. Then Marlene showed up and said she could do better, which of course meant everyone had to take turns trying. Even Mooney had a go, though he pretended to be reluctant about it. As James chattered on about their flying adventures, Harry felt the weight of his earlier conversation with Dumbledore pressing upon him. He was already more involved with these people than was prudent, already caring about them far more than was safe for the timeline. Now, there was the additional complication of Snape's suspicion and the mysterious case of students with memory gaps. Harry's brief hope for a simple, quiet existence while waiting for the winter solstice was rapidly evaporating. But then, when had anything in his life ever been simple or quiet? As they reached the portrait hole, Harry resolved to be more cautious moving forward, to observe more and interact less. Despite the powerful pull he felt toward these people who should have been his family. Password, the fat lady requested. Fortuna Major, James replied. As the portrait swung open, he turned to Harry with a grin. Ready for your first day of classes tomorrow. Fair warning, Monday starts with double potions with the Slytherins. Harry groaned internally. Of course it did. because apparently some things in the Hogwarts experience remained constant across decades. Time travel, mysterious memory losses, suspicious Snape, and double potions with Slytherins on Monday morning. Harry could already tell that his stay in 1976 was going to be anything but boring. Harry's first week of classes in 1976 was both familiar and strange. The subjects were the same, but the teaching styles and content differed subtly from what he had experienced in his own time. Professor Slughorn was just as effusive and connection-oriented. Professor Flitwick equally enthusiastic about charms, and Professor McGonagall as strict but fair as ever. The defense against the dark arts professor, however, was new to Harry, a severe-looking witch named Professor Winterstone, who regarded her students with perpetual suspicion. She thinks everyone's secretly practicing dark arts. Sirius whispered to Harry during their first lesson as Winterstone peered at a Hufflepuff girl's wand movements with narrowed eyes. Bit paranoid, but knows her stuff. Former Auror, James added from Harry's other side. Supposedly worked undercover, infiltrating dark wizard groups before taking the teaching position. Harry nodded, understanding the professor's vigilance better. If she had been an Auror during the first rise of Voldemort, her caution made perfect sense. Professor Winterstone's sharp gaze fell on their whispering group. Potter, Black, and Parker, is it? Perhaps you'd like to demonstrate the shield charm we've been discussing. James and Sirius exchanged confident glances. Happy to, Professor. James volunteered, standing and moving to the front of the classroom with his characteristic self-assurance. Harry followed more cautiously, aware that all eyes were on the new student and his supposed magical abilities. Nonverbal spells only, Winterstone instructed. Potter, you'll cast the shield. Black, a mild jinx to test it. Parker, observe and be prepared to step in. Harry watched as James took a dueling stance, his expression of cocky confidence so reminiscent of Sirius in the Department of Mysteries that it gave Harry a jolt. With a flourish of his wand that was slightly more showy than necessary, James cast a non-verbal pratigo. Sirius grinned wickedly and flicked his wand. A jet of red light, likely a stinging jinx, shot toward James, only to rebound off an invisible barrier. The shield held, though it flickered slightly under the impact. Adequate, Professor Winterstone assessed, somehow making the word sound like faint praise. Parker, your turn to cast. Potter will jinx. Harry took James's place, raising his wand and focusing on the shield charm. After years of teaching Dumbledore's army and fighting Death Eaters, non-verbal shields were second nature to him. He cast the spell without effort, feeling the familiar sensation of magical protection settling around him. James's jinx, stronger than Sirius's, had been splashed harmlessly against Harry's shield, which remained solid and unwavering. Professor Winterstone's eyebrows rose slightly. Well executed, Parker. Ilvermorny teaches solid defensive magic, it seems. She turned to the class. Note the difference in shield stability. Potter's shield was functional, but flickered on impact. Parker's remained consistent. What does this indicate? Lily's hand shot up. Focus and intent, Professor. A shield is only as strong as the caster's concentration. Correct, Miss Evans. 5 points to Gryffindor. Winterstone nodded approvingly. Defensive magic requires absolute focus. In a real combat situation, a moment's distraction can be fatal. As they returned to their seats, James nudged Harry. Nice shield. Where'd you learn to cast like that? Practice, Harry replied vaguely. He could hardly explain that he'd learned from fighting actual Death Eaters. More than practice, Remus commented thoughtfully from across the aisle. That was experience. Harry felt a flutter of unease at Remus's perceptiveness. "We had a good defense professor last year," he improvised. Very practical approach. Remus didn't look entirely convinced, but let the subject drop as Professor Winterstone called for their attention again. Throughout the rest of the lesson, Harry felt Remus's thoughtful gaze on him occasionally, and he made a mental note to be more careful about displaying advanced skills. The last thing he needed was to raise suspicions among the very people he was trying to blend in with. At the end of the week, Harry had settled into a routine that felt almost normal. He attended classes with the Marauders, spent evenings in the Gryffindor common room, and even participated in a casual Quidditch scrimmage on Wednesday afternoon. He was careful to maintain his cover story and to appear competent, but not exceptional, in his classwork, though this proved challenging in defense against the dark arts, where his instincts and experience occasionally betrayed his advanced knowledge. Friday evening found the sixth-year Gryffindors gathered around the fire in the common room, celebrating the end of their first full week of classes. Sirius had somehow procured a case of butterbeer, and James was distributing it with theatrical flourish. To surviving Winterstone's surprise quiz, he toasted, raising his bottle, and Slughorn's endless name-dropping added Marley. In McGonagall's 12-inch essay on animagus theory, Peter groaned. This, Harry noticed a significant glance pass between the Marauders, a silent communication that excluded everyone else present. It reminded Harry of their imminent full moon adventure, which he knew occurred around this time, based on his chapter outline. Speaking of which, Remus said, smoothly changing the subject, "Has anyone else noticed Abbott from Hufflepuff acting strangely lately?" Abbott Lily frowned. "Now that you mention it, he missed prefect rounds on Tuesday without explanation. That's not like him. He was in potions yesterday, but seemed really out of it," Alice noted. Slughorn asked him a question twice before he even realized someone was talking to him. Harry's attention sharpened, remembering Dumbledore's warning about students experiencing unexplained drowsiness and memory gaps. "Out of it how?" "Tired, confused. Both, I guess," Alice replied, looking thoughtful. Like he'd been woken from a deep sleep and couldn't quite remember where he was. Probably just stayed up too late studying, Sirius suggested dismissively. NEWT years got everyone stressed. Abbott's not the only one, Lily said quietly. Mary Donald from our year had a similar episode in the library on Wednesday. She was fine 1 minute, then suddenly became disoriented and couldn't remember how she got there. Maybe someone's experimenting with Confundus charms, James suggested, half joking. Wouldn't put it past some of the Slytherins, Sirius muttered darkly. Harry remained silent, cataloging these incidents in his mind. They aligned perfectly with what Dumbledore had described students experiencing mysterious symptoms with no clear cause. He wondered if he should mention these specific cases to the headmaster. "Anyway," James said, clearing his throat and glancing at his watch. "Moony, didn't you say you needed to finish that star chart for astronomy?" Remus nodded, catching the hint. "Right. Should probably head to the library before it closes." "I'll come with you," Peter volunteered quickly. "I need to check a reference for herbology." Harry watched this transparent excuse unfold, knowing exactly what was really happening. The full moon must be tonight, and they were setting up Remus's monthly alibi. Sure enough, Remus did look paler than usual, with shadows under his eyes and a slight tremor in his hands as he gathered his books. "I could use some library time too," Harry found himself saying, then immediately wondered if he'd made a mistake. Was he interfering by inserting himself into their full moon ritual. James and Sirius exchanged a quick look that Harry couldn't interpret. "Actually, Parker," Sirius said smoothly, "I was hoping you could help me with that shield charm variation. You know, the one Winterstone mentioned. Maybe another time," Harry backtracked. "The transfiguration essay is more urgent." An awkward silence fell, broken by Lily standing up. "I'm heading to the library anyway. I'll walk with you, Remus." "Thanks," Remus said, with obvious relief. Harry couldn't tell if the relief was from having a prefect escort to legitimize his library story, or from Harry's withdrawal of his offer to accompany them. As Remus and Peter left with Lily, Harry noticed James and Sirius having another silent exchange. He pretended not to see, focusing instead on his half-finished transfiguration essay. Evening progressed, with students gradually drifting up to their dormitories. Harry maintained his position by the fire, working steadily through his assignments, while occasionally glancing at his watch. He knew from experience that the Marauders wouldn't leave for the Shrieking Shack until after curfew, when the common room was empty. Sure enough, around 11 o'clock, when only a few seventh-years remained studying in the corner, James stretched elaborately and announced, "I'm turning in." "Coming, Padfoot." "Right behind you," Sirius yawned theatrically. Harry nodded goodnight to them, but remained where he was, wondering what would happen next. Would they sneak out under the invisibility cloak? Use the secret passage behind the mirror on the 4th floor? Didn't have to wait long to find out. Barely 20 minutes later, as the last of the 7th-years packed up their books, Harry heard the soft creak of footsteps on the boys' staircase. Glancing up, he saw nothing, but the faint shimmer of air near the portrait hole told him all he needed to know. James and Sirius were under the invisibility cloak, making their way out. Harry faced a dilemma. Should he follow them? His instinct was to keep his distance, to let this night unfold as it always had for the Marauders, without his interference. But another part of him, the part that had always been drawn to understanding his parents' lives, urged him to witness this significant part of their history. Before he could decide, the matter was settled for him. As the portrait hole swung open for seemingly no one, a small piece of parchment fluttered to the floor. After the portrait closed, Harry retrieved it, finding a hastily scrawled note. "Parker, we know you're curious. Follow if you want, but don't get caught. North Tower, 15 minutes. P." Harry stared at the note in surprise. They were inviting him. Or was it a test? Curiosity won out. He waited 5 minutes, then made his way to the portrait hole, careful to check that the common room was truly empty before leaving. The corridors of Hogwarts were eerily silent as Harry navigated the familiar path toward the North Tower. He moved cautiously, wishing he had his own invisibility cloak, or at least the Marauders' map, to avoid patrolling teachers. When he reached the base of the North Tower, he found it deserted. Had he misunderstood the note? Or had this been a ruse to get him out of the common room for some reason? "Parker," a whisper came from a shadowy alcove to his left. James emerged, the invisibility cloak draped over one arm. "You came," he said, sounding part surprised, part impressed. "Your note was intriguing," Harry replied. "What's going on?" James studied him for a long moment, as if making a final assessment. "Remus is sick," he said finally. "He gets sick regularly. Peter's keeping him company in the hospital wing, and Sirius and I are going to visit." It was the standard cover story, Harry knew, but clearly a test to see how he would respond. "After curfew?" he asked, playing along. "Won't Madame Pomfrey throw you out?" "We have our ways," James replied, with a hint of the marauder pride Harry knew so well. "The question is, Why did you want to come to the library with Remus earlier? And why are you following us now? There was an edge to the question that surprised Harry. I just wanted to be helpful, he said honestly. Is that a problem? Depends, James said, his usual friendly demeanor now guarded. Remus's condition is private. We don't appreciate people prying. Harry realized with a start that James suspected him of knowing or trying to discover Remus's secret. The Marauders were protecting their friend, just as they always had. I wasn't prying, Harry assured him. I genuinely needed to go to the library. Right, James said skeptically. And you just happened to offer when Remus was going. Is there a problem with that? Harry asked, beginning to feel genuinely confused by the hostility. Before James could respond, a soft growl came from the stairwell above them. Sirius emerged, his expression dark. What's he doing here, Prongs? He demanded. We agreed. He followed your note, James explained, still watching Harry closely. My note? Sirius looked confused. I didn't leave any note. Harry pulled the parchment from his pocket. This wasn't from you. Sirius snatched it, scanned the contents, and swore under his breath. P for Padfoot. I'm guessing it's supposed to be. This isn't my handwriting. James took the note, examined it, and his expression hardened. Someone's playing games. Parker, did you write this yourself? What? No, Harry protested. Why would I do that? To follow us, to find out where we go every month, Sirius suggested, advancing on Harry with undisguised suspicion. To learn Remus's secret. Harry backed up, hands raised. I don't know what you're talking about. I found that note by the portrait hole after you left. Convenient, Sirius said coldly. Very convenient that you were still in the common room waiting, and that a mysterious note just happened to appear. Harry felt the situation spiraling out of control. The Marauders thought he was spying on them, trying to expose Remus as a werewolf. The irony was almost painful that he, the son of one Marauder and godson of another, was being accused of threatening their secret. I swear I'm not trying to. Save it, Sirius cut him off. We've been watching you, Parker. The way you look at us sometimes, like you know something. The questions you ask. Your convenient appearance at Hogwarts. Your story about being James's distant cousin. Sirius, James warned, placing a restraining hand on his friend's arm. No, Prongs. We need to know, Sirius insisted. Is someone paying you to spy on us? Snape, maybe. Or are you just the nosy type who can't mind his own business? Harry felt a flare of anger. I'm not spying on anyone, and I'm certainly not working with Snape. Then explain the note, James demanded. Explain why you were so eager to follow Remus earlier. I can't explain the note, Harry admitted. But I wasn't following Remus specifically. I genuinely needed to go to the library. Do you know, James asked abruptly, about Remus's condition? Harry hesitated. Denying knowledge would be the safest course. It would diffuse their suspicions without revealing his foreknowledge. But something in him rebelled against lying to his father, even by omission. He began, then stopped as a new voice joined the conversation. What's going on here? Professor McGonagall stood at the end of the corridor, her wand lit and her expression forbidding. 3 students out of bed after curfew. Explain yourselves immediately. James, with the practiced ease of someone accustomed to talking his way out of trouble, turned to her with an apologetic smile. Sorry, Professor. Parker here was feeling homesick, and we thought some fresh air might help. My fault entirely. McGonagall's stern gaze swept over the 3 of them, lingering on Harry. Is that so, Mr. Parker? Harry, recognizing the lifeline James was offering despite their confrontation, nodded. Yes, Professor. I was having trouble sleeping. James and Sirius were just trying to help. By breaking curfew, McGonagall raised an eyebrow. A curious form of assistance. 5 points from Gryffindor for each of you, and back to your dormitory immediately. Yes, Professor, they chorused. As they turned to leave, McGonagall added, Mr. Parker, if you continue to have difficulties adjusting, please speak with me or Professor Dumbledore during appropriate hours. Harry nodded, catching her subtle message. She was reminding him to be careful, to avoid drawing attention or changing the established patterns of the past. The walk back to Gryffindor Tower was tense and silent. Only when they were safely through the portrait hole did James speak again. This isn't over, Parker, but it'll have to wait. He glanced at his watch. We're already late. We're visiting Remus, Harry asked, maintaining the pretense. James didn't answer, merely exchanging a pointed look with Sirius. You two go ahead, Harry said, sensing they needed to be alone to recalibrate their plans for the full moon. I really am tired. Without waiting for a response, he headed up the stairs to the dormitory, his mind racing. The encounter had gone very differently than he'd expected. Rather than witnessing the Marauders' full moon adventure, he'd managed to place himself firmly under their suspicion. And that note, who could have written it? Someone who knew the Marauders' secret and wanted to cause trouble. The obvious suspect was Snape, but Harry's instincts told him this was something else entirely. Lying in bed, listening to James, and Sirius whispering urgently before slipping out again, Harry tried to make sense of it all. The mysterious note, the students with memory gaps, and now the Marauders' suspicion of him. Was it all connected somehow? Or was he simply experiencing the natural complications of being an anomaly in time? Sleep eluded him for hours as these questions circled in his mind. When he finally drifted off, his dreams were troubled, fragmented images of the Marauders transforming, of students with blank eyes wandering the corridors, and of the broken hourglass pulsing with golden light. Next morning, Harry awoke late to find the dormitory empty, unsurprising, as the Marauders would have spent the night in the Shrieking Shack with Remus. He dressed quickly and headed down to breakfast, where he found Lily, Marlene, and Alice already at the Gryffindor table. Morning, he greeted them, sliding onto the bench across from Lily. The others still asleep, James and Sirius. Almost certainly, Lily replied. It's their Saturday ritual to sleep till noon. Peter, too, usually. And Remus is in the hospital wing, Marlene added. His mother's ill again, and visiting her always exhausts him. Harry nodded, recognizing the well-established cover story. Is she very sick? He seems to visit often. Chronic condition, Alice explained sympathetically. Remus doesn't talk about it much, but it must be serious. He looks terrible every time he returns. Harry noticed Lily's slight frown at this conversation and wondered if she had guessed Remus's secret. She was certainly clever enough to put the pieces together. Anyway, Marlene changed the subject. Hogsmeade weekend coming up. First one of the term. You coming, Parker? I should be, Harry replied, helping himself to toast and eggs. I need to pick up some supplies. We usually go as a group, Alice explained. Though James will undoubtedly ask Lily to go with him alone, as he does every single time. And I will decline, as I do every single time, Lily added, though Harry thought her tone lacked its usual conviction. Actually, Marlene leaned forward conspiratorially. Rumor has it he's not going to ask this time. Lily looked up from her porridge with poorly disguised interest. Really? Why not? New strategy, apparently, Marlene grinned. According to the Ravenclaw girls, who heard it from Kingsley Shacklebolt, who overheard Sirius talking, James has decided to give you space to realize your feelings on your own. Lily scoffed, though a faint blush colored her cheeks. As if I need space to realize, I find him insufferable. He's not so bad, Harry found himself saying before he could stop himself. I mean, he can be a bit much sometimes, but he's also decent. 3 pairs of eyes turned to him with varying degrees of surprise. Defending your cousin? Alice asked with a teasing smile. Just giving an honest assessment, Harry shrugged, trying to appear casual despite his internal panic at having spoken up for his father. Well, I suppose he has improved marginally since 5th year, Lily admitted reluctantly. At least he stopped hexing first years for entertainment. High praise indeed, Marlene laughed. Harry was saved from further comment by the arrival of the morning mail, as dozens of owls swooped into the great hall. To his surprise, a handsome tawny owl landed in front of him, offering a small scroll tied with purple ribbon. Got an admirer already, Parker. Marlene teased as Harry untied the message. Doubtful, Harry replied, unrolling the parchment to find Dumbledore's slanted handwriting. Mr. Parker, please join me in my office this afternoon at 2 o'clock to discuss your adjustment to Hogwarts. The password remains unchanged. ID, just from Dumbledore, Harry explained, tucking the note away. Checking on my transition, I suppose. After breakfast, Harry decided to spend the morning by the lake, enjoying the September sunshine while it lasted. The grounds were peaceful on Saturday mornings, with most students either sleeping in or studying in the library. As he settled under a beech tree with a defense against the dark arts textbook, Harry noticed a group of Slytherins near the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Among them, he recognized the lanky figure of Severus Snape, along with several others who looked vaguely familiar, likely future Death Eaters. Harry realized with a chill. They appeared to be engaged in intense conversation, occasionally glancing around as if to ensure they weren't being overheard. One of them, a tall, aristocratic-looking boy with white blonde hair that could only belong to Malfoy, seemed to be doing most of the talking, gesturing emphatically. Harry's curiosity piqued. Could this be related to the mysterious incidents happening around the school? He wished he had his invisibility cloak or extendable ears to listen in. As if sensing his attention, Snape suddenly looked up, his dark eyes locking with Harry's across the distance. The intensity of his gaze was unsettling, and Harry had the distinct impression that Snape was trying to figure him out, to penetrate the mystery of the new student who looked so much like his nemesis. After a moment, Snape turned back to his companions, saying something that caused them all to look in Harry's direction. Feeling distinctly uncomfortable, Harry returned his attention to his book, though he kept the Slytherins in his peripheral vision. Eventually, the group broke up, with most heading back toward the castle. Snape, however, lingered behind, and to Harry's surprise, began walking purposefully in his direction. Harry tensed, his hand moving instinctively toward his wand. While he knew he shouldn't antagonize Snape, years of mutual animosity made it difficult to remain calm as the Slytherin approached. Parker, Snape greeted him coldly when he was a few feet away. Enjoying the sunshine. Just studying, Harry replied neutrally, holding up his textbook. Fence against the dark arts, Snape noted, his eyes narrowing slightly. A particular interest of yours. It's a useful subject, Harry said, wondering where this conversation was leading. Snape made a non-committal sound, then, seemingly changing topics, asked, "How long have you known Potter and his friends?" The abruptness of the question caught Harry off guard. "About a week, since I arrived. And yet you've integrated yourself so thoroughly into their group," Snape observed. "Quite remarkable." James's family, Harry pointed out. Distant cousin, but still. Yes, so I've heard. Snape's tone suggested he found this explanation less than convincing. Curious that no one had mentioned you before your sudden appearance. We haven't been close, Harry repeated the now familiar explanation. Different branches of the family. Indeed, Snape studied him for a long moment. You know, Parker, you don't much act like a Potter. They tend toward showmanship. You seem more reserved, almost as if you're hiding something. Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the pleasant September breeze. Snape had always been perceptive, even as a teenager. Not hiding, Harry responded carefully. Just adjusting. To Hogwarts, or to your newfound relatives, Snape pressed. I notice you watch them sometimes with an odd expression, almost like longing, or perhaps guilt. Harry stood up abruptly, unnerved by Snape's unexpected insight. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't you? Snape's lips curled into a mirthless smile. I think you do. I think there's more to Harry Parker than a simple transfer student, and I intend to find out what. With that ominous declaration, Snape turned and strode away, leaving Harry shaken and increasingly concerned. Snape's suspicion, combined with the Marauders' wariness from the previous night, was creating a precarious situation. If too many people began questioning his story or his behavior, his entire purpose here could be compromised. He gathered his books and headed back to the castle, resolving to be more careful in his interactions moving forward. Perhaps Dumbledore would have advice on managing these growing suspicions. As he crossed the entrance hall, Harry noticed a small commotion near the marble staircase. A group of students surrounded someone sitting on the bottom step, looking disoriented. What happened? Harry heard a prefect asking. I don't know, came the confused reply from a Ravenclaw girl Harry didn't recognize. I was on my way to the library, and then I was here. I don't remember coming down the stairs at all. Harry moved closer, his attention sharpened by another instance of the mysterious memory gaps Dumbledore had mentioned. Maybe you just weren't paying attention, someone suggested. The girl shook her head. No, it's like there's a complete blank. 1 minute I was on the 4th floor, the next I was here, and it's almost an hour later. Madame Pomfrey arrived, quickly assessing the girl. Another one, she murmured, seemingly to herself. Come along, dear. Let's get you to the hospital wing. As they moved past Harry, he heard the matron ask, Did you feel unusually drowsy beforehand? Or notice any strange smells or tastes? The girl's response was lost as they ascended the staircase, but Harry had heard enough to confirm this was part of the same pattern. Students experiencing sudden drowsiness followed by lost time and disorientation. The incidents were becoming more frequent, or at least more noticeable. After lunch, Harry made his way to Dumbledore's office, his mind churning with everything he needed to discuss. The Marauder's suspicion, Snape's unsettling perceptiveness, and the increasing frequency of these mysterious memory incidents. Fizzing Whizbees, he told the gargoyle, which leapt aside to reveal the spiral staircase. Dumbledore was not alone when Harry entered the circular office. Professor McGonagall stood by the fireplace, engaged in what appeared to be a serious conversation with the headmaster. Ah, Mr. Parker, Dumbledore greeted him. Thank you for coming. As you can see, Professor McGonagall has joined us today. We were just discussing the very matter I wished to consult you about. The students with memory gaps, Harry guessed. Indeed, Dumbledore nodded. You've noticed them as well. Harry described what he had witnessed in the entrance hall that morning, as well as the comments about Abbott and Mary Mac, Donald, from the previous evening. 3 more cases in 2 days, McGonagall said gravely. That makes 7 in total since term began. No common factor among the affected students? Harry asked. Different houses, different years. No shared classes or activities, McGonagall confirmed. The only commonality is the nature of the episodes themselves, sudden drowsiness, followed by a period of lost time ranging from 30 minutes to several hours, during which they have no memory of their actions or whereabouts, Dumbledore added, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Most concerning. Has anything like this happened before? Harry asked. In Hogwarts history, I mean. There have been isolated incidents of memory charms gone awry, Dumbledore replied. But nothing of this systematic nature. Madame Pomfrey has examined each student thoroughly and found no evidence of conventional spellwork or potions. Could it be related to outside influences? Harry asked carefully, not wanting to directly mention Voldemort or Death Eaters with McGonagall present, unsure how much Dumbledore had told her about his future knowledge. Dumbledore's blue eyes met his with understanding. A reasonable question, Mr. Parker. While we cannot rule out external factors, Hogwarts protections remain strong against such infiltration. We're increasing patrols and implementing a buddy system for students moving between classes, McGonagall added. But without knowing the cause, our preventative measures are somewhat limited. I was hoping, Dumbledore said, turning his full attention to Harry, that you might have some insight, given your unique perspective. Does any of this sound familiar to you from your historical studies? Harry understood the careful phrasing. Dumbledore was asking if these events were something he recognized from his knowledge of this time period. No, sir, Harry admitted. Nothing like this was ever mentioned in any historical accounts I've read. Dumbledore nodded, looking troubled. Then we may be dealing with a new phenomenon, or perhaps something that was successfully resolved without becoming widely known. I'll keep watching, Harry promised, and let you know if I notice anything else unusual. Thank you, Mr. Parker. Dumbledore turned to McGonagall. Minerva, would you mind giving us a few minutes? I believe Mr. Parker may have other matters to discuss. McGonagall nodded, giving Harry a meaningful look as she left. Remember what we discussed about maintaining a low profile, Mr. Parker. Once she had gone, Dumbledore gestured for Harry to sit. You seem troubled, Harry. More than these mysterious incidents would account for. Harry hesitated, then explained his confrontation with the Marauders the previous night, and Snape's unsettling observations that morning. I think they're both starting to suspect something's off about me, he concluded. I'm not sure how much longer my cover story will hold. Dumbledore listened attentively, his expression thoughtful. The note is particularly concerning, he mused. Someone is deliberately attempting to create conflict between you and the Marauders. As for Mr. Snape's observations, he has always been unusually perceptive. What should I do? Harry asked. I can't avoid them. That would look even more suspicious. No, avoidance would only fuel their curiosity, Dumbledore agreed. I think the best approach is honesty, selective honesty, of course. Sir, with the Marauders, I suggest acknowledging that you've observed patterns in Remus's absences, but assuring them you have no intention of exposing his secret. This has the benefit of being entirely true while explaining your apparent awareness. And Snape, Dumbledore sighed, a more delicate situation. Mr. Snape already harbors deep suspicion of James Potter and his friends. Your resemblance to James and your sudden integration into their group naturally triggers that suspicion. I would advise minimal engagement while remaining cordial. Harry nodded, seeing the wisdom in this approach. There's one more thing, Professor. The winter solstice seems very far away right now. Is there any chance of finding a way home sooner? Dumbledore's expression softened with sympathy. I continue to research alternatives, Harry, but temporal magic is extraordinarily complex and dangerous. Rushing the process could result in catastrophic consequences, not just for you, but potentially for the entire timeline. Harry nodded, having expected this answer, but feeling disappointed nonetheless. I understand, sir. I know this is difficult, Dumbledore said gently. To be so close to those you've lost, yet unable to truly connect with them or warn them of what's to come. It is a burden few could bear with the grace you've shown. The kindness in his tone nearly undid Harry's composure. Sometimes I wonder if I should try to change things, he admitted quietly. Save them somehow. The temptation must be immense, Dumbledore acknowledged. But consider this, Harry, the future you come from, for all its pain and loss, resulted in the defeat of Voldemort. Any change you make, however well-intentioned, could unravel that victory and lead to something far worse. I know, Harry sighed. It's just seeing them, knowing what's coming. Use this time to understand them, Dumbledore suggested. To know them as they truly were, not just as the idealized figures of memory. That knowledge is a gift in itself, even if you cannot save them from their fates. Harry nodded, trying to take comfort in this perspective. After a few more minutes of discussion about his classes and adjustment to 1976 Hogwarts, he left Dumbledore's office with a clearer plan for handling the Marauders' suspicions, if not an easier heart. When Harry returned to Gryffindor Tower late that afternoon, he found James, Sirius, and Peter in the common room, huddled in a corner and speaking in low voices. They fell silent as he approached, regarding him with varying degrees of wariness. Can we talk? Harry asked without preamble. James and Sirius exchanged glances before James nodded. Let's go somewhere more private. They led Harry up to their dormitory, which was empty, Remus presumably still recovering in the hospital wing after his transformation. Once inside, James cast a quick Muffliato charm to ensure they wouldn't be overheard. All right, Parker, Sirius began, arms crossed defensively. You wanted to talk. Talk. Harry took a deep breath, recalling Dumbledore's advice about selective honesty. I know about Remus, he said simply. The reaction was immediate. Peter gasped. Sirius's hand moved toward his wand, and James stepped forward with a dangerous glint in his eye. Know what exactly? James demanded. That he's a werewolf, Harry stated calmly. And before you deny it or threaten me, I want you to know that I have absolutely no intention of telling anyone. His secret is safe with me. How did you find out? Sirius asked, his voice hard. I observed, Harry replied, sticking as close to truth as possible. The pattern of his absences coinciding with the full moon, his appearance before and after the pallor, the exhaustion, the scars on his arms. It wasn't difficult to piece together if you know what to look for, and you just happened to be looking for signs of lycanthropy in a student you just met. James asked skeptically. Harry shook his head. I wasn't looking specifically, but I've encountered werewolves before. The signs are familiar to me. This was true enough. He had indeed known Remus as a werewolf in his own time, though not in the way they would assume. And that note, Sirius pressed, the one that tried to lure you to the North Tower last night. I honestly don't know who sent it, Harry insisted. I assumed it was from one of you until you said otherwise. The three Marauders exchanged glances, having one of those silent conversations that close friends can conduct without words. Let's say we believe you didn't write the note yourself, James said finally. Why tell us that you know about Remus? Why not keep that information to yourself? Because I want you to trust me, Harry answered honestly. And because I think someone is trying to drive a wedge between us, for reasons I don't understand. Us, Sirius raised an eyebrow. There's no us, Parker. You've been here a week. Fine, between me and you three, Harry corrected, trying to control his frustration. It was bizarre to be treated as an outsider by the very people who should have been closest to him. The point is, I'm not a threat to Remus or any of you. I respect what you're doing for him, standing by him, keeping his secret. It's what real friends do. Something in his tone must have conveyed his sincerity, because the hostility in the room noticeably diminished. And if we believe you, James said slowly, what then? What do you want from us? Nothing, Harry replied. Just to clear the air. To not have you looking at me like I'm about to betray your best friend at any moment. James studied him for a long moment, hazel eyes, so similar to Harry's own, searching his face for deception. Whatever he saw there seemed to satisfy him, because he finally nodded. All right, Parker. For now, we'll take you at your word. But if we find out you're lying, or if word of Remus's condition starts spreading around the school, it won't, Harry promised. Not from me. Sirius still looked skeptical, but he followed James's lead, nodding grudgingly. I suppose you've had plenty of opportunities to expose him already, if that was your plan. Exactly, Harry agreed, relieved at this small measure of acceptance. So, are we good? We're cautiously optimistic, James decided, a hint of his usual smile returning. And I suppose we owe you an apology for the ambush last night. It's forgotten, Harry assured him, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. One crisis averted, at least. There's still the question of who sent that note, though, Sirius pointed out. Someone who knows Remus's secret and wants to cause trouble. Nape, Peter suggested, speaking up for the first time. James frowned. Maybe. He's been suspicious of Remus's absences for years. But why target Parker specifically? Because I'm new, Harry suggested. An unknown variable. Or because you're connected to James, Sirius mused. Snape would love to drive a wedge between any Potter and the rest of us. It could also be related to these weird memory incidents happening around the school, Harry added, careful not to reveal too much about his discussions with Dumbledore. Something strange is going on. Memory incidents. James looked puzzled. Harry explained about the students experiencing drowsiness and lost time, describing the scene he'd witnessed that morning in the entrance hall. Now that you mention it, Peter said slowly, I overheard Flitwick and Sprout talking about something similar yesterday. They seemed worried. Could be a prank gone wrong, Sirius suggested. Though not one of ours, he added hastily, as James shot him a look. Whatever it is, it's getting more frequent, Harry said. And if it's connected to the note somehow, then someone's targeting multiple students, not just us, James concluded, looking troubled. We should keep our eyes open. The door opened then, revealing Remus, pale and tired-looking, but upright. He stopped short at the sight of all four of them gathered there, his expression immediately guarded. What's going on? He asked, his gaze lingering on Harry with obvious apprehension. It's all right, Moony, James assured him. Parker here was just explaining that he knows about your furry little problem and has no intention of telling anyone. Remus paled further, clutching the doorframe for support. He knows. Figured it out on his own, apparently, Sirius explained. Claims he's encountered werewolves before. Remus's amber eyes fixed on Harry with a mixture of fear, resignation, and a trace of defiance. And you're okay with it, with me. Of course, Harry said without hesitation, a rush of affection for his former professor overwhelming him. Being a werewolf doesn't define you, Remus. It's just one part of who you are. Remus looked startled at this perspective, so different from the prejudice and fear he was accustomed to facing. That's an unusual view, Harry shrugged. Maybe in Britain, American wizarding communities can be more progressive about certain things. It was a flimsy excuse for his accepting attitude, but it was the best he could come up with on the spot. Well, Remus said, moving cautiously into the room and sitting on his bed. Thank you, I suppose, for not reacting badly. Actually, Sirius interjected. That's something that's been bothering me, Parker. You don't react normally to things. Finding out your doormate is a werewolf. No big deal. Discovering strange memory gaps affecting students. Just another mystery to solve. It's like nothing surprises you. Harry felt a flicker of alarm at Sirius's perceptiveness. I've seen a lot, he said carefully. My life before Hogwarts wasn't exactly sheltered. James looked intrigued. What does that mean? It means, Harry improvised, drawing on elements of his actual past, that I grew up around more danger than most. My parents were involved in fighting dark wizards. It exposed me to things most kids don't see. It wasn't entirely a lie. His parents had indeed fought against Voldemort, just not during his childhood. Is that why you're so good at defense? Remus asked. Harry nodded, grateful for the plausible explanation. Had to learn young. And your parents sent you to Hogwarts because? Sirius pressed, still suspicious. Because it's safer here, Harry replied, thinking quickly. The situation in America was becoming too dangerous for them to keep me close. Marauders exchanged glances, seeming to find this explanation satisfactory, if not entirely convincing. Well, Parker, James said finally, you're certainly more interesting than the average transfer student. And if you're telling the truth about keeping Remus's secret, then I suppose you're all right in our book. High praise indeed, Harry said dryly, earning a grin from James. Don't push it, cousin, he warned with mock severity. We're still watching you. Fair enough, Harry agreed, relieved to have navigated this particular hurdle without revealing too much or alienating the Marauders further. As the conversation shifted to Remus's night in the hospital wing, carefully edited for Peter's benefit, who still didn't know about their animagus forms, Harry allowed himself to relax slightly. He had managed to maintain his cover while establishing a more honest foundation with the Marauders. It was a small victory, but a welcome one. However, as he watched the four friends interact, their inside jokes, their obvious concern for Remus, their unconscious physical proximity to each other, Harry felt the familiar pang of being an outsider looking in. These were his father, his godfather, and his mentor in their youth, yet he could never truly belong among them. The secrets he carried created an invisible barrier that no amount of partial honesty could fully bridge. Beyond this immediate challenge lay greater ones, Snape's continuing suspicion, the mysterious memory incidents affecting students, and the long months stretching between now and the winter solstice when he might finally return home. For now, though, Harry was content to have weathered his first full moon with the Marauders without disaster. It was a start, at least a foundation for whatever lay ahead in this strange journey through time. Monday morning brought double potions with the Slytherins, a scheduling tradition that apparently transcended decades at Hogwarts. Harry arrived at the dungeon classroom alongside the Marauders, their relationship still tentative, but no longer openly suspicious following their conversation after the full moon. Fair warning, Sirius murmured as they entered the chilly classroom. Slughorn's on a partner project kick this year. Keeps pairing people up seemingly at random. Not random, James corrected with a grimace. Deliberately torturous. Last week, he put me with Aubrey from Hufflepuff, who's still bitter about that incident with the engorgement charm last term. To be fair, Remus pointed out, his head didn't return to its normal size for 3 days. Details James dismissed with a wave of his hand. The point is, be prepared for anyone, Parker. Slughorn loves his little social experiments. Harry nodded, scanning the classroom as they took their seats. The 6th year NEWT potions class was smaller than the general classes he remembered from his earlier years. Perhaps 20 students total, with Gryffindors and Slytherins making up the majority, plus a scattering from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. Among the Slytherins, Harry immediately spotted Snape, already setting up his cauldron with practiced efficiency. Unlike most students, who chatted while waiting for class to begin, Snape was focused intently on organizing his ingredients, his lank hair falling forward to shield his face. Lily entered moments later, accompanied by Marlene. She gave Harry a friendly smile, but barely glanced at James, though Harry noticed his father's gaze following her as she moved to a workstation near the front of the room. Professor Slughorn bustled in seconds before the bell, his walrus mustache quivering with enthusiasm. Good morning, good morning. He beamed at the class. Exciting day ahead. We're beginning work on strengthening solutions, a complex brew that will challenge even the most talented among you. His gaze lingered appreciatively on Lily and Snape as he said this. As I mentioned last week, we'll be continuing with rotating partners for this project. Slughorn continued, producing a small scroll. Each pair will prepare a single solution over 2 sessions, with evaluation based on your collective result. Choose your stations carefully. You'll be sharing them for the next week. Collective groan rose from several students, though Harry noticed that Lily seemed unbothered. Clearly, her stellar potions ability made her a welcome partner for anyone. Now then, Slughorn consulted his list. Black with Greengrass, Lupin with McKinnon, Potter with Mulciber. James's expression darkened at being paired with a known Slytherin bully, but he made no protest. Pettigrew with Abbott, Snape with McDougal. Slughorn continued, then paused, looking directly at Harry. Ah, Mr. Parker, our new addition. Let's pair you with Miss Evans. She can bring you up to speed on our NEWT standards. Harry's heart skipped a beat. He would be working directly with his mother. From the corner of his eye, he caught James's look of undisguised envy and Snape's expression of dark displeasure. Well, don't just sit there, Slughorn chuckled. Find your partners and get set up. Instructions are on page 94 of your textbooks, and additional notes are on the board. You have until the end of tomorrow's session to complete the first phase, as students began shuffling to rearrange themselves with their assigned partners. Harry made his way to the front of the room, where Lily was already flipping through her textbook. Looks like we're working together, he said, trying to sound casual despite his inner turmoil. Lily looked up with a warm smile. Lucky you. Slughorn's probably trying to make sure the new student gets a decent grade by pairing you with his star pupil. She said this matter-of-factly, without false modesty. Lucky indeed, Harry agreed, setting his cauldron beside hers. I'm decent at potions, but I could use all the help I can get. Manage, Lily assured him. The strengthening solution isn't too difficult if you're precise with the salamander blood and griffin claw measurements. She glanced at the instructions, then at the ingredients cabinet. I'll get the salamander blood and pomegranate juice if you can gather the griffin claws and daisy roots. Harry nodded, heading to the supply cabinet alongside other students with similar errands. As he carefully selected griffin claws of uniform size, he found himself standing next to Snape, who was meticulously examining vials of armadillo bile. "Partner with Evans already," Snape commented quietly, his voice neutral but his eyes sharp with dislike. "You do move quickly, Parker." "Slughorn's decision, not mine," Harry replied, keeping his tone even. Snape selected a vial and straightened. "A word of advice. Evans tolerates incompetence poorly. She expects partners to pull their weight." Before Harry could respond, Snape moved away, returning to his own station, where a nervous-looking Ravenclaw boy waited. The brief interaction left Harry unsettled. There had been something almost protective in Snape's warning, a glimpse of the feelings for Lily that Harry knew would define much of Snape's life. Returning to Lily with his ingredients, Harry found her already heating her cauldron to the specified temperature with practiced precision. "Everything all right?" she asked, noticing his expression. "You look like someone just predicted your untimely death." The irony of her casual comment struck Harry with such force that he nearly dropped the griffin claws. "Fine," he managed. "Just a brief exchange with Snape." Lily's expression cooled slightly. "Ignore him. He can be difficult." "You know him well?" Harry asked, genuinely curious about their relationship at this point in time. He knew they had been childhood friends, but that their friendship had ended after Snape had called her a mudblood during their 5th year. Lily focused on measuring salamander blood, her expression carefully neutral. "We were friends once. It didn't last." Finality in her tone discouraged further questions, and Harry respected her privacy. They worked in comfortable silence for a while, preparing ingredients according to the instructions. Harry was careful to follow Lily's lead, remembering all too well his variable success in potions over the years. "So," Lily said eventually, as they waited for the initial mixture to simmer, "how are you finding Hogwarts so far?" "Better than Ilvermorny." "Different," Harry replied truthfully, "but good. Everyone's been welcoming for the most part." "Even the Marauders?" Lily asked with a knowing look. "I heard there was some drama the other night." Harry glanced at her in surprise. "How did you hear about that?" "Alice overheard McGonagall mentioning finding you 3 out after curfew," Lily explained. "And you've seemed tense around them since then, until today, that is." Her perceptiveness reminded Harry forcefully of Hermione. "We had a misunderstanding," he said carefully. "It's sorted now." "It can be overwhelming," Lily commented, stirring the potion precisely 3 times counterclockwise. "Especially Potter and Black. Always at the center of everything, causing trouble. They seem loyal, though," Harry observed. "To each other and to their friends." "They are," Lily acknowledged, adding powdered griffin claw to the bubbling solution. "I'll give them that. It's about the only redeeming quality Potter has, actually, his loyalty." Despite her critical words, Harry detected a certain softening in her tone when she spoke about James. Nothing like the genuine disgust he'd witnessed in Snape's memory from 5th year. "You don't hate him as much as you pretend to," Harry said before he could stop himself. Lily looked up sharply, green eyes, his eyes wide with surprise. "What makes you say that?" "Just an observation," Harry backtracked, suddenly conscious of overstepping. "The way you talk about him. It's changed, maybe." Lily was quiet for a moment, focusing intently on the daisy roots she was chopping. "He's changed," she said finally. "A bit. He's still an arrogant towerag most of the time, but less deliberately cruel. He doesn't hex first years anymore, or at least not that I've seen." "High standards," Harry commented dryly. His relief, Lily laughed. "I know how it sounds, you have to understand what he was like before. He and Black strutted around the castle like they owned it, hexing anyone who annoyed them, showing off constantly. And now, Lily considered the question seriously. Now, he's still overconfident and too fond of attention, but he's also shown moments of, I don't know, maturity. Last year, after our OWLS, there was an incident. She paused, clearly uncomfortable with the memory. With Snape, Harry asked gently, knowing exactly what incident she was referring to. She looked surprised. James told you about that. Just in passing, Harry lied, not wanting to admit he knew about a specific event that had happened before his arrival. Something about Snape calling you a name. Lily's expression darkened. Mudblood, she said, the word clearly still painful. In front of everyone. After 5 years of friendship. I'm sorry, Harry said, meaning it deeply. That's unforgivable. That's what I thought too, Lily agreed. But the point is, while James was partly responsible for the situation, he was tormenting Severus. As usual, he also defended me. And later, he seemed genuinely outraged on my behalf, not just using it as an excuse to attack Snape more. Harry found it fascinating to hear Lily's perspective on an event he had only witnessed through Snape's biased memory. So that changed your opinion of him. Not immediately, Lily clarified, returning her attention to the potion, which had turned a promising shade of turquoise. But I started watching more carefully, and I noticed that he's been trying to be better. He doesn't show off as much, doesn't hex people randomly. He's still insufferable sometimes, but she trailed off, seemingly embarrassed by her own analysis. You're starting to see what others see in him, Harry finished for her, unable to keep a small smile from his face. He was witnessing the very beginning of his parents' relationship, the first hints of Lily Evans seeing James Potter as more than an arrogant bully. Don't you dare tell him I said any of this, Lily warned, brandishing her stirring rod threateningly. His head is quite big enough already. Your secret's safe with me, Harry promised, feeling a curious mixture of amusement and sadness. If only they knew how their story would unfold, from reluctant admiration to deep love, to marriage and a child, to ultimate sacrifice. All compressed into what would be, for them, just a few short years. The thought sobered him immediately. This was exactly the kind of emotional entanglement Dumbledore had warned him against becoming invested in relationships that were simultaneously deeply personal to him and completely beyond his power to protect. You do that a lot, Lily observed, interrupting his dark thoughts. Do what? Look sad suddenly, for no apparent reason, she explained, her keen gaze studying him. 1 minute you're smiling, the next, it's like you're carrying the weight of the world. Harry tried to shrug it off. Just homesickness, probably. If you say so, Lily replied, clearly unconvinced. But if you ever want to talk about whatever's really bothering you, I'm a good listener. Her genuine concern touched him deeply. Thank you, he said simply, unable to trust himself with more words. They completed the day's preparations in companionable silence, bringing their potion to the perfect simmering state required before the second day's ingredients could be added. Slughorn wandered by as they were cleaning up, peering into their cauldron with obvious approval. Excellent work, Miss Evans. As always, he beamed. And Mr. Parker, a promising start at Hogwarts. I can see the family resemblance in your brewing technique. Fleamont Potter was quite talented with potions in his day. Created the famous Sleek Easy's hair potion, you know. Yes, sir, Harry nodded, though in truth, he knew very little about his grandfather's achievements. You must join us for our little slug club gathering next Friday evening, Slughorn continued enthusiastically. Nothing formal, just a small dinner with a few select students. Miss Evans is a regular, of course. Oh, thank you, Professor, Harry replied, caught off guard by the invitation. That sounds nice. Excellent, excellent. Slughorn clapped his hands together. I'll send along proper details. Do bring your cousin James as well. Haven't managed to get a Potter to attend yet, despite multiple invitations. With that, he moved on to inspect the next cauldron, leaving Harry slightly bemused. Slug Club? He asked Lily as they gathered their books. Slughorn's little collection of students, he thinks, will be famous or influential someday, she explained. It's not as bad as it sounds. Decent food, interesting guests sometimes. You'll survive. If you say so, Harry replied dubiously. As they left the classroom, Harry noticed James waiting outside, apparently engrossed in a textbook, a sight so uncharacteristic that Harry nearly laughed aloud. Clearly, his father was finding excuses to accidentally encounter Lily after class. Evans, James called, looking up with perfectly feigned surprise. Fancy running into you here. How was potions? Lily rolled her eyes, though Harry detected a hint of amusement in her expression. Considering we're all leaving the potions classroom, Potter, it's hardly a remarkable coincidence. Details, James dismissed breezily, falling into step beside them. So, Parker, how was your first Slughorn experience? Did he invite you to his collector's club yet? Slug Club, Harry corrected. And yes, actually, he wants you to come too. James looked genuinely surprised. Me? Why? Family connection, I suppose, Harry shrugged. Something about my grandfather and hair potion. Sleekies, James nodded. Dad's claim to fame. Made a fortune with it, ironically enough. He ran a hand through his perpetually messy hair with a grin. Clearly doesn't work on Potter hair, though. Are you going to come? Lily asked, then immediately looked as if she regretted showing interest. James's eyebrows rose in surprise at her question. To Slug Club? I wasn't planning to, but he glanced between Lily and Harry. Maybe I will if Parker's going to be there. Family solidarity and all that. Do whatever you want, Potter, Lily said with forced indifference. I was just curious. Well, now I'm definitely coming, James declared, his confident grin returning. Wouldn't want to leave my dear cousin to face Slughorn's interrogation alone. Harry watched this exchange with fascination. The dynamic between his parents was shifting perceptibly. Lily, no longer completely dismissive. James less arrogantly pushy. They were finding a tentative balance that would eventually blossom into something deeper. Three of them parted ways at the entrance hall, Lily heading to ancient ruins, while Harry and James made their way to the grounds for care of magical creatures. So James said as soon as Lily was out of earshot, how was it really, working with Evans? Good, Harry replied honestly. She's brilliant at potions. She's brilliant at everything, James corrected with unmistakable admiration. Did she mention me at all? Harry hesitated, torn between amusement at his father's transparent eagerness and caution about interfering. She might have, he said finally. Nothing too horrible. James perked up visibly. Really? What did she say? That you've changed, Harry answered carefully. That you're less of a, what was it, arrogant toe-rag than before. High praise indeed from Evans, James laughed, though his pleasure was obvious. Progress, Parker. After 2 years of asking her out and being shot down spectacularly, less of an arrogant toe-rag is practically a declaration of undying love. Harry couldn't help but grin at his father's optimism. If you say so. Trust me, James insisted, clapping Harry on the shoulder. I've got a good feeling about this year. And speaking of good feelings, Quidditch tryouts are this Saturday. You should come." "I told you, I don't want to take anyone's position," Harry demurred. "I'm only here temporarily. Just as a reserve," James pressed. "Come on, Parker. I've seen you fly. It would be a crime against Quidditch to waste that talent. Besides, what if our seeker gets hit by a bludger? Or comes down with scrofungulus? Or is abducted by the giant squid? Has that last one ever actually happened?" Harry asked skeptically. "Not yet," James admitted. "But there's always a first time. The point is, we need a backup seeker, and you're the best candidate. Just try out, that's all I'm asking." Harry sighed, knowing his father's stubborn streak well enough, even after just a week, to recognize a losing battle. "Fine, I'll try out. But if I make it, I'm just a reserve, understood?" "Perfectly," James agreed with suspicious readiness. "Welcome to the team, Parker." "I haven't made it yet," Harry reminded him. "Formality," James waved dismissively. "I've seen you fly, remember? Unless someone shows up riding a meteorite and catching snitches with their teeth, you're in." As they reached the edge of the forest, where Professor Kettleburn was setting up for their lesson on fire crabs, Harry found himself smiling despite his reservations. There was something infectious about James's enthusiasm and confidence, a quality that Harry had inherited in a more subdued form. Lesson proved to be typically eventful by Kettleburn's standards, with serious suffering, singed eyebrows, and Peter nearly setting his robes on fire. By the end, they were all smoky, slightly scorched, and thoroughly entertained, except perhaps for Kettleburn himself, who was bemoaning the loss of another 3 fingers from his already severely depleted collection. "At this rate," Sirius commented, as they trudged back to the castle for lunch, "he'll be teaching with just his thumbs by Christmas." "Bold of you to assume he'll keep the thumbs," James countered, attempting to brush soot from his hair with limited success. As they entered the Great Hall, Harry noticed an unusual level of activity at the staff table. Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Slughorn were engaged in intense conversation with Dumbledore, while Madame Pomfrey hovered nearby, her expression grave. "Something's happened," Remus murmured, following Harry's gaze. "That's not normal staff discussion," before any of them could speculate further. Professor McGonagall stood and approached the podium, tapping her wand against it to produce a sharp ringing sound that immediately silenced the hall. "Your attention, please," she called, her Scottish accent more pronounced than usual, a sign, Harry knew, of stress or concern. "In light of recent events, the headmaster has asked me to announce certain temporary safety measures." The Great Hall grew even quieter, students exchanging worried glances. Until further notice, all students are to travel between classes in groups of at least 3. Prefects will organize buddy systems within their houses to ensure no student moves through the castle alone. Curfew will be strictly enforced, with additional staff patrols throughout the evening hours. Whispers erupted throughout the hall. Harry glanced at the Marauders, who looked as concerned as everyone else. Additionally, McGonagall continued, raising her voice slightly to regain attention. Any student experiencing unusual drowsiness, disorientation, or memory gaps should report to the hospital wing immediately. These symptoms are not to be ignored or dismissed as mere tiredness. Has someone been hurt? A Hufflepuff 5th year called out. McGonagall hesitated, exchanging a glance with Dumbledore, who gave a small nod. There have been several incidents of students experiencing unexplained lapses in consciousness and memory, she acknowledged. Most have recovered fully within hours. However, as of this morning, 2 students have not been accounted for since experiencing similar symptoms. The whispers exploded into outright conversation, forcing McGonagall to produce several loud bangs from her wand to restore order. There is no cause for panic, she insisted, though her tight expression somewhat undermined this assurance. The staff is investigating thoroughly, and the ministry has been notified. These precautions are merely sensible safety measures until the situation is resolved. With a final stern look that quieted the remaining murmurs, McGonagall returned to her seat. Dumbledore rose briefly to add his own reassurances, but Harry could tell from the headmaster's grave expression that the situation was more serious than they were publicly admitting. Missing students, Sirius muttered as they sat down at the Gryffindor table. That's definitely escalated from just memory problems. Who's missing? Peter asked, looking around as if hoping to identify the absent by sight. Adams from Ravenclaw and Hopkins from our house, Lily supplied, joining their conversation unexpectedly. As a prefect, she would have been informed. Both third years. Adams was last seen yesterday afternoon, Hopkins this morning, both after experiencing the drowsiness thing. James confirmed. Lee nodded grimly. According to their friends, yes. Adams complained of feeling suddenly tired during charms, then excused himself. No one's seen him since. Hopkins was on her way to breakfast when she suddenly sat down on a staircase, said she felt strange, and when her friends turned around a moment later, she was gone. Gone, Remus frowned, as in vanished, or just walked away. No one knows, Lily shook her head. It happened on the moving staircases. Her friends thought maybe she'd gotten on one that moved, but they've searched the entire castle. Nothing. Harry listened to this exchange with growing unease. This development went beyond what Dumbledore had described to him earlier, from memory lapses to actual disappearances, was a significant escalation, and it didn't align with any historical events he knew of from this time period. Could it be some kind of prank gone wrong? Sirius suggested, though without his usual enthusiasm for mischief. This isn't a prank, Lily said firmly. McGonagall's properly worried, and I overheard Flitwick saying they've called in Aurors. Aurors, James looked alarmed. That seems extreme for missing students. Kids wander off sometimes. Not like this, Lily insisted. And not with all these other strange incidents happening. Harry caught Remus watching him with a thoughtful expression. You don't seem surprised, Parker, he observed quietly. Harry realized he'd failed to display the appropriate level of shock for someone hearing this news for the first time. I've noticed the pattern, he admitted. The students with memory problems. It's been happening since I arrived. Why didn't you say anything? James asked. I did, actually, Harry pointed out. The other day when we were talking about Remus's situation, I mentioned the memory incidents. Right, James acknowledged. But you didn't seem concerned then either. Harry shrugged, trying to appear casually analytical rather than suspiciously knowledgeable. I've seen strange things before. At my old school there was, well, let's just say unexplained events aren't new to me. This seemed to satisfy them. But Harry made a mental note to be more careful about his reactions. Between Snape's suspicions and Remus's perceptiveness, his cover story was under constant scrutiny. Rest of lunch passed with subdued conversation. Everyone speculating about the missing students and what might be causing the strange occurrences. Theories ranged from accidental magic to malevolent ghosts to dark arts curses, but none seemed to fit all the facts. As they left the Great Hall for Transfiguration, Harry noticed Dumbledore watching him from the staff table. The headmaster gave a nearly imperceptible nod toward the entrance hall, a clear signal that he wished to speak with Harry, I need to check something, Harry told the others. I'll catch up. Groups of 3, Parker, James reminded him, only half joking given McGonagall's new rules. Want us to wait? No, I'll be fine, Harry assured him. It'll just take a minute. He lagged behind as students streamed out of the hall, waiting until Dumbledore approached from the side entrance near the staff table. A word, Mr. Parker, the headmaster said quietly. In private, if you please. They moved to a small antechamber off the entrance hall, the same room Harry had entered after his name came from the Goblet of Fire in his 4th year. He realized, with a pang of nostalgia for his own time. You've heard about the missing students, Dumbledore began once the door was closed. Yes, sir, Harry nodded. It's a significant escalation from just memory problems. Indeed it is, Dumbledore agreed gravely. And most concerning. I find myself wondering if your presence here and these events might be connected in some way. Harry frowned. Connected how? Time is a complex and delicate phenomenon, Harry, Dumbledore explained. Your displacement has created a significant anomaly. It's possible that other temporal effects might manifest as a result ripples from the stone you cast into the pond, if you will. You think these disappearances are related to my time travel? Harry asked, alarmed at the idea that he might be inadvertently causing harm. I merely consider it one possibility among many, Dumbledore clarified. There are, of course, more conventional explanations, though none yet proven. What do you think is happening to these students? Harry pressed. Dumbledore sighed, suddenly looking every year of his considerable age. I fear they may have been taken. By whom, and for what purpose, remains unclear. The pattern of drowsiness followed by disorientation suggests some form of enchantment or potion, possibly to make them compliant and easily led. Led where, though? Harry wondered. And by whom? Voldemort. It seems unlikely that Lord Voldemort himself would risk entering Hogwarts at this point, Dumbledore replied. His power is growing, but he is not yet at the height of his influence. However, he has supporters, some perhaps already within these walls. Harry thought immediately of the group of Slytherins he had seen with Snape, meeting at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Sir, I saw something the other day, Snape, and some other Slytherins meeting near the forest. They seemed secretive. Dumbledore's expression remained neutral. Secretive behavior among teenagers is hardly unusual, Harry, but I appreciate the information. I will continue to monitor the situation closely. Is there anything I can do to help? Harry asked. Your offer is commendable, Dumbledore smiled slightly. But I must urge caution. Your position here is already precarious. Involving yourself in these events could create additional temporal complications. But if students are in danger, then the appropriate authorities will handle it, Dumbledore said firmly. The staff, the Aurors, and myself. Your priority must remain maintaining your cover and avoiding actions that might significantly alter the timeline. Harry wanted to argue, but knew Dumbledore was right. His knowledge of the future was both a burden and a responsibility, one that required him to sometimes stand aside even when his instincts urged him to act. I understand, Professor, he said finally. But if I notice anything else unusual, by all means, inform me immediately, Dumbledore agreed. Observing and reporting need not constitute interference. With that, their brief meeting concluded. Harry hurried to Transfiguration, slipping into the classroom just as Professor McGonagall was about to close the door. He took his seat beside Remus, who gave him a questioning look. Later, Harry mouthed, turning his attention to McGonagall's demonstration of human transfiguration theory. Throughout the lesson, Harry found his mind returning to the missing students and Dumbledore's concerning theory about temporal ripples. Could his presence in the past be causing these strange events? And if so, what might happen next? The idea that he might inadvertently be harming others by simply existing in this time was deeply unsettling. Yet, another weight added to his already heavy burden of knowledge and secrecy. After classes ended for the day, Harry joined the Marauders in the library to work on McGonagall's latest essay. The new buddy system rules were being strictly enforced, with prefects patrolling corridors to ensure no student traveled alone. "This is ridiculous," Sirius grumbled as they settled at a table near the restricted section. 2 missing students, and suddenly we're on lockdown. They probably just snuck off to Hogsmeade through the anti-disapparition wards without being seen by any portraits or ghosts, Remus challenged skeptically. "Seems unlikely. We manage it all the time," Sirius countered. "With an invisibility cloak and the map," Remus pointed out quietly. "Not exactly standard equipment for third years." James, who had been unusually quiet, finally spoke up. "It's not just the missing students. It's the pattern, all these cases of memory loss and disorientation leading up to actual disappearances. Something weird is happening." "Agreed," Remus nodded. "The question is what and why." Harry remained silent, pretending to concentrate on his essay while listening intently. The Marauders were sharp. If anyone could piece together what was happening without inside information, it would be them. "What if," Peter ventured hesitantly, "it's not just at Hogwarts? What if it's related to all those disappearances the Prophet's been reporting?" The others looked at him with surprise. "What disappearances?" Harry asked, genuinely curious. "There's been a string of them over the past few months," Remus explained. "Mostly Muggle-borns or people who have spoken out against pureblood supremacy. The Ministry's been downplaying it, but the pattern is pretty clear." "You think Death Eaters are operating inside Hogwarts?" James asked, lowering his voice even further. "Not full Death Eaters," Sirius muttered. "But sympathizers, definitely. My dear cousin Narcissa graduated last year, but she left plenty of like-minded friends behind, including Snape," James added darkly. Harry felt a twinge of discomfort at the familiar accusation. While he knew Snape would eventually become a Death Eater, he also knew the complex reality behind that choice, and the ultimate redemption his former professor would seek. "We don't know that Snape's involved," he found himself saying. 4 pairs of eyes turned to him with varying degrees of surprise. "Since when are you defending Snivellus?" James asked incredulously. "I'm not defending him," Harry backtracked. "Just saying we shouldn't jump to conclusions without evidence. His friends are all junior Death Eaters in training," Sirius pointed out. "Mulciber, Avery, Rosier, they're not exactly subtle about their allegiances. Doesn't mean Snape is involved in whatever's happening now," Harry insisted, though he couldn't explain why he felt compelled to argue the point. James studied him curiously. "You know something we don't, Parker." "No," Harry said quickly, too quickly. "I just think we should be careful about accusations." An awkward silence fell, with the Marauders exchanging puzzled glances at Harry's unexpected position. "Anyway," Remus said finally, diplomatically changing the subject, "regardless of who's responsible, we should be extra vigilant. Keep an eye out for students showing signs of drowsiness or confusion." "Agreed," James nodded. "And maybe we should do some investigating of our own." "Investigating how?" Peter asked nervously. James grinned, the familiar mischievous glint returning to his eyes. "Well, we do have certain advantages when it comes to moving around the castle undetected." Harry recognized that look all too well. It was was the same expression he'd seen on Fred and George Weasley countless times before. It meant trouble was brewing. McGonagall specifically said to travel in groups and respect curfew, Remus reminded him, though without much conviction. And we will be in a group, James countered. The 4 of us. 5 if Parker wants to join. All eyes turned to Harry again. Join what exactly? He asked cautiously. Night patrol, Sirius explained with relish. Under the cloak, with the map. See if we can spot anything suspicious after hours. Harry hesitated. This was exactly the kind of involvement Dumbledore had warned against. Getting directly involved in investigating these incidents could lead to timeline alterations, especially if they discovered something they weren't supposed to know yet. On the other hand, refusing would seem suspicious to the Marauders, who were only just beginning to trust him. I'm in, he said finally, deciding that observing their investigation was less risky than leaving them to act without his knowledge. At least this way, he could try to prevent any dramatic deviations from the timeline. Excellent, James beamed. Tonight, then, after everyone's asleep. Just for the record, Remus sighed. I think this is a terrible idea. Noted, Sirius grinned, and as usual, completely ignored. He spent the next hour finishing their essays before heading to dinner, where the atmosphere remained subdued due to the missing students. Harry noticed the staff watching the hall more vigilantly than usual, with Dumbledore himself present throughout the meal rather than coming and going, as was his habit. As they returned to Gryffindor Tower afterward, Harry found himself walking beside Lily, who had joined their group in accordance with the new safety rules. Any news about the missing students? He asked quietly, not wanting to alarm the younger Gryffindors walking nearby. Lily shook her head. Nothing concrete. McGonagall gathered the prefects before dinner to reinforce the buddy system rules. She seemed worried, really worried, not just her usual stern concern. That's not reassuring, Harry commented. No, it isn't, Lily agreed. The professors are trying to keep everyone calm, but something serious is happening. I've never seen security measures like this before, not even when that third-floor corridor collapsed last year. They reached the portrait hole, where the fat lady was being unusually stringent about checking each student's identity before allowing them entry. Password, she demanded. Fortuna Major, Lily provided. And I'm a prefect, in case you've forgotten since I left at dinner. Can't be too careful these days, the fat lady sniffed. Students disappearing, strange comings and goings at all hours. Mark my words, there's dark magic afoot. The portrait swung open, revealing a common room more crowded than usual for this time of evening. With the new curfew and safety measures, most students were staying in their houses rather than wandering the corridors or visiting friends. Parker, Lily said suddenly, as they were about to part ways. Be careful, all right. What do you mean? Harry asked, surprised by her concern. Just, I've noticed you're often lost in thought, distracted. That's exactly the state those students were in before they experienced the memory problems or disappeared. Harry was touched by her worry. I'll be careful, he promised. Just processing a lot with the transfer and everything. Lily nodded, seemingly satisfied with his assurance. Good. And if Potter and his friends try to drag you into any of their inevitable rule-breaking during this crisis, feel free to say no. They can be persuasive when they want to be. The irony of his mother warning him about his father's bad influence almost made Harry laugh out loud. I'll keep that in mind, he managed with a straight face. As Lily joined her friends by the fire, Harry made his way to where the Marauders had claimed their usual corner, heads bent together in conspiratorial planning. Looking at them, young, alive, untouched by the tragedies that awaited them. Harry felt the familiar ache of foreknowledge. In just a few years, James and Lily would be dead, Sirius imprisoned for a crime he didn't commit, Peter turned traitor, and Remus left alone, the last survivor of a shattered friendship. The weight of that knowledge pressed down on Harry, making it difficult to focus on the present moment and the mystery currently occupying Hogwarts. But focus he must. Whatever was happening to these students, whether connected to his temporal displacement or not, was real and happening now. And despite Dumbledore's warnings, Harry couldn't simply stand aside if there was a chance he could help prevent further disappearances. After all, observing wasn't the same as interfering. At least, that's what he told himself as he joined the Marauders' planning session, trying to ignore the voice in his head that sounded suspiciously like Hermione, warning him about the dangers of time travel. Later that night, after the common room had emptied and their dormmates were asleep, the Marauders enacted their plan. James retrieved the invisibility cloak from his trunk, while Sirius unfolded a familiar piece of parchment that made Harry's heart skip with recognition. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good," Sirius whispered, tapping the parchment with his wand. Lines spread across the surface, forming the familiar map of Hogwarts that Harry had used so many times in his own era. The Marauders' map, still new in this time, its edges crisp and unmarked by the wear it would show decades later. This, James explained, noticing Harry's interested expression, is our secret weapon. Shows everyone in the castle where they are, what they're doing, every minute of every day. "You made this?" Harry asked, feigning appropriate amazement while hiding his intimate familiarity with the artifact. "One of our crowning achievements," Sirius confirmed proudly. "Took us the better part of 2 years to get all the charms right. Mostly Mooney's work on the complex bits," James added, causing Remus to look embarrassed. "Concept was all yours and Padfoot's," Remus demurred. "I just helped with execution. I provided moral support," Peter added, with a slightly forced laugh. "Don't sell yourself short, Wormtail," James said kindly. "Your exploration of the lower dungeons was crucial, and you found that passage behind the mirror on the 4th floor." Peter beamed at the acknowledgement, and Harry felt the familiar conflicted emotions he always experienced when witnessing Peter's inclusion in the group. It was difficult to reconcile this eager, insecure boy with the traitor he would become. Though the plan, James continued, all business now. "We check the locations where students reported feeling drowsy, look for any patterns or unusual magical traces. The cloak can fit 3 of us comfortably, 4 if we squeeze, but 5 is pushing it. I can stay behind," Peter offered immediately. "Keep watch here." Harry noticed a flicker of something, disappointment. Relief crossed James's face, but he nodded. "Good thinking, Wormtail. You can monitor the map while we're out. Warn us if anyone's heading our way." With that settled, James, Sirius, Remus, and Harry crowded under the invisibility cloak. It was a tight fit. They had to walk slowly and carefully to avoid exposing feet or elbows. But they managed to maneuver out of the dormitory and down the stairs to the common room, where Peter stationed himself with the map. "First stop, the corridor where Hopkins was last seen," James whispered once they were through the portrait hole. "3rd floor, near the charms classrooms." They moved carefully through the darkened castle, avoiding Filch and the prefects on patrol by checking with Peter via a set of enchanted mirrors. Harry was impressed by the Marauders' efficiency. They clearly had extensive experience navigating Hogwarts after hours. When they reached the 3rd floor corridor, James pulled off the cloak, and they spread out to examine the area. according to her friends. She was right about here when she complained of feeling tired. Remus indicated a spot near a suit of armor. She sat down on the step, and when they turned back a moment later, she was gone. No signs of struggle, Sirius observed, examining the floor and walls with his lit wand. No scorch marks or evidence of spellwork. She couldn't have disapparated, James mused. Not inside Hogwarts. What about a portkey? Harry suggested, remembering his own experience being transported from the Triwizard Maze. The others looked at him with surprise. That's actually a good theory, Remus acknowledged. A disguised portkey. Activated when touched, it would explain the sudden disappearances without obvious signs of struggle. But how would the tiredness factor in? Sirius questioned. And the memory loss other students experienced. Maybe the portkey is spelled to only activate for people in a certain condition, Harry proposed. The drowsiness could be induced by something else, a potion in the food or water, a charm on certain areas of the castle, making them suggestible. James nodded slowly. More likely to touch whatever the portkey is. But if that's the case, why didn't all the affected students disappear? Remus asked. Why did some just experience memory gaps and recover? Maybe they touched different objects, Harry suggested. Or maybe the effect wears off if they don't encounter the portkey within a certain time frame. Marauders were looking at him with increasing respect and curiosity. You've given this a lot of thought, Parker, Sirius observed, his tone somewhere between impressed and suspicious. Just thinking out loud, Harry backtracked, realizing he might have shown too much analytical ability for someone supposedly uninvolved. James was examining the suit of armor with renewed interest. If there was a portkey here, it's gone now. Probably single use anyway. We should check the other locations, Remus suggested. See if there's any pattern to where students felt the drowsiness onset. He spent the next hour investigating the spots where other affected students had reported first feeling strange: the library, a fourth-floor corridor, the entrance hall, and a secluded courtyard. None showed any obvious signs of tampering, though Harry noticed that all locations were relatively quiet areas where students might pass alone or in small groups. They're targeting isolated students, he realized aloud. Places where someone could touch something without being observed too closely, which means McGonagall's buddy system is actually a smart precaution, Remus nodded. Safety in numbers. But who's doing it? Sirius pressed. And why? And where are they taking them? James added grimly. These questions hung in the air unanswered as they made their final stop, the Ravenclaw corridor, where the first student, Adams, had disappeared. It was well after midnight now, and the castle was eerily silent, except for the occasional ghost drifting past. As they examined the area, Harry felt a strange, tingling sensation, a subtle magical presence he couldn't quite identify. Do you feel that? He asked the others. Feel what? James looked around, confused. Magic, Harry tried to explain. Like a residue or something. Remus closed his eyes, concentrating. He's right, he said after a moment. There's something here, very faint, but it doesn't feel like regular Hogwarts magic. Sirius and James exchanged concerned glances. Dark? Sirius asked tensely. Not exactly, Remus frowned. Just different, foreign somehow. Harry moved closer to the stone wall, where the sensation seemed strongest. As he ran his hand along the smooth surface, his fingers detected a small irregularity, a tiny symbol etched into the stone, barely visible even when he squinted directly at it. Look at this, he called softly. The others gathered around, illuminating the spot with their wands. The symbol was strange, a curved line intersected by 3 straight ones, forming something that wasn't quite a rune, but didn't appear to be a random scratch either. "I've never seen that before," Remus murmured, studying it intently. "We should tell Dumbledore," Harry said immediately, then caught himself. "Or a professor, I mean, and explain why we were wandering the corridors at 1 in the morning." Sirius raised an eyebrow. "You could say we noticed it during the day," James suggested. "Or leave an anonymous tip. Let's check the other locations first," Remus proposed. "See if this symbol appears there too." They retraced their steps, carefully examining the walls and floors at each site. To their growing concern, they found the same small symbol at 3 of the 5 locations, easily missed unless specifically looking for it, and always in places slightly below eye level, where a hand might naturally brush against the wall. "It's intentional," James concluded grimly. "These are markers of some kind." "Or triggers," Harry suggested, remembering the burning dark mark on Snape's arm in his own time. "Maybe touching or activating them is what causes the drowsiness, but we've been examining them, and we feel fine," Sirius pointed out. "Maybe they only activate at certain times," Remus speculated. "Or for certain people. Or maybe they're depleted after use and need to be renewed," Harry added. Further discussion was cut short by a sudden urgent vibration from the mirror in James's pocket. He pulled it out quickly to see Peter's anxious face. "Filch is heading your way," Peter warned in a frantic whisper. "And McGonagall's on the floor below, coming up the main staircase." "Time to go," James decided immediately, throwing the cloak over all of them again. "Thanks, Wormtail. We'll head back via the eastern corridor and the portrait shortcut." He moved quickly, but carefully, navigating around Filch's approaching footsteps and ducking into an empty classroom to avoid a ghost drifting through the corridor. The return journey to Gryffindor Tower took twice as long as their exploration had, but they eventually made it back without being detected. Peter was waiting anxiously by the fire, the map open on his lap. "Did you find anything?" he asked as they emerged from under the cloak. James quickly explained about the strange symbols they had discovered. Peter's eyes widened with each detail. "You think someone's marking students for what? Kidnapping?" he squeaked. "We don't know yet," Remus admitted, "but it's definitely suspicious. We need to tell Dumbledore," Harry insisted, unable to shake the feeling that these symbols were more significant than they appeared. "Even if we have to admit we were out after curfew." The others hesitated, weighing the potential punishment against the seriousness of their discovery. "Parker's right," James said finally. "This is bigger than avoiding detention. We'll go to Dumbledore first thing tomorrow. And in the meantime," Sirius added grimly, "we avoid touching any walls." As they finally crawled into their beds, exhausted from their nighttime investigation, Harry found himself staring at the canopy above him, mind racing. Those symbols, there was something unsettlingly familiar about them, though he couldn't place where he might have seen something similar. Whatever was happening at Hogwarts in 1976, it clearly wasn't a minor incident that would be forgotten by history. 2 students missing, others affected by mysterious symptoms, and strange magical symbols appearing throughout the castle. All signs pointed to a serious dark magic incursion. Yet, Harry had never heard of any such event occurring during his parents' time at Hogwarts. No one, not Sirius, not Remus, not even Dumbledore, had ever mentioned students disappearing, or a significant dark magic threat within the school during this era, which left 2 troubling possibilities. Either this was an event so successfully resolved that it was deliberately erased from Hogwarts history, or more worryingly, it was something new, perhaps triggered by Harry's own presence in a time where he didn't belong. As sleep finally claimed him, Harry's dreams were filled with swirling golden light, disappearing students, and strange symbols that burned like brands against stone walls, symbols that, in the twisted logic of dreams, seemed to be counting down to something ominous and inevitable. We could get expelled for this, Peter fretted the next morning, as the 5 of them huddled in a quiet corner of the common room before breakfast. Out after curfew, investigating on our own, McGonagall would have our heads. This is more important than a few detentions, Wormtail, James insisted, his expression uncharacteristically serious. 2 students are missing. I know that, Peter whined. But couldn't we just report the symbols anonymously? Leave a note for Dumbledore. Sirius rolled his eyes. And if he has questions, if he needs to know exactly where we found them or what they looked like, a note won't cut it. I'll go, Harry volunteered. Alone. Dumbledore already expects me to keep an eye out for strange occurrences. I can say I noticed the symbols during normal hours while walking between classes. Marauders exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. That's surprisingly decent of you, Parker, Sirius acknowledged. But we're in this together now. We all saw the symbols. Besides, Remus added pragmatically, if we're caught in a lie, it'll only make things worse. Dumbledore needs all the information we have, including when and how we found it. James nodded in agreement. After breakfast then, all 5 of us, they made their way to the Great Hall, where the atmosphere remained subdued. The staff table was partially empty. Several professors, Harry noticed, were absent, likely participating in the search for the missing students. Look at the Slytherins, Sirius muttered, gesturing subtly toward the far table. Acting like nothing's wrong, Harry followed his gaze. The Slytherin table did seem less affected by the prevailing mood of anxiety. Several older students, including Snape and his group, were engaged in what appeared to be normal breakfast conversation, occasionally looking toward the worried faces at other tables with something close to amusement. Doesn't mean they're involved, Remus cautioned quietly. Could just be typical Slytherin detachment from anything that doesn't directly affect them. Or they know something we don't, James countered darkly. Before they could discuss further, Professor McGonagall approached their table. Mr. Potter, Mr. Black, Mr. Lupin, Mr. Pettigrew, Mr. Parker. She acknowledged each of them with a nod. The headmaster would like to see all of you in his office immediately after breakfast. Harry and the Marauders exchanged startled glances. Did he say why, Professor? James asked, attempting a casual tone. McGonagall's lips thinned. I believe he wishes to discuss your extracurricular nocturnal activities, Mr. Potter. I suggest you finish your breakfast promptly. As she strode away, Peter let out a small squeak of distress. We're done for. How did he know? It's Dumbledore, Sirius said resignedly. He always knows. Probably has the entire castle enchanted to alert him when students are out of bed. On the bright side, James offered, trying to lighten the mood. We were planning to tell him anyway. He's just saved us the trouble of figuring out how to get into his office. Convenient timing, though, Remus mused, glancing at Harry. Almost as if someone told him to expect us. Harry met his gaze steadily. I haven't spoken to Dumbledore since yesterday afternoon, before we found the symbols. Remus studied him for a moment, then nodded, apparently satisfied. They finished their breakfast in nervous silence before making their way to the stone gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office. To their surprise, it leapt aside immediately upon their approach, without requiring a password. Definitely expecting us, Sirius muttered. Dumbledore was standing by Fox's perch when they entered, stroking the phoenix's brilliant plumage. He turned to face them, his expression composed, but serious. "Ah, good morning, gentlemen," he greeted them. "Please take a seat." 5 chairs had been arranged before his desk, another indication that this meeting was not an impromptu response to their nighttime wandering. "Now then," Dumbledore began once they were seated, "I understand you made some interesting discoveries during your exploration of the castle last night." Marauders shifted uncomfortably, while Harry remained still, trying to read Dumbledore's mood. The headmaster didn't seem angry, more thoughtful, and perhaps slightly concerned. "We did, sir," James admitted, taking the lead as usual. "We know we shouldn't have been out after curfew, especially with the new security measures, but we were worried about the missing students. A commendable concern," Dumbledore acknowledged. "Though I must remind you that the rules are in place for your safety, particularly in these troubling times." "We found symbols, Professor," Harry said, cutting to the heart of the matter. Strange markings etched into the walls in places where students reported feeling drowsy or disappeared. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. "Symbols, you say? Can you describe them?" James pulled out a piece of parchment on which they had attempted to recreate the marking they'd found. "Like this, sir. Small, easy to miss unless you're looking for it. We found the same design in 4 different locations." Dumbledore studied the drawing, his expression growing more grave. "And these were located near where the affected students were last seen." "Yes, sir," Remus confirmed. "Always positioned at about waist height, where someone might naturally brush against the wall with their hand. We think they might be triggers," Sirius added, "causing the drowsiness when touched. Or markers," Peter suggested, "labeling specific areas for something." Dumbledore looked up from the drawing, his blue eyes suddenly sharp with interest. "Did any of you touch these symbols directly?" They exchanged glances. "We examined them," Harry answered, "but none of us experienced any unusual effects." "I see." Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. "And did you notice anything else unusual? Any magical resonance or disturbance?" There was a strange magical presence, Harry recalled, different from the usual Hogwarts background magic. Remus felt it too. Like an echo, Remus clarified. "Faint, but distinct. Not exactly dark, but foreign." Dumbledore nodded slowly, as if this confirmed something he had already suspected. "I must thank you for bringing this to my attention. While I cannot condone your methods, the information you've provided may prove crucial in understanding what has happened to our missing students." "Do you recognize the symbol, Professor?" James asked hopefully. "I have seen something similar," Dumbledore admitted, "though I would prefer not to speculate until I have examined these markings myself. Now, if you would be so kind as to show me precisely where you found them." Request surprised them. "Now, sir?" Sirius asked. "Time is of the essence, Mr. Black," Dumbledore replied gravely. 2 students are missing, and others may be at risk." Without further discussion, they led Dumbledore through the castle to the locations where they had discovered the symbols. At each site, the headmaster examined the markings closely, occasionally murmuring incantations that made the symbols briefly glow with a pale blue light. When they reached the final location, the Ravenclaw corridor, where Adams had disappeared, Dumbledore spent several minutes performing more complex magic, his wand moving in intricate patterns as he whispered in what sounded to Harry like ancient Celtic. Finally, he straightened, his expression troubled. "Most concerning," he murmured, seemingly to himself. "Professor," Harry prompted cautiously, "do you know what they are?" Dumbledore regarded them thoughtfully, as if debating how much to reveal. These markings, he said finally, are not commonly found in Britain. They appear to be a variation of an ancient runic system used in certain continental European traditions of magic. Their presence here suggests outside influence. Death Eaters? James asked immediately. Not necessarily, Dumbledore cautioned. Lord Voldemort draws followers from many backgrounds, but these symbols predate his rise by centuries. They are primarily associated with a branch of magic practiced in Eastern Europe, what some might call a more pragmatic approach to magical ethics. Dark arts, you mean? Sirius translated bluntly. A simplification, but not entirely inaccurate, Dumbledore acknowledged. What concerns me most is their purpose. These symbols appear to be part of a network, a magical system designed to identify and influence specific targets. The students who disappeared, Harry realized. Precisely, Mr. Parker. Though why particular students were chosen remains unclear. Adams is Muggle-born, Remus offered. Not sure about Hopkins. Half-blood, James supplied. Her father's a wizard, mother's a Muggle. Works in the Department of Magical Transportation. Dumbledore nodded, absorbing this information. I will investigate these connections further. In the meantime, I must insist that the 5 of you refrain from additional nocturnal investigations. You've done well to discover these symbols, but the situation may be more dangerous than you realize. But Sir, Sirius protested, we can help. We know the castle better than almost anyone. Your knowledge of Hogwarts is indeed impressive, Mr. Black. Dumbledore smiled slightly. But this matter now requires different expertise. I will be consulting with certain specialists from the Ministry and elsewhere. His tone made it clear that the discussion was closed, at least for now. As they walked back toward his office, Dumbledore added, as for your violation of curfew, under the circumstances, I believe your discovery outweighs the infraction. However, I must emphasize the importance of following security protocols during this time. The buddy system exists for your protection. Yes, Professor, they chorused, with varying degrees of sincerity. Now, I believe you have classes to attend, Dumbledore reminded them as they reached the entrance hall. Please proceed with your day, and remember, vigilance without recklessness is the wisest course. As the headmaster departed toward his office, the 5 boys exchanged glances. That went better than expected, Sirius commented, relief evident in his voice. No detention, no points lost, James agreed. And he took the symbols seriously. Eastern European magic, Remus mused. That's unexpected. And concerning, Harry added. If it's not directly connected to Voldemort, then who's behind it? Who else would target Hogwarts students? Could still be Death Eaters, James pointed out. Just using foreign magic to throw people off the trail. They continued this discussion as they headed to herbology, keeping their voices low to avoid being overheard by passing students. Harry remained thoughtful, turning over Dumbledore's reaction in his mind. The headmaster had recognized the symbols, or at least their style, immediately, which suggested this wasn't an entirely new phenomenon to him, that something similar happened before. Or was Dumbledore simply drawing on his extensive knowledge of obscure magical traditions? Either way, Harry sensed that the headmaster knew more than he was revealing, a familiar feeling from his own time. Throughout the day's classes, Harry found himself watching the walls with new awareness, checking for any signs of the strange symbols. He noticed the Marauders doing the same, their usual carefree attitudes temporarily subdued by the seriousness of the situation. By dinner time, rumors were circulating that Aurors had arrived at the castle. Harry spotted 2 unfamiliar wizards in professional robes, speaking with Professor McGonagall in the entrance hall confirmation that the ministry was now officially involved in the investigation. "About time," Sirius muttered as they passed. "2 students missing for over a day now. My dad says the ministry's been slow to respond to a lot of things lately," James commented. "Too busy with internal politics to address the real threats." "Is that why your parents are involved with that new group?" Peter asked. "The one fighting you-know-who." Harry's ears perked up at this. "New group?" he asked, trying to sound casually curious. James glanced around to ensure they weren't being overheard before answering. "My parents have been attending meetings with Dumbledore and others, powerful witches and wizards, who don't trust the ministry to handle the rising darkness properly. They're organizing some kind of resistance. The Order of the Phoenix," Harry realized with a jolt. He was hearing about the formation of the original order, the group that would eventually include his parents, Sirius, Remus, and so many others who would give their lives fighting Voldemort. "That sounds dangerous," Harry said carefully. "It is," James acknowledged with a mixture of pride and concern. "Dad says things are worse than the Prophet's reporting. Disappearances, strange accidents, Muggle killings, all increasing, but covered up or downplayed by the ministry. My cousin Bellatrix joined them," Sirius added darkly. "The Death Eaters, right after graduating last year. The family's disgustingly proud, of course." "How do you know?" Remus asked, surprised. "Regulus let it slip in his last letter home," Sirius explained, referring to his younger brother. "He still writes to me occasionally, though he'd be disowned if our dear mother knew." Harry listened to this conversation with fascination and a growing sense of discomfort. He was witnessing the early days of the First Wizarding War, a time when Voldemort was gaining power, but hadn't yet achieved the terror and dominance he would later hold. In his own era, this period was just history, referenced in books and old stories. But here, it was unfolding in real time, affecting the lives of everyone around him. "You think the disappearances here could be connected?" Harry asked, voicing the question that had been troubling him. "To Voldemort, I mean." The others winced slightly at the name, though none corrected him. "I'm starting to think everything bad is connected to him somehow," James said grimly. "Directly or indirectly. But Hogwarts is supposed to be safe," Peter pointed out, a tremor of fear in his voice. "Dumbledore's here. Everyone says you know who fears Dumbledore. No place is completely safe anymore," Sirius replied soberly. "That's what this war is doing, making us afraid in our own homes, our own schools." He lapsed into thoughtful silence as they entered the great hall for dinner. Harry noticed that the staff table was now fully occupied, including several unfamiliar faces who must be the Aurors or other ministry officials. Dumbledore sat in his usual place, engaged in serious conversation with a stern-looking witch, whose rigid posture and authoritative demeanor screamed law enforcement. "That's Bartemius Crouch's wife," James identified in a whisper. "He's head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Must be serious if they've sent her. She rarely does field work anymore, from what Dad says." Harry studied the witch with interest, recognizing the name Crouch. In his time, Bartemius Crouch, SR, would be disgraced by his son's involvement with Death Eaters. This must be the mother of Barty Crouch, Jr., who would eventually help resurrect Voldemort, though at this point, the younger Crouch was probably just a Hogwarts student himself. These connections and foreknowledge created a disorienting effect for Harry, like watching a tragedy unfold with full awareness of the coming devastation, but unable to warn anyone. As if sensing his thoughts, Lily slid into the seat beside him. "You look troubled," she observed quietly. "Just worried about the missing students," Harry replied, which wasn't entirely untrue. Lily nodded, her own expression concerned. The Aurors are interviewing everyone who was close to Adams and Hopkins. They think someone might have seen something useful without realizing it. Have they found anything? Remus asked from across the table. Not officially, Lily said, but I overheard McGonagall telling Flitwick they found strange markings in the castle. Magical signatures of some kind. Marauders exchanged meaningful glances, but said nothing. The first and second years are terrified, Lily continued. Half of them are convinced there's a monster loose in the castle again, like in that Chamber of Secrets legend. The chamber's just a myth, James said dismissively, though Harry noticed him glancing uncertainly at the Slytherin table, where the heirs of Salazar might presumably be found. Myths often have roots in truth, Remus pointed out. Though I agree, this doesn't feel like a monster attack. It's too methodical. Whatever it is, Lily said firmly. I hope they solve it quickly. I've never seen Hogwarts like this. Everyone afraid, suspicious. He wasn't wrong. Harry had noticed the changing atmosphere throughout the day, students traveling in tight groups, eyeing strangers warily, jumping at unexpected noises. It reminded him uncomfortably of his second year, when the heir of Slytherin had been attacking students, or his fourth year after Cedric's death, when the reality of Voldemort's return had cast a pall over the school. In her past, with subdued conversation, the usual boisterous energy of the Great Hall notably diminished. Even the Marauders, typically the life of any gathering, were uncharacteristically quiet, each lost in their own thoughts about the troubling situation. As they were finishing their meal, Professor McGonagall approached their table again. Mr. Parker, she addressed Harry, the headmaster would like to see you in his office after dinner. The password remains unchanged. Harry nodded, wondering what Dumbledore wanted to discuss with him alone. Had something changed regarding his temporal displacement? Or was this about the symbols they had discovered? What's that about? James asked after McGonagall had moved away. Not sure, Harry shrugged, aiming for casual confusion. Maybe something about my transfer paperwork. Others accepted this explanation, though Remus gave him a searching look that suggested he wasn't entirely convinced. After dinner, Harry made his way to Dumbledore's office alone, an exception to the buddy system, apparently granted by the headmaster himself. The corridors felt eerily quiet, with most students either in their common rooms or the library at this hour, fizzing Whizbees, he told the gargoyle, which leapt aside to reveal the spiral staircase. Dumbledore was not alone when Harry entered. Professor McGonagall stood by the fireplace, and a third figure, the stern witch James had identified as Mrs. Crouch, sat in one of the chairs before the headmaster's desk. "Ah, Mr. Parker," Dumbledore greeted him. "Thank you for coming. May I introduce Madame Crouch from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. She has some questions about the symbols you and your friends discovered." Harry nodded politely to the witch, who regarded him with sharp assessment. "Good evening, Mr. Parker," she said, her voice as crisp and authoritative as her appearance. "Professor Dumbledore tells me you were instrumental in locating evidence related to our missing students. My friends and I found the symbols together," Harry clarified, not wanting to take undue credit. "Yes, during your unauthorized nighttime wandering," Madame Crouch noted disapprovingly. "Nevertheless, your discovery has proven valuable. Tell me, what exactly did you observe about these markings?" Harry described the symbols in detail, explaining their locations and the strange magical resonance he and Remus had detected. As he spoke, Madame Crouch took precise notes with a dictation quill that hovered beside her parchment, and you felt this magic was foreign As you put it, she prompted when he finished. In what sense? It didn't feel like the usual Hogwarts magic, Harry explained. Hogwarts has a certain signature, I suppose. This felt different. Not necessarily dark, but external, like it didn't belong here. Madam Crouch exchanged a significant glance with Dumbledore. That aligns with our findings, she acknowledged. Our magical forensics team has confirmed these symbols are of Eastern European origin, Durmstrang tradition. Specifically, Harry's eyebrows rose. Durmstrang Institute was known for its emphasis on the dark arts and its historical connections to dark wizards, including Gellert Grindelwald. You believe someone from Durmstrang is involved? He asked. Not necessarily current faculty or students, Madam Crouch clarified, but someone trained in their magical traditions. The spell signature is distinctive. Does that help narrow down suspects? Harry asked, genuinely curious about the investigation process. To an extent, Madam Crouch replied, studying him with renewed interest. You seem quite knowledgeable about magical investigation for a transfer student, Mr. Parker. Harry silently cursed himself for showing too much familiarity with Auror procedures. My parents worked in law enforcement, he improvised, recalling his earlier cover story about them fighting dark wizards. I picked up some terminology. See, Madam Crouch didn't appear entirely convinced, but moved on. One more question, Mr. Parker. Have you noticed any students or staff behaving unusually in recent weeks? Anyone who seems out of character or shows unusual interest in particular individuals? Harry considered this carefully. Nothing specific, he admitted. But I've only been here a short time. I don't really know what's normal for most people. A fair point, Madam Crouch acknowledged. Well, if you do notice anything unusual going forward, please report it immediately to Professor Dumbledore or Professor McGonagall. I will, Harry promised. With a nod of dismissal, Madam Crouch returned her attention to her notes, effectively ending his part in the conversation. Thank you, Mr. Parker, Dumbledore said. You may return to your common room. Please be sure to travel with other students, as per our current security protocols. Actually, Albus, McGonagall interjected. I need to speak with several prefects about adjusting patrol schedules. I'll escort Mr. Parker myself. As they left the office together, Harry sensed McGonagall had engineered this opportunity to speak with him privately. The headmaster has informed me of his concerns regarding your temporal displacement and these incidents, she confirmed in a low voice once they were alone in the corridor. Do you believe there could be a connection? I honestly don't know, Professor, Harry replied. None of this was ever mentioned in my time. Either it was successfully resolved and deliberately forgotten, or it's happening because of your presence here, McGonagall finished grimly. A temporal anomaly creating ripples, as the headmaster suggested. Is that possible? Time magic is extraordinarily complex and unpredictable, McGonagall said, sounding much like the professor who had warned Hermione about the dangers of time turners. The further back one travels, the more significant the potential disruptions. Months rather than hours is unprecedented, to my knowledge. They walked in silence for a moment before McGonagall spoke again. Mr. Potter, Harry, I understand the temptation to become involved. Your friends, your father, and his companions are clearly determined to investigate, regardless of the dangers. But I must emphasize the importance of maintaining temporal integrity. I know, Professor, Harry sighed. Dumbledore's warned me about the same thing, but it's hard to just stand by when students are disappearing and something dark is happening. I understand, McGonagall said, her voice softening slightly. Your instinct to help others is admirable, if occasionally reckless. But consider this: any action you take here could have unforeseen consequences for the future you came from, including the defeat of he who must not be named. Harry nodded, having already wrestled with this dilemma countless times since his arrival. "I'll be careful," he promised. "I'm trying to observe more than interfere." "See that you do," McGonagall said firmly, as they reached the portrait of the fat lady. "The timeline you come from, with all its tragedies, still resulted in Voldemort's ultimate defeat. That outcome must be preserved, even at great personal cost." With that sobering reminder, she left him at the entrance to Gryffindor Tower, where he found the Marauders waiting expectantly. "Well," Sirius demanded as soon as Harry entered the common room, "what did Dumbledore want?" Harry hesitated, unsure how much to share. "He had someone from the Ministry with him, Madame Crouch. They wanted more details about the symbols we found." Crouch's wife, James, looked impressed. "That's high-level Ministry involvement. Did they tell you anything new?" "The symbols are definitely connected to Durmstrang," Harry revealed, seeing no harm in sharing this information, since the Marauders would likely hear it eventually anyway. "Eastern European magic, like Dumbledore suspected." "Durmstrang," Remus repeated thoughtfully. "They're known for their dark arts curriculum." "Exactly," Harry nodded. "The Ministry thinks whoever's behind this was trained in their magical tradition." "Any suspects?" James pressed. Harry shook his head. "If they have any, they didn't share them with me. They're just gathering information at this point, I think." The conversation continued as they moved to their usual corner of the common room, discussing potential Durmstrang connections among the Hogwarts population. Harry participated minimally, still distracted by McGonagall's warning about preserving the timeline. As the evening progressed, the common room gradually emptied, with younger students heading to bed early, still unsettled by the disappearances. Eventually, only the Marauders, Harry, and a few seventh years remained, scattered around the room in quiet conversation. "We should do more," Sirius said suddenly, breaking a prolonged silence. "Not just wait for the adults to figure it out. Dumbledore specifically told us not to investigate further," Remus reminded him. "Since when has that stopped us?" James countered. "2 students are missing, Moony. What if there are more symbols we didn't find? What if more students disappear while the Ministry wastes time with their procedures? What exactly are you suggesting?" Harry asked, though he already had a sinking feeling about the answer. James leaned forward, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "We need to complete our search of the castle. Check every corridor, every classroom for more of those symbols. Map them all, see if there's a pattern. And we need to find out if anyone at Hogwarts has Durmstrang connections," Sirius added. "Former students, family members, anything. That's a massive undertaking," Remus pointed out. "Hogwarts is huge, and we're supposed to be attending classes and staying in groups. We have advantages," James reminded them, his eyes gleaming with the familiar light of Marauder mischief. "The map shows everyone in the castle. We can avoid patrols. The cloak keeps us hidden, and between the 5 of us, we can cover more ground faster." 5, Harry questioned, raising an eyebrow. "Unless you're planning to sit this one out, Parker," Sirius challenged. Harry felt torn. On one hand, McGonagall's warning about preserving the timeline echoed in his mind. On the other, his natural instinct, the same one that had led him to the Chamber of Secrets, to the Department of Mysteries, to face Voldemort multiple times, urged him to help. "I'm in," he said finally, reasoning that observation wasn't the same as intervention. He could keep an eye on the Marauders while learning more about the situation. "But we need to be smarter about it this time," Systematic, not random. Agreed, James nodded approvingly. We'll divide the castle into sections, search methodically, and we'll use the buddy system. No one searches alone, even with the cloak. What about information gathering? Remus asked. Sirius mentioned finding Durmstrang connections. Library research, James decided. Old student records, foreign exchange programs, staff backgrounds. Anything that might link Hogwarts to Durmstrang. I can help with that, Remus volunteered, looking relieved to have an option that didn't involve skulking around the castle after hours. The library's safer than corridor searching and more suited to my talents. Perfect, James agreed. Mooney and Wormtail on research duty, the rest of us on symbol hunting. We'll start tomorrow night, after curfew. As they finalized their plans, Harry couldn't help but admire the Marauders' determination and organizational skills. Despite their reputation for pranks and rule-breaking, they could be surprisingly methodical when motivated by something important. It was a side of his father and his friends that Harry had never fully appreciated before. One more thing, Harry added, as they prepared to head up to the dormitory. We should keep track of any new cases of drowsiness or memory problems. Those seemed to precede the disappearances. Good thinking, James agreed, eyes and ears open at all times. At night, as Harry lay in bed listening to the familiar sounds of his dormmates settling into sleep, he found himself reflecting on the strange turns his temporal displacement had taken. What had initially seemed like a simple, if emotionally complex, journey to the past was evolving into something far more mysterious and potentially dangerous. Were these disappearances somehow connected to his presence in 1976? Or were they part of the original timeline that had simply never been mentioned in his era? And most troublingly, if students were in genuine danger, how could he justify standing aside in the name of preserving temporal integrity? These questions circled in his mind as he drifted toward sleep, mingling with images of strange symbols glowing on stone walls and the faces of his young parents, untouched by the tragedy that awaited them. Next day passed in a blur of classes, tension, and preparation. The school remained on high alert, with teachers escorting students between classrooms and aurors, patrolling the corridors. No additional disappearances had been reported overnight, but the atmosphere of fear remained palpable. During lunch, Harry found himself seated next to Lily again, with Marlene and Alice across from them and the Marauders nearby. The conversation inevitably turned to the missing students and the ongoing investigation. I heard the Aurors are questioning Slytherins specifically, Marlene commented, keeping her voice low. Apparently, some of them have relatives who attended Durmstrang. That doesn't mean they're involved, Lily pointed out reasonably. Plenty of families send different children to different schools based on their strengths or preferences. True, Alice acknowledged. But you have to admit, if anyone at Hogwarts has dark arts knowledge beyond the curriculum, it's likely to be Slytherins. Harry noticed Snape sitting alone at the far end of the Slytherin table, apparently engrossed in a book while eating. Unlike his fellow Slytherins, who seemed largely unconcerned by the crisis, Snape appeared tense, his shoulders hunched defensively. Following Harry's gaze, Lily's expression softened slightly. Severus isn't involved, she said quietly. Whatever else he's done, he wouldn't hurt younger students. How can you be sure? James asked, having overheard her comment. He's running with a bad crowd these days, Evans. Mulciber, Avery, they're practically junior Death Eaters. I know him, Lily insisted, though Harry detected a hint of uncertainty in her voice. Or I did anyway. People change, Sirius remarked darkly. Especially when they start dabbling in the dark arts. Speaking from experience, Black, Lily challenged. Given your family's reputation. Sirius's expression darkened. Exactly why I know what I'm talking about. I've seen it firsthand, the gradual corruption, the justifications, the slide from curiosity to obsession. The tension around the table increased noticeably. Harry, sensing an argument brewing that could damage fragile relationships, decided to intervene. Has anyone actually been questioned by the Aurors? He asked, deliberately changing the subject. I heard they're interviewing everyone who knew the missing students well. I was, Alice confirmed, looking relieved at the topic shift. I tutored Hopkins in Charms last term. They asked if she'd mentioned any unusual interests, new friends, concerns, anything that might explain why she was targeted. And had she? Remus asked with interest. Alice shook her head. Nothing obvious. She was a quiet girl, good student, mainly kept to her small circle of friends. The most unusual thing about her was her interest in magical transportation. She wanted to work with her father at the ministry someday, developing new methods of magical travel. Magical transportation, James repeated thoughtfully. That's an interesting coincidence, given the nature of the disappearances. I thought so too, Alice nodded. I mentioned it to the Aurors. They seemed to take note of it, but didn't say if it was significant. What about Adams? Marlene asked. Did anyone here know him well? None of them had particular connections to the Ravenclaw third year, though Remus mentioned having helped him find a book in the library once or twice. He was really interested in ancient magic, Remus recalled. Not dark arts specifically, but old, obscure spells and magical theory. The kind of stuff most third years wouldn't touch. Another interesting coincidence, James muttered. Given the nature of the symbols, bells signaling the end of lunch interrupted their conversation. As they gathered their things and prepared to move to afternoon classes, Harry found himself walking beside Lily. You really don't think Snape could be involved? He asked quietly, genuinely curious about her perspective on her former friend. Lily sighed, tucking a strand of dark red hair behind her ear, a gesture so familiar from Harry's memories that it made his chest ache. I don't know anymore, she admitted. The Severus I grew up with wouldn't hurt innocent people, but he's changed so much in the past year, drawn to power, to the dark arts, to people who think Muggle-borns are beneath them. Her voice hardened on these last words. People can surprise you, Harry said carefully. Sometimes for worse, sometimes for better. Like Potter, you mean? Lily gave him a sidelong glance, a reluctant smile tugging at her lips. Still trying to convince me he's reformed. Just making an observation, Harry replied innocently. People are complicated. They can be brave and foolish, kind and cruel, all at once. That's surprisingly insightful, Parker, Lily said, giving him a thoughtful look. You don't talk much about yourself, but when you do, you sometimes sound much older than 16. Harry tensed slightly, worried he'd revealed too much of his true perspective. Just experienced for my age, I guess. Lily hummed noncommittally. Well, whatever experience you've had, it's given you an interesting outlook. You should share it more often. Before Harry could respond, they reached the Charms classroom, where Professor Flitwick was waiting to escort them inside. The conversation shifted to academics, and the moment of potential revelation passed. Throughout the afternoon classes, Harry found himself watching his fellow students more carefully, looking for signs of drowsiness or unusual behavior. He noticed the Marauders doing the same, their eyes constantly scanning the room, noting who was present, who seemed tired or distracted. During the final period, History of Magic, where Professor Binns droned on about giant wars. While half the class dozed, Harry observed Snape more closely. The Slytherin was seated near the back of the room, ostensibly taking notes, but actually working on what appeared to be complex arithmetic calculations in the margins of his parchment. What was he working on so intently? And was it connected to the disappearances somehow? After class, as students filed out in their mandated groups, Harry deliberately maneuvered himself to pass near Snape's desk, hoping to catch a glimpse of the calculations. What he saw made him pause momentarily, a familiar-looking symbol integrated into what appeared to be a partial ward design. It wasn't identical to the marks they'd found on the walls, but there was a definite similarity in style. The same curved line intersected by straight ones, though with additional flourishes and notations. Snape, noticing Harry's attention, quickly covered the parchment with his arm. "See something interesting, Parker?" he asked coldly. "Just wondering what you're working on," Harry replied, trying to sound casual. "Doesn't look like history of magic notes. Personal project," Snape said curtly. "Nothing that concerns you." "Advanced stuff," Harry commented. Those calculations looked like warding theory. Snape's eyes narrowed suspiciously. "You recognize arithmetic ward designs. Interesting. I wasn't aware that was on the Ilvermorny curriculum for 6 years." "It's not," Harry replied, mentally kicking himself for revealing knowledge he shouldn't have. "I just read ahead sometimes." Indeed, Snape's tone made it clear he didn't believe this explanation. "Well, as fascinating as this conversation is, I have more important matters to attend to. Excuse me." He gathered his materials with quick, efficient movements and strode from the classroom, his black robes billowing behind him in the distinctive manner Harry remembered from his future professor. "What was that about?" James asked, appearing at Harry's side. "Not sure," Harry replied truthfully. "But Snape's working on something with symbols similar to the ones we found. Some kind of warding project." James's eyes widened. "You think he's involved with the disappearances?" "I don't know," Harry admitted, "but it's definitely suspicious. We should follow him," Sirius suggested, having joined them along with Remus and Peter. "See what he's up to." "Bad idea," Remus countered immediately. "If he is involved in something dark, confronting him directly could be dangerous. We should tell Dumbledore about the symbols he's working with." "Without proof," Sirius scoffed. "He'll just say it's a homework assignment or something." "We need to see more of what he's working on," James decided. "Get a better look at those calculations. Confirm if they're really connected to the wall symbols." "How exactly do you propose we do that?" Remus asked skeptically. James grinned, the familiar mischievous glint returning to his eyes. "Leave that to me. I have an idea." Harry had a sinking feeling about whatever James was planning. His father's ideas seemed to have a tendency toward the reckless and potentially explosive, based on what he'd observed so far. "Let's discuss this back in the common room," he suggested, nodding that they were now alone in the classroom, except for the oblivious Professor Binns. Safer than standing around in corridors. Others agreed, and they made their way back to Gryffindor Tower in a tight group, joining the flow of students heading to their houses before dinner. The corridors were more crowded than usual, as everyone adhered to the buddy system, creating bottlenecks at staircases and doorways as they navigated through a particularly congested area near the Transfiguration courtyard. Harry felt a slight tingling sensation, similar to what he had experienced near the wall symbols, but fainter. He glanced around, trying to locate the source, but saw nothing unusual among the press of students. Then, just ahead, A third-year Hufflepuff girl swayed suddenly, her eyes going unfocused. "I don't feel," she began, her voice trailing off as she slumped against the wall. "Another one," Remus muttered, pushing forward through the crowd. "Hey, this student needs help." Harry and the others followed, reaching the girl just as her friends began to panic. Emma, what's wrong?" one of them was saying, shaking her shoulder. The girl Emma blinked sluggishly, her gaze distant. "Tired," she murmured. "Just need to go." "Go where?" Harry asked sharply, kneeling beside her. "Emma, where do you need to go?" Emma merely shook her head, her eyes now closed, as if fighting against overwhelming fatigue. "Get a professor," Sirius instructed one of the onlookers, who immediately ran toward the nearest classroom. Harry, meanwhile, examined the wall where Emma had been standing. There, partially hidden behind a tapestry, was another symbol, identical to those they had found during their nighttime exploration. It was glowing faintly with a pulsing bluish light. "James," he hissed, gesturing discreetly toward the marking. "Look." James's eyes widened as he spotted the symbol. "It's active," he whispered. "This is happening right now." Before they could decide how to react, Professor McGonagall arrived, pushing through the gathered students. "What's happened here?" she demanded, then spotted the drowsy girl. "Miss Folly, can you hear me?" Emma's only response was a faint murmur. McGonagall's expression grew grave as she quickly assessed the situation. "Mr. Lupin, please fetch Madame Pomfrey immediately. The rest of you, stand back and give her air." As Remus hurried off, McGonagall conjured a stretcher and carefully levitated Emma onto it. Harry, meanwhile, tried to get McGonagall's attention, gesturing subtly toward the wall symbol. McGonagall followed his gaze, her eyes narrowing as she spotted the glowing marking. With a sharp movement of her wand, she cast some kind of containment spell around it, a shimmering, transparent dome that enclosed the symbol completely. "Everyone back to your common rooms," she ordered. "Dinner will be served there this evening. Prefects, please escort your housemates. Mr. Potter, Mr. Black, Mr. Parker remain here. I need to speak with you." As the crowd dispersed, with prefects hurrying to organize their houses, McGonagall turned to the three of them. "You recognized that symbol," she stated, not a question. "Yes, Professor," James confirmed. "It's the same as the ones we found before. But those weren't glowing like this one. They were dormant," McGonagall nodded. "This one was recently activated. Fortunately, you identified it before Miss Folly could be fully affected." She turned to Harry. "Quick thinking, Mr. Parker. What would have happened if we hadn't noticed?" Harry asked, though he feared he already knew the answer. "Based on the pattern so far," McGonagall replied grimly, "Miss Folly would likely have disappeared, just like Mr. Adams and Miss Hopkins." "Professor," Sirius said hesitantly, "we saw Snape working with similar symbols in History of Magic today. Arithmetic calculations involving them." McGonagall's expression sharpened. "Are you certain? This is a serious accusation, Mr. Black." "We're not accusing him directly," Harry clarified quickly. "Just reporting what we saw. He said it was a personal project when I asked about it." McGonagall studied them for a moment, then nodded. "I will inform the headmaster. He will want to speak with Mr. Snape." She paused, seeming to debate whether to share more information, then added, "The Aurors have confirmed that these symbols function as a type of delayed action portkey. When activated, they create a compulsion in the nearest susceptible person to touch the symbol directly, which then transports them elsewhere." "Susceptible?" Harry questioned, latching onto the specific word. "What makes someone susceptible?" "That remains unclear," McGonagall admitted. "But the current theory involves some form of preselection or preparation, perhaps through potions administered in food or drinks, or a preliminary enchantment. This aligned with Harry's earlier speculations, but hearing it confirmed by McGonagall made the situation seem even more ominous. Someone was methodically preparing and targeting specific students, using complex magic to abduct them from within Hogwarts itself. Now, McGonagall continued, return to Gryffindor Tower immediately. The headmaster will address the school once we have secured all areas where these symbols have been found. Yes, Professor, they chorused, though Harry could see the wheels turning in James's and Sirius's minds. This discovery would only intensify their determination to investigate further. As they walked back to the tower, James whispered, "We need to move up our search. Tonight, if there are more active symbols like that one, students are in immediate danger." Sirius nodded in agreement. "And we need to find out exactly what Snape's working on. Those calculations weren't coincidental." Harry remained silent, torn between his instinct to help and Dumbledore's warning about timeline interference. On one hand, if Snape was involved in something dark, something connected to the disappearances, stopping him could save innocent lives. On the other hand, accusing or exposing Snape could dramatically alter the course of events Harry knew should occur. By the time they reached Gryffindor Tower, the common room was packed with students in various states of confusion and concern. Prefects were trying to maintain order, while house elves appeared with trays of food for the impromptu dinner. Remus and Peter found them near the entrance, eager for details about what had happened after Remus left to fetch Madame Pomfrey. "They're calling it a security incident," Peter reported anxiously. "But everyone's saying another student almost disappeared." "That's basically what happened," James confirmed, filling them in on McGonagall's explanation about the activated symbol. "And Snape?" Remus asked, his expression grave. "You really think he's involved? The symbols in his notes are too similar to be coincidence," Sirius insisted. "And we all know he's interested in the dark arts. But targeting random students," Remus frowned. "For what purpose? What would he gain?" "Maybe it's not him specifically," Harry suggested, trying to introduce some nuance into what was becoming a rush to judgment. "Maybe he's just studying the symbols, trying to understand them like we are." Ever the defender of Snivellus, Sirius remarked with a touch of irritation. "What is it with you, Parker? Got a soft spot for greasy-haired dark arts enthusiasts. I just don't think we should jump to conclusions without evidence," Harry replied evenly, though the conversation was making him increasingly uncomfortable. "Dangerous accusations require solid proof." "Well, we'll get proof," James declared, "one way or another." Determined glint in his father's eye worried Harry. James Potter had a reputation for recklessness when motivated by a sense of justice, or by personal antipathy, in Snape's case. That combination could lead to hasty decisions with serious consequences. Before Harry could voice these concerns, a hush fell over the common room as Professor McGonagall entered through the portrait hole. Her expression was even more serious than usual as she called for attention. "I have an important announcement from the headmaster," she began once the room was quiet. "In light of today's incident and the discovery of additional dangerous magical artifacts within the castle, new security protocols are being implemented immediately." He proceeded to outline stricter measures than before. No student movement between classes without teacher escorts, mandatory attendance checks at meals and curfew, and suspension of all extracurricular activities until further notice. Additionally, she continued, Aurors will be conducting thorough inspections of all areas of the castle, including dormitories common rooms. These inspections will begin tonight and continue until every suspicious item or marking has been identified and neutralized. Ripple of concern passed through the students at this news. Dormitory searches were rare at Hogwarts, typically reserved for the most serious security threats. Any student found in possession of materials related to these incidents will face severe consequences, potentially including expulsion and ministry investigation, McGonagall warned. However, anyone who comes forward voluntarily with relevant information will be treated with appropriate leniency, depending on their level of involvement. Her gaze swept the room, lingering briefly on the Marauders and Harry. That is all for now. Prefects will organize sleeping arrangements. No one is to leave the common room or dormitories until morning, when teacher escorts will arrive to accompany you to breakfast. With that, she departed, leaving a buzz of conversation in her wake. The Marauders immediately huddled closer, speaking in urgent whispers. Dormitory searches, James muttered. That complicates things. We have to move tonight before they start, Sirius insisted. If there are more active symbols in the castle, waiting could mean more disappearances. But how do we get past the Aurors? Peter questioned nervously. They'll be patrolling everywhere. Map, James replied confidently. It shows everyone, including Aurors. We can avoid them. It's risky, Remus cautioned. If we're caught out after these new restrictions, the consequences would be severe. More severe than students disappearing, Sirius challenged. Harry listened to this exchange with growing unease. The Marauders were willing to risk expulsion to help protect their fellow students, a noble intention, but one that could significantly alter the timeline if they were caught, or if their investigation led them into genuine danger. I think we should wait, he said finally. Let the Aurors do their job. They have resources and training we don't. 4 pairs of eyes turned to him with varying degrees of surprise and disappointment. Didn't take you for the cautious type, Parker, Sirius remarked coolly. It's not about caution, Harry tried to explain. It's about effectiveness. What can we realistically accomplish that trained Aurors can't? Especially now that they know what to look for. We found the symbols first, James pointed out, when the adults had no clue what was happening. And we reported them, Harry emphasized. Now the professionals are handling it. We've done our part. Since when is doing the bare minimum your style? James asked, studying Harry with newfound assessment. You were all for investigating yesterday. That was before the Aurors confirmed the symbols are basically portkeys, Harry argued. Before we knew how dangerous they really are. This isn't a school prank gone wrong. It's coordinated dark magic. Tense silence fell among them. Harry could see the conflict in their expressions, their desire to help warring with the recognition that the situation had escalated beyond teenage adventure. Look, Harry said more gently, I'm not saying we do nothing, but maybe our focus should shift to information gathering rather than nighttime wandering. Let's see what the searches turn up. Keep our eyes open during normal hours. Watch for suspicious behavior. He's got a point, Remus acknowledged reluctantly. The risk-reward calculation has changed. Getting expelled won't help anyone. James and Sirius exchanged a long look, having one of their silent conversations. Finally, James sighed. Fine, he conceded. We'll postpone the nighttime exploration, but we're still investigating Snape's involvement. I want to know exactly what those symbols in his notes mean. Agreed, Sirius nodded firmly. And if the Aurors don't make progress quickly, we reconsider our options. It wasn't a complete victory, but Harry felt a measure of relief. At least for tonight, the Marauders wouldn't be risking expulsion, or worse. prowling the corridors. It gave him time to think, to strategize about how to balance his desire to help with his responsibility to preserve the timeline. As the evening progressed and prefects organized temporary sleeping arrangements in the common room for younger students, deemed safer than scattered dormitories, Harry found himself by a window, gazing out at the darkening grounds. Somewhere out there, perhaps, were the missing students, Adams and Hopkins, taken by unknown means for unknown purposes. Were they targeted specifically? Was there something that connected them, some reason they were chosen? And most troublingly, was this connected to Voldemort's rising power? Or was it something else entirely? These questions circled in Harry's mind as the common room gradually quieted, students settling into conjured sleeping bags or huddling in whispered conversation. Whatever was happening, he had a growing certainty that it was far from over, despite his efforts to maintain temporal distance. Harry knew he was already entangled in events that had never been mentioned in his own timeline, events that could potentially alter the course of history in ways he couldn't begin to predict. Next morning brought a semblance of organized chaos to Gryffindor Tower. Professors arrived to escort students to breakfast in groups, while Aurors conducted thorough sweeps of dormitories and common areas, searching for any signs of the mysterious symbols. Harry and the Marauders were among the last to leave, having been pulled aside by Professor McGonagall for additional questioning about their previous discoveries. By the time they reached the Great Hall, breakfast was nearly over, and rumors were flying. They found more symbols in the Hufflepuff dormitories, a fourth year whispered as they passed. Hidden under beds and behind tapestries, I heard the missing students were seen in Hogsmeade, countered another. Confused and with no memory of how they got there. That's rubbish, Marlene McKinnon interrupted, joining their conversation as they sat down. Aurors have been checking Hogsmeade since they disappeared. If they were there, they'd have been found already. Any actual news? James asked, helping himself to the remaining toast. Nothing official, Lily replied from further down the table. But Professor Flitwick told the Ravenclaw prefects they're bringing in Cursebreakers from Gringotts to examine the symbols more thoroughly. Cursebreakers? Sirius looked impressed. That's Sirius Ministry response. As it should be, Remus pointed out. Students disappearing from inside Hogwarts is about as serious as it gets. Harry ate quietly, listening to the speculation around him while considering what he knew. The symbols were connected to Durmstrang magical tradition, functioned as delayed action portkeys, and someone, possibly Snape, was studying or recreating them within Hogwarts. But the crucial questions remained unanswered. Who was behind this? Where were the missing students being taken? And why? Parker, Harry looked up to find James watching him expectantly. Sorry, what? I asked if you're ready for Quidditch tryouts tomorrow, James repeated. Assuming they're not cancelled with everything going on. Oh, right. Harry had completely forgotten about the Quidditch tryouts in the midst of recent events. I guess so. You don't sound very enthusiastic, James observed. Getting cold feet. Just distracted, Harry admitted. Hard to focus on Quidditch, with students disappearing. That's exactly why we need Quidditch, James argued. Some normalcy, something positive to rally around. If the staff cancel it, they're letting fear win. Harry had to admire his father's perspective. It reminded him of Oliver Wood's similar sentiments during the Chamber of Secrets crisis in his own time. The determination to maintain normal activities as an act of defiance against darkness. You're right, he conceded. If tryouts happen, I'll be there. James grinned, clapping him on the shoulder. That's the spirit, cousin. Have After breakfast, teachers escorted students to their first classes, maintaining the strict security protocols announced the previous evening. The corridors were lined with aurors, their expressions vigilant as they scanned passing groups for any signs of unusual behavior. Transfiguration. Professor McGonagall was more serious than usual. Her lesson focused on defensive transformations, spells to create barriers, disguise oneself, or escape dangerous situations. The practical nature of the instruction strongly suggested that staff were preparing students for potential threats beyond the current disappearances. As Harry practiced transforming a desk into a stone barricade, McGonagall stopped beside him. "Your form is good, Mr. Parker," she observed quietly, "but you're holding back. The incantation requires decisive intent." "Sorry, Professor," Harry murmured, conscious of maintaining his cover as a typical sixth year. "I'll try again." McGonagall studied him for a moment, then lowered her voice further. "The headmaster wishes to see you after your classes today. 4 o'clock, same password." Harry nodded, wondering what Dumbledore wanted to discuss. Had there been developments regarding his temporal displacement? Or was this about the ongoing crisis? Throughout the day, classes continued in this heightened state of alertness. Professors stayed close to their students. Corridors remained heavily patrolled, and the usual between-class socializing was replaced by efficient, escorted movement from one room to another. At late afternoon, when Harry made his way to Dumbledore's office under Professor Flitwick's escort, the constant vigilance had created a palpable tension throughout the school. Students jumped at unexpected noises, eyed one another with suspicion, and spoke in hushed voices about the missing students and the mysterious symbols found throughout the castle. "Fizzing Whizbees," Harry told the gargoyle, which leapt aside to reveal the spiral staircase. Dumbledore was not alone when Harry entered the office. Professor McGonagall was there, along with a witch, and Wizard Harry didn't recognize. Likely, the Gringotts Cursebreaker's Lily had mentioned at breakfast. "Ah, Mr. Parker," Dumbledore greeted him. "Thank you for coming. Allow me to introduce Madame Rakepick and Mr. Blackwood from Gringotts. They're assisting us with analyzing the magical signatures of the symbols you and your friends discovered." The Cursebreakers nodded to Harry, their expressions professionally neutral. Madame Rakepick was a tall witch with auburn hair streaked with gray, while Mr. Blackwood was a dark-skinned wizard with intricate tattoos visible at his wrists. Protective runes, Harry guessed, common among those who worked with dangerous curses. Mr. Parker has a unique perspective on magical anomalies, Dumbledore explained to them, his phrasing careful to avoid revealing Harry's true situation. "I believe his insights may be valuable to your analysis. We've isolated the basic functioning of the symbols," Madame Rakepick began without preamble. "They operate on a 3-phase principle: marking, activation, and transportation. But there are elements we haven't seen before, particularly in the selection criteria for targets." "Selection criteria?" Harry questioned. "The symbols don't affect everyone equally," Mr. Blackwood elaborated. "From what we can determine, they're calibrated to influence specific magical signatures, individuals with particular characteristics or states." "Like what?" Harry pressed, intrigued by this development. The Cursebreakers exchanged glances. "That's where we're stuck," Madame Rakepick admitted. "The targeting parameters are encrypted within the core runic structure in a way we haven't encountered. Eastern European in origin, but heavily modified. We believe," Dumbledore interjected, "that understanding these parameters might help us identify students who could be at risk and possibly locate those who have already been taken." "How can I help?" Harry asked, seeing where this was heading. You demonstrated unusual sensitivity to the magical resonance of these symbols, McGonagall explained. And your background, she hesitated, clearly referring to his future knowledge, while keeping it vague for the Cursebreaker's benefit, might provide perspectives we lack. We'd like you to examine one of the neutralized symbols, Mr. Blackwood said, producing a small stone tablet from his robes. Under controlled conditions, of course. See if you can sense anything we've missed. Harry hesitated, eyeing the tablet warily. Is it safe? It's dormant, Madame Rakepick assured him. We've extracted the symbol from its original location and contained it. It can't transport anyone in this state. With cautious nods from both Dumbledore and McGonagall, Harry accepted the tablet. The symbol was etched into its surface, the same curved line intersected by 3 straight ones he had seen on the castle walls, but now inert, its magical signature dampened. Closing his eyes, Harry focused on the faint magical resonance still emanating from the stone. There was something familiar about it, not from his own experiences, but from his studies of dark arts defenses with Hermione and Ron during their Horcrux hunt. It's selective, he said slowly, trying to articulate what he was sensing. Like it's looking for something specific in a person's magical core. Almost like a compatibility test. Compatible with what? McGonagall asked sharply. Harry frowned in concentration. With wherever it's sending people, or whatever is happening to them there. He opened his eyes, looking at the expectant faces around him. It reminds me of magical binding contracts, the way they evaluate a person's magical signature before establishing connection. The Cursebreakers looked at each other with renewed interest. A binding contract would explain the selectivity, Madame Rakepick murmured. But binding to what purpose? And how are the targets preselected? Mr. Blackwood added. There must be an initial marking phase we haven't identified. Food or drink, Harry suggested, recalling their earlier theories. Or a preliminary spell cast in common areas. We've tested for both, McGonagall informed him. The house elves' food preparation areas are clear of tampering, and we've found no evidence of mass enchantment in frequented locations. There's another possibility, Dumbledore said quietly, his blue eyes thoughtful. One we haven't considered fully. What if the selection isn't happening in the present at all? Everyone turned to him with varying degrees of confusion, except Harry, who suddenly understood what Dumbledore was implying. Divination, Harry realized. They're being chosen based on what? Their future, their potential. It would explain the seemingly random selection, Dumbledore nodded, and align with certain Eastern European magical traditions that place great emphasis on prophetic selection. But that would require extraordinary divination skill, Madame Rakepick objected. Far beyond what most practitioners could achieve, or access to an object of significant divinatory power, Dumbledore countered. Which, I might remind you, would not be unprecedented in wizarding history. Harry returned the tablet to Mr. Blackwood, his mind racing with implications. If Dumbledore was right, they were dealing with something far more sophisticated than simple kidnapping, perhaps some kind of recruitment, or even harvesting of individuals with specific future potential. Thank you for your insights, Mr. Parker, Dumbledore said, signaling the end of this portion of the meeting. Minerva, would you mind escorting our colleagues to the symbols in the Hufflepuff dormitory? I'd like a word with Mr. Parker alone. Once the others had departed, Dumbledore's expression grew more grave. I believe, Harry, that we may be dealing with a temporal anomaly beyond your displacement. You think these disappearances are related to time magic? Harry asked, alarmed at the possibility. Not directly, Dumbledore clarified. But the selective nature of the portkeys, combined with the Eastern European connection, suggests a form of magic concerned with future potential, with altering destinies. Why? Harry pressed. What would anyone gain from abducting seemingly random Hogwarts students? That, Dumbledore sighed, is the question we must answer. But I fear it may have significant implications for your situation as well. If someone is attempting to manipulate futures, your presence, as a visitor from a future time, could be either tremendously valuable to them or a significant threat. Chill ran down Harry's spine at this assessment. You think I could be a target? It's a possibility we should consider, Dumbledore acknowledged. Your temporal displacement may provide some protection. Your magical signature is, in many ways, anomalous. But I would urge increased caution nonetheless. Harry nodded, processing this warning. Is there any way to track where the portkeys are sending people? To find Adams and Hopkins? The Cursebreakers are working on exactly that, Dumbledore assured him. By analyzing the magical residue at the activation sites, they hope to identify the destination coordinates. But it's complex magic, and the symbols appear to incorporate sophisticated concealment elements. He discussed the situation further, with Dumbledore explaining additional security measures being implemented, and Harry sharing his observations of student reactions to the crisis. Throughout the conversation, Harry debated whether to mention Snape's mysterious calculations, but ultimately decided against it without more concrete evidence. Raising suspicions about someone who would play such a pivotal role in the future felt too risky. One last thing, Harry, Dumbledore said as their meeting concluded. I understand Mr. Potter is holding Quidditch tryouts tomorrow. Yes, sir, Harry confirmed. Assuming they're allowed with the current restrictions, it will proceed with additional security, Dumbledore informed him. I believe maintaining certain normal activities is important for morale. However, his eyes twinkled slightly. I would advise restraint regarding any exceptional flying abilities you might possess. Harry smiled ruefully. Understood, Professor. As he left Dumbledore's office, Harry found James waiting for him at the bottom of the spiral staircase, leaning casually against the wall. There you are, his father greeted him. McGonagall said you'd be meeting with Dumbledore. Everything all right? Fine, Harry replied, surprised by James's presence. Just following up on the symbols we found. How did you know I was here? James grinned mysteriously. I have my ways. Come on, we've got something to show you back in the dormitory. Remus made a breakthrough. A breakthrough with what? Harry asked, as they joined the stream of students being escorted back to their common rooms before dinner. You'll see, James promised. Let's just say it could change our entire approach to the investigation. They made their way to Gryffindor Tower, where they found Sirius, Remus, and Peter waiting in the otherwise empty dormitory. The door closed behind them with a click, and James immediately cast a privacy charm, a more advanced version than Harry would have expected from a sixth year. All right, we're secure, James announced. Show him, Moony. Remus spread a familiar piece of parchment on his bed, the Marauders map, though not quite as Harry remembered it. This version appeared incomplete, with certain areas of the castle rendered in detail, while others remained sketchy or entirely blank. We've been working on this for over 2 years now, Remus explained, noting Harry's curious expression. It's a map of Hogwarts that shows everyone in the castle where they are, what they're doing, every minute of every day. Almost everyone, Sirius corrected. We're still working out some of the more complex detection charms for certain areas. It's incredible, Harry said honestly, though he was careful not to appear too familiar with it. How does it work? Combination of the homunculus charm, location tracking spells, and some special identifying enchantments we developed, Remus explained, pride evident in his voice. The magic is tied to Hogwarts itself, to the foundations of the castle, which is why it can detect people, even through concealment charms or invisibility cloaks. Not perfectly, though, James admitted. That's where we keep hitting walls. Certain areas of the castle seem to resist the mapping magic, the Chamber of Secrets, for instance, if it even exists, and the Room of Requirement, Harry added without thinking, then immediately regretted it, as 4 pairs of eyes fixed on him with surprise. The what? Peter asked, voicing the common confusion. It's, a legend at Ilvermorny, Harry improvised quickly. A room that changes its form based on what the seeker needs. I thought all magical schools had similar stories. They do, Remus nodded slowly. Hogwarts has rumors of a come and go room on the 7th floor, but no one's found concrete evidence of it. We've tried mapping that corridor, Sirius added, but there's a blank spot that won't take the enchantment properly. Could be nothing, could be something. We haven't figured it out yet, but that's not why we brought you here. James redirected the conversation, relief evident in Harry's expression. Moony, show him what you discovered. Remus tapped the map with his wand. I solemnly swear that I'm up to no good. Spread across the parchment, filling in the already mapped portions of the castle, with moving dots representing people. Harry saw their own 5 dots clustered in the Gryffindor boys' dormitory, surrounded by their names. Look here, Remus indicated an area near the dungeons, where several dots were gathered in what appeared to be an unused classroom. We've been monitoring student movements, looking for unusual patterns or gatherings. This group has met 3 times in the past week, always after dinner and just before curfew. Harry leaned closer, reading the names. Snape was there, along with several students Harry recognized as future Death Eaters, Avery, Mulciber, Rosier. But there were other names too, ones Harry didn't know from his own time. Karkaroff, he read aloud, surprised to see the future Durmstrang headmaster's name. Is he a student here? Visiting exchange student from Durmstrang, Sirius explained, his expression grim. Arrived just before term started for a cultural exchange program between the schools. Slytherin, naturally. The Durmstrang connection sent a jolt of alarm through Harry. And he's meeting regularly with Snape and others in secret. Exactly, James nodded energetically. And look at the timing. His arrival coincides perfectly with the beginning of the disappearances. It gets more interesting, Remus continued, pointing to another section of the map. We've marked all the locations where symbols were found with asterisks. Notice anything? Harry studied the pattern, and indeed, there was a clear connection. The locations of the discovered symbols formed a rough circle around the central parts of the castle, with particular concentration near highly trafficked areas. They're creating some kind of perimeter, he realized, placing the symbols strategically to catch specific people as they move through the castle. And if we track the movement of students who reported drowsiness or disappeared, Remus added, marking these incidents with his wand. They all crossed paths with Karkaroff, Snape, or one of their group within 24 hours before experiencing symptoms. The evidence was compelling, even disturbing. The Durmstrang connection, the secret meetings, the strategic placement of symbols, it all pointed to deliberate, coordinated activity centered around this group. We need to tell Dumbledore, Harry said immediately, thinking of his recent conversation with the headmaster. This is exactly the kind of evidence he needs. And admit we've been tracking fellow students with an unauthorized magical map. Sirius countered skeptically. we'd be expelled for sure, maybe even investigated by the ministry for creating an unregistered magical artifact. Besides, James added, we don't have proof of what they're actually doing in these meetings. They could claim they're just studying together or having innocent cultural exchanges. So what's your plan? Harry asked, already dreading the answer. We need to hear what they're discussing, James explained. Get some actual evidence of their involvement before going to the professors. Otherwise, it's just our word against theirs, and Slytherins are very good at appearing innocent when necessary. You want to spy on them, Harry translated flatly. Directly. Not all of us, Remus clarified. It would be too risky, but one person under the invisibility cloak. Me, Harry guessed, seeing where this was heading. You're the best choice, James admitted. You've demonstrated the most sensitivity to the magical signatures of the symbols. If they're working with similar magic in these meetings, you'd be most likely to recognize it. Plus, Sirius added bluntly, if you get caught, as a transfer student, you'd face less severe consequences than those of us with colorful disciplinary histories. Harry couldn't argue with the logic, though he was far from enthusiastic about the prospect. Spying on a group that included Snape and a future Death Eater from Durmstrang carried significant risks, both to his immediate safety and to the timeline he was supposed to be preserving. There's one more thing, Remus said hesitantly. Something the map showed that we can't explain. It might be nothing, but Harry prompted when Remus trailed off. Map never lies, Remus stated, as if reciting an established fact. That's what we verified repeatedly while creating it. The identification enchantments are infallible. They show a person's true identity, regardless of disguises, Polyjuice potion, or any other concealment. Okay, Harry nodded, not seeing the issue yet. And Remus looked uncomfortable. Last night, while monitoring the map, we saw something strange. Your dot in the dormitory, asleep like the rest of us. But for a brief moment, just a few seconds, your name changed. Harry's blood ran cold. Changed how? The four Marauders exchanged uneasy glances before James answered. It showed Harry Potter instead of Harry Parker. Silence fell over the group as Harry struggled to maintain a neutral expression despite his internal panic. The map had revealed his true identity, of course it had. Its magic was designed to show people as they really were, and he was, in fact, Harry Potter, not the fictional cousin they believed him to be. Must be a glitch in the enchantment, he managed finally, trying to sound dismissive. You said it's still in development, right? That's what we thought at first, Remus nodded, though his amber eyes remained thoughtful. But we've never seen a glitch like that before. The identification charm either works, or it doesn't. It doesn't fluctuate between different names. Unless, Sirius suggested with narrowed eyes, Parker isn't your real name. Don't be ridiculous. Harry forced a laugh that he hoped sounded genuine. Why would I use a fake name? What would be the point? That, James said quietly, is exactly what we've been wondering. The tension in the room was palpable as Harry faced the four suspicious faces of the Marauders. This was the moment he had been dreading since his arrival, direct questioning about his true identity. Look, he said finally, deciding a partial truth might be the best approach. My family has complicated politics. The Parker name is one we use sometimes when traveling, for safety reasons. With Voldemort targeting certain families, my parents thought it would be better if I used a lower profile name while at Hogwarts. So you are a Potter, James pressed. Actually related to me. Yes, Harry confirmed, relieved to speak this truth at least. But distantly, like I said. The connection isn't well known, which is why we thought using Parker would attract less attention. Marauders considered this explanation, their expressions gradually softening from suspicion to understanding. That actually makes sense, Sirius admitted. My cousin Andromeda did something similar when she married Ted Tonks. Used a different name while traveling to avoid family attention. Why didn't you just tell us? James asked, sounding more hurt than angry. Security, Harry shrugged. The fewer people who know, the safer it is. And I didn't know you well enough at first to be sure I could trust you. And now, Remus asked quietly. Harry met his gaze steadily. Now I do. But I'd still appreciate if you kept this between us. For safety reasons. Moment of silent communication passed between the Marauders before James nodded decisively. Your secret's safe with us, Potter. He grinned at the last word, seeming pleased by the confirmed family connection. Thanks, Harry said, genuinely relieved that his partial confession had been accepted without deeper questioning. And about the spy mission. You'll do it. Sirius perked up hopefully. Harry hesitated, weighing his options. On one hand, directly investigating Snape and Karkaroff could be dangerous and potentially alter the timeline. On the other hand, if he refused, the Marauders would likely attempt it themselves, possibly with worse outcomes. I'll do it, he decided reluctantly. But we need a solid plan. When's their next meeting? Remus consulted the map. Based on their pattern, tomorrow night. They seem to gather on Tuesdays and Thursdays around 8 o'clock. After Quidditch tryouts, then, James noted. Perfect timing. He spent the next hour devising a careful plan. Harry would use James's invisibility cloak to slip away from the common room during the pre-curfew confusion, make his way to the meeting location, and listen just long enough to gather concrete evidence of their involvement with the disappearances. Meanwhile, the other Marauders would monitor the map from Gryffindor Tower, ready to create a diversion if Harry needed to make a quick escape. Remember, Remus cautioned as they prepared to head down for dinner. Observation only. If you hear enough to confirm they're behind the disappearances, get out immediately, and we'll take the information to Dumbledore. And if they start throwing hexes, Sirius added grimly, don't be a hero, just run. I'm serious, James emphasized, noticing Harry's somewhat dismissive nod. I know that look. It's the same one I get before doing something stupidly reckless. Just get the information and get out safely. Harry was touched by his father's concern. I promise, no unnecessary risks. In and out as planned. As they headed down to the common room, Harry's mind was already racing ahead to the potential dangers of tomorrow's mission. Spying on Death Eaters, even young, not fully committed ones, was never safe. And Karkaroff, as a Durmstrang student with apparent knowledge of complex dark magic, posed an unknown threat level. Perhaps most concerning was the question of how this situation fit into the timeline. Harry had never heard of abductions at Hogwarts during his parents' era, nor of Igor Karkaroff attending as an exchange student. Either these events had been successfully resolved and deliberately forgotten, or his presence had already altered history in ways he couldn't fully comprehend. Their possibility was troubling, but the mystery of the disappearing students demanded investigation. For now, at least, Harry had managed to navigate the dangerous revelation from the Marauders' map without exposing his true identity. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, Quidditch tryouts, and a covert spying mission. But tonight, he had preserved his cover, and perhaps even strengthened his growing friendship with the Marauders, including, most importantly, with his father. Next morning brought clearer weather than Hogwarts had seen in days, perfect conditions for Quidditch tryouts. Despite the ongoing security concerns, Professor McGonagall had approved the session with additional precautions. Aurors stationed around the pitch, professors monitoring from the stands, and strict time limits to ensure everyone returned to the castle well before dusk. Nervous, Remus asked as they walked toward the pitch after lunch, Harry carrying a borrowed school broom since he didn't own one in this time. A bit, Harry admitted, though his anxiety had more to do with the evening's planned espionage than with Quidditch. "You'll be fine," James assured him, practically bouncing with excitement. "I've seen you fly, remember? Unless the entire Holyhead Harpies team shows up to try out, you're a shoo-in for Reserve Seeker." Turnout for tryouts was smaller than usual due to the security restrictions, but still substantial enough to create healthy competition. Harry watched as James, already acting like the captain he would officially become next year, organized the candidates into groups based on their preferred positions. When it came time for the Seeker trials, Harry joined 3 other hopefuls in a series of increasingly difficult challenges: diving catches, high-speed maneuvers, and finally competitive snitch captures against the current Seeker, a wiry 7th year named Williams. Despite Dumbledore's warning to restrain his exceptional abilities, Harry found himself forgetting caution in the sheer joy of flying. There was something about being on a broomstick that made everything else fade away: the time displacement, the missing students, the evening's dangerous mission. All of it retreated to the background as he focused solely on the golden flash of the snitch. After outflying the other candidates and nearly matching Williams in their head-to-head competition, Harry landed to find James beaming with undisguised pride. "That settles it," his father declared, clapping him on the shoulder. "Reserve Seeker position is yours, Potter." Casual use of his real surname, spoken quietly enough that only they could hear, gave Harry an unexpected surge of emotion. It felt right, somehow, to be a Potter playing Quidditch at Hogwarts alongside his father, even if the circumstances were far from what either of them could have imagined. "Thanks," Harry managed, trying not to show how much the moment affected him. "Glad I could live up to the family standards. Exceeded them, I'd say," James grinned. "Dad was never much of a flyer, more of a potions man. Must get your talent from another branch of the family." If only he knew, Harry thought with a mixture of amusement and sadness. The talent came directly from him, James Potter, star chaser and future Quidditch captain, passing his natural flying abilities to a son he would never see grow up. The rest of the tryouts proceeded efficiently, with James selecting reserves for each position and conducting a brief scrimmage to see how the new additions worked with the established team. By the time they headed back to the castle for dinner, the mood was positively buoyant despite the broader concerns still hanging over the school. "First practice is Thursday afternoon," James informed the team as they reached the entrance hall. "Weather permitting and assuming security restrictions allow it." As the group dispersed toward their respective house tables for dinner, Harry found himself walking beside Williams, the current Seeker. "Good flying out there, Parker," the older boy commented. "Some of those diveys were professional quality. Ever consider playing after Hogwarts?" "Not really," Harry replied honestly. "I enjoy it, but I've got other career plans." "Fair enough," Williams nodded. "Still, if you ever change your mind, you've got the talent. I've been watching Seekers for years, and you've got that special awareness, like you can sense the snitch before you actually see it." Harry thanked him for the compliment, touched by the casual validation from someone who had no idea they were speaking to a Seeker who had been the youngest house player in a century in an alternate timeline. Dinner that evening was a subdued affair, despite the successful Quidditch tryouts. The missing students remained missing, and the aura presence throughout the castle served as a constant reminder of the ongoing threat. Even the Marauders kept their typical exuberance in check, their minds clearly focused on the evening's planned espionage. As they ate, Harry noticed Snape watching them from the Slytherin table. His dark eyes narrowed with suspicion. Next to him sat a student Harry didn't recognize, tall, with sharp features, and an air of superiority that reminded Harry, uncomfortably, of Lucius Malfoy. Karkaroff, he presumed, the Durmstrang exchange student at the center of their suspicions. "Don't stare," Remus murmured, noticing the direction of Harry's gaze. "They're already wary. No need to alert them further." Harry nodded, turning his attention back to his meal, while mentally reviewing the plan one last time. After dinner, during the confusion of students returning to their common rooms, he would slip away under the invisibility cloak. The map would guide him to the unused classroom where Snape's group gathered, and he would position himself to overhear their conversation without being detected. Simple in theory, potentially deadly in practice. As the meal concluded and students began to rise, James casually passed Harry the cloak, concealed within a textbook. "Remember the plan," he whispered. "In and out. No heroics." "Got it," Harry confirmed, tucking the disguised cloak into his robes. "See you back at the tower." The entrance hall was crowded, with students being organized into house groups for the return to their dormitories. Using the momentary confusion, Harry slipped behind a suit of armor, quickly pulled on the invisibility cloak, and headed toward the dungeons, while everyone else moved upward to their common rooms. The corridors grew quieter and darker as he descended, the only sounds the distant echo of footsteps and the occasional muffled voice of a patrolling auror. Harry moved carefully, keeping close to the walls and pausing frequently to listen for approaching danger. According to their earlier map consultation, the meeting room was in a rarely used section of the dungeons, down a corridor that had once housed alchemy classrooms before the subject was removed from the Hogwarts curriculum. As Harry approached the location, he could see a faint light spilling from beneath a partially closed door, clear evidence that someone was already inside. With extreme caution, Harry positioned himself near the door, finding a small gap that offered both visibility and the ability to hear the conversation within. The room beyond contained about 8 students seated in a rough circle, with Karkaroff apparently leading the discussion. Snape sat to his right, his expression intense as he made notes on a piece of parchment. "Third successful transference," Karkaroff was saying, his accent thick, but his English fluent. "The patterns are holding, though Dumbledore's Cursebreakers have identified more of the anchor points than anticipated. We should accelerate the schedule," suggested a student Harry recognized as Avery. "Before they disable all the remaining portkeys. Patience," Karkaroff cautioned. "Quality of subjects matters more than quantity at this stage." The seer was specific about the attributes required. Harry leaned closer, his heart racing. A seer, that aligned with Dumbledore's theory about divination being used to select targets. "What about replacements for the neutralized locations?" Snape asked, his voice cool and analytical. "My calculations suggest the symmetry of the array must be maintained for stable transference." "Already in progress," Karkaroff assured him. Rosier and Mulciber placed 3 new anchors this afternoon during the Quidditch distractions, and the selection parameters. Another Slytherin questioned an older girl Harry didn't recognize. The last subject was less than ideal, according to the reports. Karkaroff's expression darkened. A miscalibration. The compatibility assessment was rushed. Hopkins showed initial promising indicators, but proved resistant to integration. Integration with what? Harry wondered silently, growing increasingly disturbed by the clinical way they discussed the abducted students. The next extraction is scheduled for tomorrow night, Karkaroff continued. The new target has been identified and prepared. Wilkes, you'll monitor the anchor point on the 3rd floor. Snape finalized the arrival coordinates based on the adjusted array. Snape nodded, making additional notes on his parchment. And the temporal alignment. The last transfer showed significant drift. Minimal concern, Karkaroff dismissed. The stability window is sufficient for our purposes. The Master's requirements focus on magical potential, not precise temporal positioning. Master. Harry's blood ran cold at the familiar terminology. Were they referring to Voldemort? But why would the Dark Lord be interested in abducting Hogwarts students with specific magical potential? As the meeting continued, Harry carefully memorized every detail: names, locations, terminology. The group was clearly directly responsible for the disappearances, using the symbols as anchors in some kind of elaborate magical system designed to identify, evaluate, and transport specific students to an unknown destination. But the purpose, the integration Karkaroff had mentioned, remained unclear. Were they recruiting, experimenting, harvesting something from the abducted students? Harry was so focused on the conversation that he almost missed the approaching footsteps in the corridor behind him. By the time he registered the danger, it was too late to move away from the door without making noise. Tall Slytherin prefect rounded the corner, his wand lit with a soft lumos as he conducted what appeared to be a routine patrol. Harry pressed himself against the wall, hardly daring to breathe as the prefect approached the partially open door. Harry's alarm. The prefect stopped directly in front of the door, raised his hand to knock, then hesitated, listening to the voices inside. After a moment, he shook his head and continued down the corridor, apparently deciding not to interrupt whatever meeting was taking place. The close call left Harry's heart pounding. He needed to leave soon. He had more than enough information to confirm the group's involvement with the disappearances, and lingering increased his risk of discovery. Just as he prepared to slip away, Karkaroff said something that froze him in place. The temporal anomaly remains our primary concern, the Durmstrang student stated gravely. The Master's contacts in the Department of Mysteries confirmed unusual readings centered on Hogwarts beginning approximately 2 weeks ago. A significant disruption in the time stream. Snape's head snapped up from his notes. 2 weeks ago, when the new transfer student arrived, Potter's supposed cousin, Avery, sneered, appearing out of nowhere with a flimsy cover story. An avenue worth investigating, Karkaroff agreed. Though Dumbledore's protection complicates matters, for now, we focus on the scheduled extraction. Parker, or whoever he really is, can be dealt with later, if necessary. We're talking about him. Somehow, they had detected his temporal displacement and connected it to his arrival. Harry's mind raced with implications. Not only was he in immediate danger if they discovered him eavesdropping, but he was now potentially a target for whatever nefarious scheme they were executing. He had heard enough. With extreme care, Harry began to back away from the door, planning to retreat to a safe distance before making his way back to Gryffindor Tower. Fate had other plans. As he edged backward, his foot caught on an uneven stone, causing him to stumble slightly. The movement was minor, but the bottom edge of the invisibility cloak snagged on a protruding nail in the ancient doorframe, pulling it upward just enough to momentarily expose his trainers. Inside the room, Snape's keen eyes flashed toward the doorway. "There's someone outside," he hissed, rising from his seat with wand already drawn. The meeting erupted into action. Karkaroff and several others jumped to their feet, wands raised, while Rosier moved quickly to block the door. Harry abandoned stealth for speed, turning to run just as multiple stunning spells blasted through the doorway. Most missed him entirely, but one caught the edge of the cloak, sending a jolt of magic through the fabric that made it momentarily visible like a ghost's outline in the dark corridor. Invisibility cloak. Someone shouted from behind him. "Spread out, find them." Harry sprinted down the corridor, keeping the cloak tight around him, despite knowing they were now aware of his concealment method. His only advantage was that they didn't know exactly who was under the cloak, or which direction he had fled after the initial sighting. Footsteps pounded behind him as the group split up to search, their lit wands casting eerie shadows along the dungeon walls. Harry took a sharp turn, then another, trying to put as much distance as possible between himself and his pursuers, while working his way toward the main staircase and the relative safety of the more populated areas of the castle. As he rounded another corner, he nearly collided with Avery, who was methodically checking alcoves and abandoned classrooms. Harry froze, hardly daring to breathe as the Slytherin passed within inches of him, the tip of his wand almost brushing the invisible fabric. Once Avery moved on, Harry continued his careful retreat, only to find his path to the main staircase blocked by Karkaroff himself, who stood at the junction with his wand held ready, scanning the corridor with narrowed eyes. "I know you're here," the Durmstrang student called softly, his accent thicker with anger. "Show yourself, and perhaps we can come to an arrangement. Continue hiding, and when we find you, as we inevitably will, the consequences will be severe." Harry remained motionless, evaluating his options. There was no way past Karkaroff without revealing himself, but staying put risked eventual discovery as the others systematically searched the area. He needed a diversion or an alternative route. Inspiration struck as he remembered a path James had shown him during their initial tour of the castle, a narrow service tunnel used by house elves to access the kitchens from the lower levels. If he recalled correctly, the entrance was concealed behind a tapestry not far from his current position. With extreme caution, Harry began edging sideways along the wall, keeping his eyes on Karkaroff while feeling for the distinctive threadbare edge of the ancient tapestry. His fingers finally found it, but as he prepared to slip behind it, a voice called from further down the corridor. "Anything, Igor?" It was Snape, moving toward them with purpose. "Something," Karkaroff replied, his eyes still scanning the seemingly empty corridor. "A disturbance in the air currents. Our invisible friend is nearby." Snape's expression hardened as he raised his wand. "Perhaps we should make invisibility irrelevant, then." Before Harry could react, Snape cast a nonverbal spell that sent a wave of fine dust cascading through the air of the corridor. A simple but effective method for revealing the outline of anything invisible as the particles settled on the surface. Harry didn't wait to be discovered. In one fluid motion, he ducked behind the tapestry and into the narrow passage beyond, hearing shouts of discovery as the dust revealed his movement. There, behind the tapestry, the service tunnel was cramped and dark, clearly designed for house elves rather than humans. Harry ran in a stooped position, following the gradually ascending path by feel more than sight, knowing it would eventually emerge near the kitchens on the ground floor. Behind him, he could hear the tapestry being thrust aside and footsteps entering the passage. A spell struck the wall near his head, showering him with stone fragments as he rounded a bend in the tunnel. "Stop, or the next one won't miss." Snape's voice echoed in the confined space. Harry ignored the threat, pushing himself to move faster despite the awkward constraints of the tunnel. Ahead, he could see a faint light. The exit was near. With a final burst of speed, he emerged from behind a painting of a fruit bowl, finding himself in the familiar corridor outside the Hogwarts kitchens. But his relief was short-lived. As he turned toward the main staircase, a spell hit him squarely in the back, throwing him forward onto the stone floor. The invisibility cloak slipped partially off as he fell, revealing a portion of his body. "Got you?" Avery's triumphant voice came from a side passage Harry hadn't noticed. The Slytherin advanced, wand trained on Harry's partially visible form. "Let's see who our spy is, shall we?" Harry struggled to regain his feet, but the stunning spell had left him disoriented and weak. As Avery reached down to pull away the cloak, Harry braced himself for discovery and whatever might follow, but the reveal never came. A jet of red light struck Avery from behind, sending him crumpling to the floor unconscious. James Potter stood in the corridor beyond, wand extended, an expression fierce with protective anger. "Get up," he urged, rushing forward to help Harry to his feet. "The others are right behind you." Harry didn't need telling twice. With James's help, he struggled upright, readjusting the cloak to cover them, both as footsteps pounded from the service tunnel entrance. "This way," James whispered, guiding them toward a nearby classroom. "Sirius and Remus are creating a diversion on the 3rd floor to draw the Aurors down. We need to hide until it's clear." They slipped into the empty classroom, just as Snape and Karkaroff emerged from behind the painting, their expressions darkening as they discovered Avery unconscious and their quarry nowhere to be seen. "Spread out," Karkaroff ordered. "They can't have gone far. Alert the others. I want this entire floor searched inch by inch." From their hiding place beneath the cloak, Harry and James watched as the two split up to continue their search. Only when their footsteps had faded did James let out a tense breath. "That," he whispered, "was too close." "What happened?" "They spotted me," Harry explained quietly. "Snape saw my feet when the cloak caught on something. They know someone was spying on them, but they didn't see your face." "No, thanks to you," Harry confirmed gratefully. "How did you know I was in trouble?" James patted his pocket. "The map. We saw you being chased and came running. Sirius and Remus are setting off dung bombs near the astronomy tower to draw attention away from this area. Peter's watching the map to warn us of anyone approaching." The simplicity and efficiency of the rescue plan impressed Harry. The Marauders had mobilized immediately upon seeing his danger, each taking on a specific role to ensure his safety. It was coordination worthy of the Order of the Phoenix they would one day join. "Thank you," Harry said sincerely. "They had me cornered if you hadn't shown up." "That's what family does," James replied with a simple certainty that made Harry's throat tighten with emotion. "We protect each other." For a moment, they sat in companionable silence, listening for any sounds of approaching danger. Then James asked the critical question. "Did you learn anything useful before they spotted you?" "More than enough," Harry confirmed grimly. "They're definitely behind the disappearances. Karkaroff is leading it, something about selecting students with specific magical potential for integration with something. They're calling the symbols anchors in some kind of array that transports the selected students somewhere else. Integration, James frowned. That sounds ominous. It gets worse, Harry continued. They mentioned a master giving them requirements. I think they might be working for Voldemort. James's expression hardened at this confirmation of their suspicions. Death Eater recruitment, then. Identifying magically gifted students to forcibly convert them. Maybe Harry nodded. But there's something else strange about it. They keep mentioning temporal alignment and compatibility assessments. And he hesitated, unsure how much to reveal about their interest in him specifically. They what? James pressed. They suspect me, Harry admitted. They've detected some kind of temporal anomaly at Hogwarts and think I might be connected to it. James looked perplexed. Temporal anomaly. What's that supposed to mean? I don't know, Harry lied, adding the necessity of keeping the truth from his father, even in this moment of growing trust. But they're planning another abduction tomorrow night. We need to tell Dumbledore everything I heard. Agreed, James nodded firmly. But first, we need to get back to Gryffindor Tower without being caught. The Aurors will be on high alert with all the commotion Sirius and Remus are causing. They waited several more minutes, listening carefully for any signs of searchers, before cautiously emerging from the classroom under the protection of the invisibility cloak. The corridors were in mild chaos, with Aurors and professors hurrying toward the upper floors, where presumably Sirius and Remus's diversion was creating sufficient mayhem to draw attention. Using the distraction to their advantage, Harry and James made their way carefully back to Gryffindor Tower, encountering no one except a harried-looking Professor Flitwick rushing in the opposite direction. The fat lady admitted them with minimal questioning, and they found the common room buzzing with excited speculation about the commotion elsewhere in the castle. Peter spotted them first, his face relaxing with visible relief as they entered. He hurried over, speaking in an urgent whisper. You made it. We were getting worried when you disappeared from the map for a bit. Classroom on the first floor, James explained. Waiting for the coast to clear. Are Sirius and Remus back yet? Not yet, Peter shook his head. Last I saw, they were being chased by Filch toward the library. They should be circling back soon if they stuck to the plan. Sure enough, barely 10 minutes later, Sirius and Remus tumbled through the portrait hole, flushed and slightly out of breath, but grinning with the triumph of successful mischief makers. 30 dung bombs, Sirius announced proudly as they joined the others in a quiet corner. New school record, I believe. Worth every future detention, Remus added with uncharacteristic recklessness. Though I maintain plausible deniability if asked directly. So, he turned to Harry. You're in one piece, which I take as a good sign. What did you discover? Harry quickly recounted everything he had overheard in the dungeon meeting, including the planned abduction for the following night and the group's suspicions about him. The Marauders listened with growing concern, their earlier exhilaration from the rescue fatting into sober recognition of the danger. We need to tell Dumbledore, Remus stated once Harry had finished. Tonight, if possible. This isn't just student mischief, it's coordinated dark magic with potential connections to you-know-who. Agreed, James nodded. But how do we explain how we got this information without admitting to the map and the cloak and the covert spying mission? We don't need to explain the method, Harry suggested. Just tell Dumbledore what we heard, and that we have reason to believe it's credible. He trusts us, or at least, he trusts me enough to take it seriously. That could work, Sirius acknowledged. Dumbledore has always been more concerned with results than with minor rule-breaking when it comes to serious threats. Then it's decided, James concluded. Tomorrow morning, first thing, we go to Dumbledore with everything we know. For tonight, we should all get some rest. If they're planning another abduction tomorrow, we may need to be ready to act quickly. As they headed up to the dormitory, carefully timing their arrival to avoid suspicion about their earlier absence, Harry found himself walking beside James. The rescue had created a new bond between them, something deeper than their previous friendly interactions. James had risked his own safety without hesitation to save Harry, acting on the familial connection he believed they shared. And he wasn't wrong. Harry reflected with a mixture of joy and sadness. They were family, father and son, though in a way neither of them could have anticipated. That James had instinctively acted to protect him, even without knowing their true relationship, seemed to suggest some deeper connection that transcended their unusual circumstances. "Thanks again," Harry said quietly as they reached the dormitory, "for coming after me." James smiled, clapping him on the shoulder with casual affection. "That's what Potters do, cousin. We look out for each other." As Harry settled into bed that night, the events of the day swirled in his mind: the Quidditch tryouts, the spying mission, the narrow escape, and most of all, the rescue by his father. Despite the dangers they still faced, despite the mysteries yet to be solved, Harry fell asleep with a sense of belonging he had rarely experienced before. For the first time since arriving in 1976, he felt like he had truly found family. Morning arrived with sheets of rain hammering against the dormitory windows, as if nature itself was reflecting the gravity of what lay ahead. Harry woke before the others, his mind already racing with everything they needed to tell Dumbledore, without revealing too much about how they'd obtained the information. By the time the rest of the Marauders stirred, Harry had mentally rehearsed various versions of their story, trying to find one that balanced truth with necessary omissions. "Ready for this?" James asked quietly as they dressed. "As ready as I'll ever be," Harry replied. "I just hope Dumbledore believes us without too many questions about sources." Remus, ever practical, had already prepared a simplified version of events. "We stick to what we overheard, not how we overheard it," he reminded them. "Focus on the most critical information: the planned abduction tonight, Karkaroff's involvement, and the master they mentioned." They made their way to breakfast earlier than usual, hopping to speak with Dumbledore before classes began. The Great Hall was relatively empty, with only a few bleary-eyed students scattered among the tables. To their disappointment, the headmaster's chair at the staff table remained empty. "He's often in his office early," Sirius suggested. "We could try there before heading to class." With that plan in mind, they ate quickly, then made their way toward the gargoyle statue guarding Dumbledore's office. Harry provided the password, "Fizzing Whizbees," and they ascended the spiral staircase together, unified in purpose despite their nervousness. Dumbledore was indeed present, seated behind his desk, reviewing what appeared to be reports from the Aurors. He looked up as they entered, mild surprise, giving way to keen interest at the sight of all 5 boys together. "Good morning, gentlemen," he greeted them. "I sense this is not a casual visit." "No, sir," James confirmed, taking the lead as usual. "We have important information about the disappearances. Information we believe proves who's behind them, and when they're planning to act next." Dumbledore's expression sharpened, his gaze moving between their faces before settling on Harry. "I see. And how did you come by this information?" Here was the moment of truth. Harry stepped forward slightly. "We overheard a meeting, Professor. A group of students led by the Durmstrang exchange student, Karkaroff, with Snape and several Slytherins involved." "Overheard," Dumbledore repeated, his tone suggesting he understood there was more to the story. "Yes, sir," Harry maintained. the details of how aren't important compared to what we learned. They're planning another abduction tonight. They referred to the symbols as anchors in some kind of array that transports selected students to an unknown location. They mentioned a master giving them requirements, Remus added. Someone interested in students with specific magical potential and integration, James continued. They said the Hopkins girl was resistant to integration, whatever that means. Dumbledore listened without interruption, his fingers steepled before him. Only when they had shared all the substantive details did he speak. This is indeed troubling information. Most troubling. He rose from his chair, backing slowly toward Fox's perch. Tell me, how certain are you of what you heard? There is no possibility of misinterpretation. None, sir, Harry stated firmly. They were explicit about their involvement and their plans. Karkaroff is leading it, with Snape providing some kind of technical expertise involving calculations and coordinates. And they mentioned a temporal component, Remus added. Something about temporal alignment and drift during transfers. At this, Dumbledore's gaze snapped back to them, particularly to Harry. Temporal elements. You're quite certain of this phrasing? Yes, Professor, Harry confirmed, feeling a familiar chill at the intensity of Dumbledore's focus. They specifically discussed temporal alignment being secondary to magical potential in their selection criteria. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment, stroking his beard in deep thought. Finally, he nodded decisively. I believe immediate action is required. Please excuse me while I summon certain key members of staff. With a wave of his wand, Dumbledore sent 3 silvery phoenix patronesses soaring from the office, presumably carrying messages to professors. Within minutes, the office door opened to admit Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and to Harry's surprise, Slughorn. Albus, McGonagall questioned, taking in the presence of the 5 students with raised eyebrows. What's happened? These young men have brought us critical intelligence regarding our missing students, Dumbledore explained. Intelligence which, if accurate, suggests another abduction is planned for tonight. He quickly summarized what the Marauders had reported, while the 3 professors listened with increasing alarm. Slughorn, in particular, looked deeply troubled by the involvement of students from his house. Karkaroff, you say, he murmured. The Durmstrang boy. I had my suspicions his questions about certain rare potions were concerning. But Severus, I find that difficult to believe. Whether you believe it or not, Horace, we must investigate, McGonagall stated firmly. If what they've reported is true, we cannot risk another student being taken. Indeed not, Flitwick agreed, his normally cheerful demeanor replaced by grave determination. But how do we proceed? If we confront them directly, they'll simply deny everything and potentially accelerate their plans. Dumbledore turned back to the 5 boys. Did you learn where this next abduction is to take place? Any details about the target? Harry shook his head regretfully. Only that it's scheduled for tonight. They mentioned the 3rd floor anchor being monitored by someone named Wilkes, but that could be just one of several locations. We'd need to watch all the known symbol locations simultaneously, McGonagall pointed out. With our limited staff and the oars already stretched thin searching for the missing students, perhaps, Dumbledore suggested thoughtfully, we should consider a more direct approach. If we cannot prevent the abduction, we might instead follow the abducted to discover where they are being taken. The professors exchanged alarmed glances. Albus, you can't be suggesting using a student as bait, McGonagall protested. Not a student, Minerva, Dumbledore corrected. Myself, with the appropriate disguise and tracking enchantments, I could allow myself to be selected and transported. Utterly out of the question, McGonagall declared, in a tone that brooked no argument. Even for you, Albus, to deliberately enter an unknown transport array created by dark wizards would be foolhardy in the extreme. I must concur, Flitwick added. The magical array they've created sounds sophisticated and dangerous. Without knowing the destination or the purpose, sending anyone through it would be reckless. Dumbledore sighed, acknowledging their objections with a slight nod. Then we shall have to devise another strategy. Perhaps a modified tracking charm on the symbols themselves. Something that could follow the magical signature when activated. As the professors began discussing technical possibilities, Harry exchanged glances with the Marauders. They all recognized the same problem. By the time a perfect solution was developed, tested, and implemented, tonight's abduction would already have happened. Another student would be gone, with no guarantee they could prevent further disappearances. Professor, Harry interrupted the technical discussion. What if we tracked the culprits instead of the victims? If we knew where Karkaroff and the others were meeting tonight, before they activated the transport, we might catch them in the act. Dumbledore considered this suggestion. A reasonable approach, Mr. Parker, but it would require constant surveillance of multiple individuals throughout the day and evening. The Aurors could handle that, Slughorn suggested. Discreetly, of course. Perhaps, Dumbledore agreed, though he sounded less than convinced. Though we must consider the possibility that our suspects are already aware they may be watched. They might have contingency plans. The discussion continued, with various suggestions debated and refined. Throughout, Harry noticed Dumbledore repeatedly glancing at him with that penetrating look that suggested he was considering factors beyond those being openly discussed. Finally, as the meeting seemed to be wrapping up, Dumbledore addressed the 5 boys directly. You have done well to bring this information to us. Now, I must ask you to allow us to handle the situation from here. Return to your classes, maintain normal routines, and above all, do not attempt any further investigations on your own. Emphasis on that last instruction made it clear that Dumbledore had strong suspicions about how they had obtained their intelligence in the first place. Yes, Professor, they chorused, with varying degrees of conviction. As they filed out of the office, Harry lingered slightly behind the others. When Dumbledore caught his eye, Harry gave a small nod, a silent communication that he understood there were temporal implications they couldn't discuss openly in front of the others. Dumbledore returned the nod almost imperceptibly before turning back to the professors. Whatever happened next, Harry was confident the headmaster understood the full complexity of the situation. The rest of the morning passed in a blur of classes and whispered discussions whenever they could avoid being overheard. Despite Dumbledore's instructions, none of the Marauders had any intention of sitting idle while another student was abducted. The question was what alternative action they could take that wouldn't interfere with the professor's plans. During lunch, they gathered in a quiet corner of the Great Hall, heads bent together over plates they barely touched. They're overthinking it, Sirius muttered in frustration. By the time they agree on a perfect plan, it'll be too late. What choice do they have? Remus countered reasonably. They can't just rush in without preparation, and we don't actually know where or when exactly the abduction will happen tonight. No, James agreed, but we know who's orchestrating it. We could watch Karkaroff and Snape using the map. Follow them when they make their move. Dumbledore specifically told us not to get involved. Peter reminded them anxiously. He told us not to investigate further, Harry clarified. But but we've already done the investigation. This would just be observation from a safe distance. Distinction was thin, but it was enough to assuage their collective conscience. They quickly formed a plan. They would monitor the map throughout the evening, tracking the movements of Karkaroff, Snape, and the other Slytherins involved. If any of them headed toward known symbol locations, James and Harry would follow under the invisibility cloak, while Sirius alerted a professor. Remus and Peter would remain with the map, providing guidance and warnings about approaching staff or Aurors. With this strategy agreed upon, they separated for afternoon classes, the tension of anticipation hanging over them like the dark clouds that continued to pour rain onto the castle grounds. Harry found it nearly impossible to concentrate during charms and transfiguration. His mind kept returning to the pieces of information they had gathered, the symbols, the master, the selection of students with specific potential, the mentioned integration. What was it all building toward? And who was ultimately behind it? By dinner time, the weather had worsened further, with thunder now accompanying the relentless rain. The enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall reflected a sky split by occasional lightning, setting a dramatic backdrop for the evening ahead. Harry noticed that several professors, including Dumbledore, were absent from the high table, presumably preparing for their own surveillance operation. Karkaroff's not here either, Remus observed quietly. Nor Snape or Avery. Already getting into position, Sirius suggested. We're setting up their new anchor. Points to replace the ones the Aurors neutralized. James added grimly. After a tense meal, where they mostly pushed food around their plates, they returned to Gryffindor Tower with the rest of their house. The common room was unusually subdued, the ongoing crisis and the storm outside dampening the normal Friday evening high spirits. The dormitory, the five gathered around Remus's bed, where he spread out the map, activating it with the now familiar phrase, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." The enchanted parchment revealed the castle in intricate detail, with tiny labeled dots showing everyone's location. They quickly located their suspects. Karkaroff was in the Slytherin common room, while Snape appeared to be in the library. The other members of their group were scattered throughout the castle, some in their common room, others in various corridors or classrooms. They're staying separate, Sirius noted, probably to avoid drawing attention to their group. Makes them harder to track too, James frowned. We can't watch all of them simultaneously. Focus on Karkaroff and Snape, Harry suggested. They seemed to be the leaders. The others will probably join them before they make their move. For the next several hours, they took turns watching the map, calling the others whenever there was significant movement from their targets. The rain continued to pound against the windows, occasionally punctuated by thunderclaps that shook the glass in its frames. By 10 o'clock, most of Gryffindor had gone to bed, leaving just a few seventh years studying in the common room. On the map, they could see the dots representing Aurors patrolling the corridors, probably part of Dumbledore's surveillance plan. "Something's happening," Remus whispered suddenly, pointing to the map. "Karkaroff is moving, heading toward the ground floor." They watched as the dot labeled Igor Karkaroff moved purposefully through the castle, eventually exiting through the main doors into the grounds. Where's he going? Sirius wondered. There aren't any symbols outside, are there? Not that we found, James replied, frowning. But we didn't search the grounds. Wait, Harry interjected, pointing to another dot, now moving with similar purpose. Snape's on the move too. Same direction. Indeed, Severus Snape was now making his way from the library toward the entrance hall. One by one, they noticed other members of the group also converging on the castle entrance. Avery, Mulciber, rosier, all heading outside despite the raging storm, and meeting somewhere on the grounds, Harry realized. Probably away from the Auror's patrols. But the map doesn't extend to the grounds, Peter pointed out worriedly. Once they're outside, we'll lose track of them. James's expression hardened with determination. Then we follow them now, before they get too far. He turned to Sirius. Get word to McGonagall. Tell her Karkaroff and the others are heading onto the grounds. We'll trail them under the cloak. In this weather, Peter squeaked, gesturing to the windows where rain was still lashing against the glass. We'll be soaked in seconds. Impervious charm, Remus suggested practically. Won't keep you completely dry, but it'll help. There was no time for further discussion. James retrieved the invisibility cloak from his trunk, while Harry cast impervious charms on their shoes and cloaks. Sirius headed down to find Professor McGonagall, and Remus and Peter positioned themselves by the window to maintain visual contact with the grounds for as long as possible. Stay close to me, James instructed as they prepared to leave. And remember, observation only. No heroics. He slipped out of the dormitory under the cloak, navigating carefully through the still populated common room and out through the portrait hole. The corridors were dimly lit and mostly empty, with just the occasional prefect or Auror on patrol. The map had shown most of the staff gathered in Dumbledore's office, probably still finalizing their plan, while the real action was happening elsewhere. They reached the entrance hall without incident and carefully eased open one of the great doors, just enough to slip through. The moment they stepped outside, the full force of the storm hit them, driving rain that stung their faces, wind that threatened to tear the cloak from their grasp, and darkness broken only by flashes of lightning. There, Harry pointed during one such flash, catching sight of dark figures moving across the lawn toward the edge of the forbidden forest. They're heading into the forest. Can you see how many? James asked, squinting through the downpour. At least 5, maybe more, Harry replied. All moving together now. They set off in pursuit, trying to maintain a safe distance while keeping the group in sight. The rain-soaked grass squelched beneath their feet, making silent movement impossible. But the howling wind and thunder masked the sounds of their passage. As they neared the forest edge, Harry felt a growing sense of unease. Something about this scenario felt wrong. The group they were following was moving too openly, too directly, given the heightened security around the castle. Almost as if they wanted to be followed. James, Harry whispered, "This feels like a trap." James nodded grimly. "I was thinking the same thing. But if it is, who's it for? Us specifically, or the professors when they eventually follow? Either way, we should be extra careful," Harry cautioned. "Keep more distance than we planned." He slowed their pace, falling further behind the Slytherin group as they entered the forest. The dense canopy provided some shelter from the rain, but plunged them into near-total darkness. James lit his wand beneath the cloak, keeping the light as dim as possible, while still allowing them to avoid trees and roots. The path the group followed seemed deliberate, winding deeper into the forest, but following what appeared to be a rarely used trail. After about 15 minutes of careful progress, the trees thinned slightly, revealing a small clearing ahead. Harry and James stopped at the edge, watching from beneath the cloak as Karkaroff and the others gathered in the center of the space. In the faint wand light, they could see that something had already been prepared in the clearing. A circle of those now familiar symbols, carved into flat stones, arranged in a precise pattern on the forest floor. Karkaroff moved to the center, while the others took positions around the perimeter. "They're setting up the portal here," Harry whispered, "away from the castle and the Aurors. But where's the victim? James wondered. I don't see any student with them. As if in answer to his question, Karkaroff raised his wand and made a complex gesture. One of the symbols began to glow with an eerie blue light, the same color they had seen in the activated symbol at the castle. Someone inside Hogwarts is activating the remaining symbols, Harry realized with horror. They're creating a connection between here and the castle. We need to get back, James urged. Warn the professors before someone touches one of those symbols. But before they could move, a cold voice spoke from directly behind them. Going somewhere, they whirled to find Severus Snape standing there. His wand pointed directly at where they stood beneath the cloak. A jet of red light struck them before either could react, and the invisibility cloak was torn away, leaving them exposed. Potter, Snape sneered, looking unsurprised. And Parker, how predictable. From the clearing, Karkaroff called out, Bring them here, Severus. They've arrived just in time to witness our success. Forced at wand point, Harry and James were marched into the clearing, where the rest of the group watched with varying expressions of triumph and contempt. Brave Gryffindors, Karkaroff mocked, his accent thicker in his evident pleasure. So eager to play hero that you walked directly into our trap. You knew we were following you, Harry stated, mind racing to understand how they had been detected. Of course, Karkaroff replied dismissively. After last night's interruption at our meeting, we anticipated further interference. A simple detection ward at the forest's edge alerted us to your presence. This whole thing was a setup, James realized. There's no abduction planned for tonight. On the contrary, Karkaroff smiled coldly. There absolutely is. We merely adjusted the target selection. His gaze fixed on Harry. The Master has expressed particular interest in you, Parker. Or whatever your real name is. Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the rain still seeping through his clothes. What are you talking about? Temporal anomaly, Karkaroff explained, circling them slowly. Our instruments detected it the moment you arrived at Hogwarts. A disturbance in the fabric of time itself, centered on you. The Master finds this intriguing. James shifted slightly, positioning himself partially in front of Harry. Whatever you're planning, Dumbledore and the Aurors will be here any minute. Sirius went to alert them, by which time we'll be long gone, Karkaroff dismissed. The transport array is already charged. We need only activate the final sequence. With a nod from Karkaroff, two of the Slytherins seized James, pulling him away from Harry, despite his struggles. Snape maintained his wand trained on Harry, preventing any movement to help his friend. You will cooperate, Karkaroff informed Harry coldly, or Mr. Potter here will suffer the consequences. Don't listen to him, Harry, James shouted, still fighting against his captors. Whatever they want, don't. Silencing spell from Avery cut off his words, though James continued to struggle. What do you want from me? Harry demanded, trying to stall while thinking desperately of a way out of this situation. Merely your participation in a simple experiment, Karkaroff replied. Step into the circle. Touch the central stone. If our theories are correct, your unique temporal signature will create a bridge far more stable than anything we've achieved with the other subjects. And if I refuse, Karkaroff sighed theatrically, then Mr. Potter here loses something precious. Perhaps a finger to start with, or an eye. How much of your cousin are you willing to sacrifice for your resistance? The threat was not idle. Harry could see the cruel anticipation in the eyes of the wizards holding James. These were future Death Eaters, already accustomed to the idea of torture as a means to an end. Fine, Harry conceded, seeing no immediate alternative. I'll do what you want, Just don't hurt him. Harry, no, James mouthed silently, still struggling against his captors. A wise choice, Karkaroff smiled, gesturing toward the circle of stones. After you. Harry moved cautiously toward the array, mind racing to find some way to sabotage whatever they were planning without endangering James. The symbols carved into the stones were glowing more intensely now, pulsing in a synchronized rhythm that suggested the magic was building toward some critical threshold. As he reached the edge of the circle, Harry hesitated, looking back at James, whose eyes were wide with desperate denial. For a moment, their gazes locked in silent communication, Harry trying to convey reassurance he didn't feel, James radiating frustration at his helplessness. No more delays, Karkaroff snapped. Into the circle now. Harry stepped over the outer ring of stones, feeling an immediate change in the magical atmosphere, like stepping into a different pressure zone, where the air itself felt charged with potential energy. In the center lay a larger stone bearing a more complex version of the symbol they had found throughout the castle. Touch the central stone, Karkaroff instructed, his voice tight with anticipation. Palm flat against the symbol, Harry knelt slowly beside the stone, mind still searching frantically for options. Whatever this experiment was, he doubted it would end well for him, or for the timeline he was supposed to be preserving. But with James at their mercy, he couldn't see a way to refuse. Just as his hand hovered above the stone, a thunderous roar echoed through the clearing, not from the storm still raging above, but from the trees to their left. Every head turned toward the sound, including Snape's, providing the moment of distraction Harry had been praying for. He lunged sideways, away from the central stone, drawing his wand in a fluid motion and firing a stunning spell at the nearest Slytherin. In the same instant, a massive shape burst from the tree line, Hagrid, bellowing in fury, with Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore close behind him. Chaos erupted in the clearing. Spells flew in all directions as the Slytherins tried to defend themselves against the sudden assault. James took advantage of his captor's distraction to drive an elbow into Avery's stomach, breaking free and diving for his wand. Harry rolled behind a tree trunk, narrowly avoiding a curse from Karkaroff, who was now shouting orders in a mixture of English and what sounded like Russian. The central stone was glowing blindingly bright now, the magic of the array apparently destabilizing in the commotion. Shut it down. Snape was yelling at Karkaroff. The array is collapsing. Too late, Karkaroff responded, his face illuminated by the pulsing light. It must complete the cycle. Dumbledore strode into the center of the chaos, his wand moving in complex patterns as he attempted to contain the increasingly unstable magic. Everyone back, he commanded, his voice cutting through the tumult. The array is fracturing. Harry spotted James crouched behind a boulder, trying to make his way toward him. Keeping low, Harry moved to intercept, reaching his father just as a piercing whine emanated from the stone circle. "We need to get out of here," Harry urged, grabbing James's arm. "That thing's going to blow." Together, they ran toward the edge of the clearing, where McGonagall was directing students and staff to retreat. Behind them, the magical array was now surrounded by a swirling vortex of blue-white energy that distorted the air like heat waves. "It's a temporal rupture," Dumbledore called, still attempting to stabilize the magic with increasingly elaborate spellwork. "The energies are misaligned." It almost reached the tree line when Harry felt a strange tugging sensation, as if something was pulling at his very essence. He stumbled, turning back to see the vortex extending tendrils of energy in his specific direction. Harry, James shouted, grabbing his hand to steady him. But the pulling intensified, dragging Harry inexorably toward the collapsing array. James's grip tightened, refusing to let go even as the force threatened to pull them both in. "Let go," Harry yelled over the howling of the vortex. "It's pulling at me specifically." "Not happening," James shouted back, wrapping his other hand around Harry's wrist. "I'm not losing you to whatever that thing is." The scene around them was dissolving into chaos, Slytherins fleeing in all directions, Dumbledore shouting instructions to McGonagall, Hagrid attempting to reach them through the maelstrom of wild magic. Through it all, James maintained his grip on Harry's arm, anchoring him against the increasing pull of the vortex. "It's targeting your temporal signature," Dumbledore called to Harry, his voice barely audible over the magical storm. The array was designed to interact with your displacement. Understanding dawned on Harry. Karkaroff had somehow detected his time travel and designed this trap specifically for him. The experiment was meant to use his unique temporal energy for some purpose, but without proper control, it had destabilized into this dangerous rupture. With sudden clarity, Harry realized what he needed to do. If the vortex was keyed to his temporal signature, perhaps he could redirect it, channel it away from the others. "James," he shouted, "I need you to trust me. Let go when I tell you to." "Are you mental?" James responded incredulously. "That thing will pull you in." "That's what I'm counting on," Harry replied. "It wants me, let it have me, and it might collapse back in on itself." "No way," James's grip tightened further. "We're finding another solution." But Harry could see there was no time for alternatives. The vortex was expanding, threatening to engulf the entire clearing. Dumbledore's containment spells were barely holding it at bay. Making his decision, Harry used his free hand to cast a mild, stinging hex at James's fingers, just enough to make him reflexively loosen his grip for a split second. It was all Harry needed to pull free and throw himself toward the center of the vortex. "Harry!" James's anguished shout followed him as he dove into the swirling energy. The moment Harry entered the vortex, the nature of the magic changed. The wild, chaotic swirling began to coalesce around him, drawing inward rather than expanding outward. He felt himself suspended in the center of the maelstrom, time and space seeming to bend around his body. Through the haze of energy, he could see Dumbledore approach the edge of the vortex, his wand moving in intricate patterns as he chanted in what sounded like ancient Celtic. The headmaster's eyes met Harry's for a brief moment, communicating understanding, concern, and something like approval for Harry's self-sacrificial choice. The vortex contracted further, compressing into a tighter and tighter spiral centered on Harry. Pain lanced through him as the temporal energies interacted with his already displaced existence. It felt like being pulled in 1,000 directions at once, his very atoms vibrating at frequencies they were never meant to reach, as the world around him began to fade, replaced by a golden light reminiscent of the hourglass that had started this journey. Harry caught one last glimpse of James, his father reaching toward him with desperate determination. Their eyes met across the rapidly closing portal, and in that moment, Harry felt a connection that transcended the bizarre circumstances of their meeting. Then the vortex collapsed completely, and Harry knew nothing but golden light and the sense of being hurled through time once more. Golden light surrounded Harry, pulsing and swirling in patterns that somehow felt both chaotic and deliberate. It reminded him of the broken hourglass that had sent him to 1976 in the first place, but more intense, more overwhelming. His body felt simultaneously weightless and crushed, stretched across dimensions he couldn't comprehend. Through the haze of temporal energy, fragments of images flashed around him. Hogwarts Castle in various seasons, faces both familiar and unknown, events that might have been past, present, or future. It was as if he was witnessing the timeline itself, splayed out in disconnected moments. A face appeared before him, Dumbledore, but different from the one he just left. Older, more careworn, with eyes that suggested terrible knowledge. The strands of time resist manipulation, Harry, the apparition spoke, its voice echoing strangely. Yet they can be guided by one who understands their nature. Before Harry could respond, the image dissolved, replaced by another, his father, James, reaching toward him across the collapsing vortex. Desperation etched on his face. "I'm not losing you." The echo of James's words reverberated through the golden void. More images flashed by: Sirius, Remus, Peter, Lily, all looking at him with varying expressions of concern, confusion, or suspicion. Then others, Ron and Hermione, anxiously searching the room of requirement. Professor McGonagall speaking urgently with Dumbledore in his office. The Tempus Resonantia hourglass, whole again, and pulsing with the same golden light that now surrounded him. Harry tried to focus, to make sense of the swirling chaos, but the temporal energy overwhelmed his senses. He felt himself being pulled in multiple directions at once, as if different points in time were competing for his presence. Then suddenly, he heard a voice, distant but familiar, speaking words in Latin that cut through the golden haze. Tempus Resonantia Riditus. The swirling light contracted around him, compressing into a tight spiral before exploding outward in a silent burst of energy. Harry felt himself hurtling forward, or perhaps backward, through the golden void, until with jarring abruptness, he collided with solid ground. Pain shot through him as his body impacted with a hard stone floor. The golden light vanished, leaving him disoriented in sudden darkness. His glasses had been knocked askew, and his head throbbed with a dull ache that suggested he'd hit it during his landing. It worked. An excited voice exclaimed nearby. "Hermione, it actually worked." Harry froze. That voice, Ron's voice, was impossible, unless, blinking to clear his vision, Harry carefully straightened his glasses and looked up. 3 figures stood over him, their features gradually coming into focus as his eyes adjusted to the dimly lit room. Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, and Neville Longbottom were staring down at him, with expressions ranging from triumph to relief to concern. Hermione knelt beside him, her face pale with worry. "Are you all right? Can you hear me?" "Hermione," Harry croaked, his voice raw as if unused for days. "How what?" "Easy, mate," Ron cautioned, crouching on his other side. "You've been gone for almost a week. Take it slow." Week. Harry's mind reeled with confusion. He had spent months in 1976 getting to know his parents, investigating the disappearances, forming connections that felt profoundly real. Had it all been compressed into just a week from his friend's perspective? "Where am I?" he managed, trying to sit up with Hermione's help. "Room of requirement," Neville answered, gesturing around them. "Same place you disappeared from." As Harry's vision cleared further, he recognized the familiar cluttered version of the room of requirement. The same cavernous space, filled with hidden objects, where he had found the Tempus Resonantia hourglass. In the center of the small clearing where they sat was a familiar pedestal, and on it, the hourglass, Harry whispered, staring at the artifact. "It's fixed." "Not exactly," Hermione corrected, following his gaze. "This is a different one. We had to search through every book on temporal magic to find references to the Tempus Resonantia." Then Professor McGonagall located this one in the Department of Mysteries. It took days to get clearance to borrow it, and another day to figure out how to use it, Ron added. Hermione finally cracked the activation sequence this morning. Harry struggled to process this information, his mind still half caught in the golden void. You pulled me back. From 1976, his three friends exchanged concerned glances. 1976, Hermione repeated cautiously. Harry, is that where you were? The past. Harry nodded slowly, the reality of his situation beginning to sink in. He was back in his own time, pulled from the life he had been building with the Marauders, and returned to the present, as if waking from a vivid dream. My parents, he said softly. I was with my parents, and Sirius and Remus. They were all just teenagers like us. Blimey, Ron breathed, looking both odd and uncomfortable. You actually went back and met them. You have to tell us everything, Hermione insisted, though her expression suggested she was already calculating the potential temporal implications. But first, let's get you to the hospital wing. You look exhausted. Harry didn't argue. Now that the initial shock was fading, he realized he felt physically terrible muscles aching, head pounding, stomach empty. The temporal displacement had clearly taken a significant toll on his body, with Ron and Neville supporting him on either side. They made their way out of the room of requirement and through the corridors of Hogwarts. It was late evening, Harry noticed, with few students about, probably after curfew, which explained their cautious movements and frequent checks of the Marauders' map that Ron had pulled from his pocket. The familiar sight of the map sent a pang through Harry's heart. The last time he had seen it, it had been incomplete, still being developed by the teenage Marauders, who had welcomed him into their circle, despite initial suspicions. How did you find me? Harry asked as they navigated a particularly dark stretch of corridor. I mean, how did you know how to bring me back? I didn't, at first, Hermione admitted quietly. When you disappeared, we thought you might have just been transported to another part of the castle. But when the Marauders' map couldn't locate you anywhere, we knew it was something more serious. McGonagall was brilliant, Neville added unexpectedly. When we finally told her what happened, she immediately recognized the description of the hourglass as a tempus resonantia. Apparently, she dealt with a similar case in the past. Harry's steps faltered. She remembered about me being in 1976. Ron gave him an odd look. What do you mean, remembered? She just recognized the type of magical artifact from your description. But if I was in her past, Harry began, then stopped as a new realization struck him. If McGonagall remembered a student named Harry Parker in 1976, she would have recognized him instantly when he arrived at Hogwarts in 1991. The fact that she hadn't meant, time doesn't work that way, Harry, Hermione explained gently, seeming to follow his train of thought. According to the books I read, temporal displacement creates alternate timeline branches. You weren't in our past, you were in a parallel past. A potential version of history that may or may not connect to our present. Implications hit Harry like a physical blow. The James and Lily he had come to know, the Sirius and Remus who had accepted him into their group, the adventures they'd shared, all might exist only in a branch of time, separate from his own reality. They weren't necessarily the same people who had become his parents, who had died protecting him, who had suffered in Azkaban or lived as outcasts. But it felt so real, he whispered, the loss suddenly acute. It was real, Hermione assured him, her expression sympathetic. Just, not necessarily are real. Temporal magic is complex that way. They reached the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey fussed over Harry with with her usual efficient concern, though she seemed pre-informed about his situation. Professor McGonagall arrived shortly after, her expression shifting from stern relief to thoughtful assessment as she evaluated his condition. Mr. Potter, she greeted him with a nod. It seems your excursion through time was successful. How are you feeling? Confused, Harry admitted honestly, and tired, but mostly confused. McGonagall's lips thinned into a familiar expression of restrained emotion. Understandable. Time displacement is disorienting under the best of circumstances, and from what we've gathered, your case was anything but controlled. As Madame Pomfrey bustled away to prepare various potions, McGonagall sat on the chair beside Harry's bed, studying him with an intensity that reminded him painfully of her younger self. Professor, Harry began hesitantly, do you remember me? From 1976, a transfer student named Harry Parker. McGonagall's eyebrows rose slightly. 1976, she repeated, something flickering behind her eyes. So that's when you went. No, Mr. Potter. I'm afraid I have no recollection of any transfer student by that name during that period. The confirmation of Hermione's theory that he had experienced an alternate timeline rather than his own past settled with a weight of finality in Harry's chest. Yet something in McGonagall's tone gave him pause, but he prompted, sensing there was more to her response. McGonagall hesitated, glancing toward the door to ensure Madame Pomfrey was still out of earshot. But she continued more quietly. There are certain inconsistencies in my memories of that time, gaps that have always puzzled me, events referenced by colleagues that I cannot recall experiencing. Hope flickered briefly in Harry's chest. So it's possible that I was there, but the memories were somehow altered or removed. Possible, but unlikely, McGonagall responded carefully. More probable is that your presence created a divergent timeline that occasionally resonates with our own. Time is not a straight line, Mr. Potter, but rather a complex web of possibilities. Certain points, significant moments, or decisions create nexus events where timelines converge or diverge. It was the most philosophical Harry had ever heard McGonagall speak, and it reminded him oddly of Dumbledore. As if reading his thoughts, she smiled slightly. I've had many discussions with Albus about the nature of time over the years, particularly after the incidents in your third year with Miss Granger's time turner. Before Harry could respond, the hospital wing doors opened to admit Professor Dumbledore himself, his timing as impeccable as ever. Unlike McGonagall, whose appearance had changed only subtly between 1976 and now, Dumbledore looked significantly older than the version Harry had just left his hair and beard fully silver rather than auburn-streaked, his face more lined, his eyes carrying the weight of additional decades. Harry, the headmaster, greeted him warmly. How remarkable to have you back with us. Your friends have been quite resourceful in their efforts to retrieve you. Professor, Harry acknowledged, a tumult of emotions swirling within him at the sight of Dumbledore, relief, gratitude, and a strange sense of displacement, as he reconciled the two versions of the man he now carried in his memory. I would be most interested to hear about your experiences, Dumbledore continued, conjuring a comfortable chair beside McGonagall's. Time travelers are exceedingly rare, and first-hand accounts of extended temporal displacement even more so. Harry hesitated, unsure where to begin or how much to reveal. The events in 1976, the missing students, the Durmstrang connection, Karkaroff's scheme seemed both vitally important and possibly irrelevant if they had occurred in a divergent timeline. Perhaps, Dumbledore suggested, nodding Harry's uncertainty. You You might start with when and where you found yourself after the accident with the tempus resonantia. The specific time period may help us understand the nature of your displacement. So Harry began, haltingly at first, and then with increasing fluency, to describe his arrival in 1976 and his first encounters with the Marauders. He watched McGonagall's face carefully as he mentioned his cover story as Harry Parker, but her expression revealed no sudden recognition, only thoughtful attention. When he reached the part about the mysterious symbols and disappearing students, however, both professors' expressions sharpened with interest. These symbols, Dumbledore interrupted for the first time. Can you describe them in more detail? Or perhaps draw one? Harry accepted the parchment, and Quill McGonagall conjured, sketching the curved line intersected by 3 straight ones that had featured so prominently in his temporal adventure. When he handed the drawing to Dumbledore, the headmaster and McGonagall exchanged a significant look. You recognize it? Harry asked, hope rising that his experiences might have more connection to his own timeline than he'd feared. Indeed, Dumbledore confirmed, though I have not seen this particular configuration in many years. It is a variant of an ancient Slavic rune used in certain kinds of transportation, magic, a precursor to what we now know as portkeys, but with temporal elements incorporated. In our timeline, McGonagall added, seeming to choose her words carefully, there was a brief period in the mid-1970s when several Durmstrang-educated wizards attempted to establish influence at Hogwarts through an exchange program. The official purpose was cultural education, but we later discovered more nefarious intentions. Karkaroff, Harry prompted, the parallels too specific to be coincidence. Dumbledore nodded solemnly. Igor Karkaroff was indeed among them, though he was somewhat older than you've described, a recent graduate rather than a student. The exchange program was discontinued after certain irregularities were discovered. Student disappearances, Harry pressed. No, McGonagall answered firmly. Nothing so dramatic occurred in our timeline. There were unauthorized areas of the castle found to contain unusual magical signatures, but no students went missing. The confirmation of divergence was both disappointing and relieving. Disappointing, because it suggested his actions had less impact on his own reality than he might have hoped, but relieving because it meant the students he had known hadn't suffered the fates he had witnessed. So everything I experienced, helping the Marauders investigate, being targeted by Karkaroff's group, the confrontation in the Forbidden Forest, none of that happened in this timeline. Not as you experienced it, Dumbledore clarified. But that doesn't mean your journey was without purpose or consequence. The multiverse theory suggests that all possible timelines exist simultaneously, branching and converging based on choices and events. Your presence in that particular branch may have been crucial to its development, or McGonagall added with surprising gentleness, it may simply have been a gift, a chance to know those who were lost to you in this timeline. A window into what might have been. Harry considered this perspective, finding unexpected comfort in it. Even if the James and Lily he had come to know weren't directly connected to his parents as he had known them, the experience had still been real, still mattered. There's one more thing, Harry said, remembering the final moments before the vortex had collapsed around him. At the end, when the temporal array destabilized, Dumbledore, I mean you, sir, but the younger version seemed to recognize what was happening. You called it a temporal rupture, and said something about my displacement, making me vulnerable to it. Current Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. Fascinating. In our timeline, there was indeed an incident in the Forbidden Forest in autumn of 1976, a magical experiment gone awry, resulting in a significant discharge of unknown energy. The details were never fully explained, as those involved either fled or had limited memory of the events. And now we may know why, McGonagall murmured. A temporal event, partially erased from our timeline's continuity. The conversation continued for some time, with Harry providing additional details and the professors offering insights about temporal theory and the possible connections between the timelines. Eventually, Madame Pomfrey returned with potions for Harry and firmly insisted that the discussion continue another day after he had properly rested. As Dumbledore and McGonagall prepared to leave, Harry voiced the question that had been growing in his mind throughout their conversation. Professor, is there any way for me to know what happened to them, to the Marauders, and everyone else after I left? In that timeline, I mean. Dumbledore regarded him with compassionate understanding. Time is not easily observed across its branches, Harry. But there are methods, dreams, pensive memories, certain rare artifacts that sometimes allow glimpses between connected timelines. Perhaps, with proper guidance, you might one day catch echoes of the path that Branch has taken. It wasn't the definitive answer Harry had hoped for, but it offered a glimmer of possibility, a chance, however remote, of learning the fate of the alternate Marauders he had come to care for so deeply. As the professors left, and his friends promised to return in the morning, Harry sank back against the hospital pillows, exhaustion finally overtaking him. The potions Madame Pomfrey had administered were taking effect, drawing him toward sleep, but his mind continued to swirl with images from his temporal journey. James's determined face as he refused to let go of Harry's arm during the vortex collapse. Lily's kind smile as they worked together in potions. Sirius's bark-like laugh during Quidditch practice. Remus's thoughtful expression as he explained complex magic. Even Peter, before betrayal had twisted his path, nervous but eager to belong, whether they were direct ancestors of his timeline or parallel versions who had lived different lives. Harry found himself hoping that their story had turned out better in that branch of time, that perhaps his brief presence had somehow altered the tragic fate that had befallen them in his own reality. With that comforting thought, he finally surrendered to sleep, drifting into dreams filled with golden light and echoes of a time that might have been. The week following Harry's return passed in a strange blur of readjustment. Physically, he recovered quickly Madame Pomfrey's potions, and care ensuring that the effects of temporal displacement faded within days. Emotionally, however, the transition proved more challenging. He had spent months in 1976, long enough to form genuine connections, to establish routines, to feel part of a world that he now had to accept existed only in a parallel branch of time. The jarring shift back to his own reality left him occasionally disoriented, reaching for relationships that didn't exist here and references that held no meaning to his friends. It's like reverse homesickness, he tried to explain to Ron and Hermione as they sat by the lake 3 days after his return. I miss people who, in this timeline, have been gone for years, or never existed in quite the same way. It's got to be weird, Ron acknowledged, skipping a stone across the water's surface. Meeting your dad when he was our age. Was he really as brilliant as everyone says? Harry smiled, remembering James's confident grin during Quidditch practice. He was something else. Talented, funny, a bit arrogant sometimes, but loyal, brave. He'd do anything for his friends. A shadow crossed his face as he added quietly, including me, even when he only thought I was a distant cousin. Hermione watched him with thoughtful concern. And your mother, what was she like? Brilliant, kind, but fierce too. She didn't put up with any nonsense, especially from James. Harry's smile returned. It was strange watching them together, knowing they'd eventually end up married, but seeing them still figuring each other out. Do you think? Hermione hesitated, then pressed on. Do you think your being there changed anything? In that timeline, I mean. It was the question Harry had been asking himself since his return. Had his presence altered the course of that parallel reality? Had he somehow influenced the events that would unfold for that version of his parents? Sirius, Remus, and Peter. I hope so, he admitted. Not in big ways, maybe, but in ways that matter. Conversation drifted to other topics, classes resuming, upcoming exams, castle gossip. But Harry's thoughts repeatedly returned to the friends he had left behind. What had happened in the immediate aftermath of his disappearance into the temporal vortex? Had Karkaroff and his group been captured? Had the other Marauders understood what had happened? Or had they been left with an inexplicable vanishing? Dumbledore had suggested that dreams might offer glimpses between connected timelines, and Harry found himself paying special attention to his sleep in the days that followed. Most nights brought only ordinary dreams, fragmented, nonsensical, quickly forgotten upon waking. But occasionally, he experienced something different dreams, with a clarity and coherence that felt more like memories than imagination. In one such dream, he found himself in the Gryffindor common room, watching James pace anxiously, while Sirius and Remus sat in subdued silence. The atmosphere was heavy with worry and confusion. Dumbledore says it was some kind of temporal magic, Dream Remus was explaining. The vortex wasn't just transporting Harry somewhere, it was returning him to his own time. His own time, Dream Sirius repeated skeptically. What's that supposed to mean? Dream James stopped packing, his expression a mixture of revelation and disbelief. It means Potter wasn't from here. Not from now. He ran a hand through his perpetually messy hair. That's why the map showed his name changing. That's why he knew things he shouldn't have known. He was from the future. Dream shifted then, dissolving into the golden light that had become so familiar to Harry, before reforming into a different scene, Dumbledore's office, with a younger McGonagall standing beside the headmaster's desk. We cannot tell them everything, Minerva, Dream Dumbledore was saying gently. The knowledge of futures that may come to pass is too great a burden to place on young shoulders, but they deserve some explanation, Dream McGonagall countered. Potter especially. The boy vanished before his eyes. He believes his cousin, or whoever Mr. Parker truly was to him, is simply gone. Dream Dumbledore sighed, stroking Fawkes absently. We will tell them a version of the truth, that Mr. Parker was displaced in time and has returned to his proper place. But the details of who he was, of his connection to them, those must remain hidden for their own protection and for the stability of time itself. When Harry recounted these dreams to Hermione, her expression grew thoughtful. It sounds like the timeline is trying to establish equilibrium, she suggested. Like ripples spreading from your displacement, creating resonance between the branching realities. But are they real? Harry pressed. Am I actually seeing what happened after I left? Or is my mind just creating these scenarios to help me process? I don't think it has to be one or the other, Hermione replied carefully. They could be both your mind's interpretation of actual temporal echoes. Dumbledore said time isn't linear, remember. Maybe these dreams are where your timeline and theirs overlap just a little. The idea brought comfort, the possibility that he wasn't entirely cut off from the friends he had made, that some form of connection remained, however tenuous. It also raised questions that haunted him in quiet moments. If he could glimpse their timeline through dreams, could they perhaps sense echoes of him? Did James sometimes think of his vanished cousin and wonder where or when he had gone? 1 week after his return, Harry received a note at breakfast requesting his presence in Dumbledore's office that evening. When he arrived, he found the headmaster seated behind his desk with a familiar stone basin before him, the pensive. "Good evening, Harry," Dumbledore greeted him warmly. "How are you adjusting to being back in your proper time?" "Better, sir," Harry replied, eyeing the pensive curiously, "though I still have a lot of questions." "As do I," Dumbledore acknowledged with a slight smile. "Time's mysteries are not easily unraveled, even for those of us who have studied them for decades." He gestured to the stone basin. "I've been giving considerable thought to your experience, and it occurred to me that there might be a way to provide some clarity both for you and perhaps for myself." Harry moved closer, watching the familiar silvery substance swirling within the basin. "Your memories, sir. Indeed, but not from this timeline." At Harry's confused expression, Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "I have the rather unique ability to occasionally access memories from my other selves, from Albus Dumbledore's, in branching timelines. It is rare and unpredictable, but in the days since your return, I have been experiencing unusually vivid recollections that I believe may be connected to the timeline you visited." Heart racing with sudden hope, Harry leaned forward. "You can see what happened after I left. Fragments only," Dumbledore cautioned, "and filtered through my other self's perspective. But yes, I believe I have accessed some memories from the aftermath of your departure from 1976. He gestured toward the pensive. "If you wish, we might view them together." Harry didn't hesitate. "Yes, please." With a nod, Dumbledore used his wand to stir the silvery contents of the pensive. "These memories came to me in dreams over the past several nights. I have organized them chronologically, insofar as I could determine their sequence. Shall we?" Together, they leaned forward into the swirling silver, falling through the now familiar sensation of entering a memory, until they landed in the forbidden forest clearing, where Harry had last seen James and the others. The scene was chaos, the aftermath of Harry's plunge into the temporal vortex. The magical storm had subsided, leaving a scorched circle where the array of symbols had been. Aurors were securing Karkaroff and several Slytherin students, while Dumbledore and McGonagall conferred urgently nearby. James Potter stood at the edge of the burned circle, staring at the empty space where Harry had vanished, his expression a mixture of shock, confusion, and grief. Sirius had an arm around his shoulders, speaking words they couldn't hear from their vantage point. "What happened to him?" Memory James demanded, turning suddenly toward Memory Dumbledore. "Where did he go?" Memory Dumbledore approached cautiously, his expression grave but compassionate. "Mr. Parker has returned to his own time, Mr. Potter. The vortex was not a destructive force, but a pathway, one that connected to his proper place in the time stream." "His own time," Memory James repeated incredulously. "What are you talking about? He's from now, he's my cousin." "I'm afraid that was not entirely accurate," Memory Dumbledore replied gently. "Mr. Parker came to us from another time displaced by a magical accident. His presence here was always temporary, though I suspect none of us expected his departure to be quite so dramatic." Memory shifted, dissolving and reforming into Dumbledore's office the following day. Memory James, Sirius, Remus, and Peter sat before the desk, their expressions varying from confusion to disbelief to thoughtful concentration. "So Harry was what a time traveler?" Memory Sirius asked. "From the future or the past? That information must remain restricted," Henry Dumbledore replied firmly. Knowing too much about other time streams can create dangerous paradoxes. What matters is that Mr. Parker has returned to where he belongs, and that the threat posed by Mr. Karkaroff's group has been neutralized. But he's okay, Memory James pressed. Wherever, whenever he is. Memory Dumbledore's expression softened. Yes, Mr. Potter. I believe he is quite safe now. The scene shifted again, this time to the Gryffindor common room several weeks later, based on the Christmas decorations now adorning the walls. Memory James sat by the fire, absently turning something over in his hands. A snitch, Harry realized. The same one they had practiced with during Quidditch trials. Emery Lily approached, hesitating briefly before sitting beside him. Still thinking about him, Emery James nodded without looking up. It's weird. He was only here for a few months, but it feels like losing a brother, almost. He glanced up at Lily. Does that sound mental? No, she answered softly. I miss him too. He was different, special somehow. She paused, then added, Dumbledore says we should respect his privacy, not try to figure out when he was from or who he really was. But I can't help wondering. Me too, Memory James admitted. Especially after what the map showed. His name changing from Parker to Potter. He looked back at the snitch. I think we were related. Really related, not just distant cousins like he claimed. Maybe, Memory Lily agreed. Or maybe the similarities between you two were just coincidence. Memory James smiled ruefully. Do you believe that? No, she conceded with a small laugh. Not really. She hesitated, then gently placed her hand over his. Whatever the truth is, I think he'd be glad to know you're not letting what happened stop you from living your life. Memory James looked at their hands, then up at Lily's face, surprise and cautious hope in his expression. Does this mean you might finally agree to go to Hogsmeade with me, Evans? Don't push your luck, Potter, she replied. But her smile softened the words, and she didn't remove her hand. Memory dissolved one final time, reforming into a scene that made Harry's breath catch King's Cross Station at the end of term, with students boarding the Hogwarts Express. Memory James stood with the other Marauders, but his attention was on Lily, who was approaching their group with determined steps. Potter, she greeted him. I've been thinking about what you asked, about Hogsmeade. Memory James's eyebrows rose hopefully. Changed your mind. Let's just say I'm willing to consider it. Memory Lily replied with careful dignity, though a smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. Next term, if you can manage to remain tolerable over the summer. Memory James beamed. I'll send you daily owls detailing my continued tolerability. Please don't, she groaned, but she was smiling fully now. As she turned to leave, she added, Have a good summer, James. You too, Lily, he replied softly, watching her go with an expression of wonder. Memory Sirius elbowed him playfully. Progress at last. Only took, 3 years and a mysterious disappearing cousin to make it happen. Speaking of, Memory Amos said more quietly, Do you ever wonder where or when Harry ended up? Memory James's gaze drifted toward the barrier between platforms, his expression growing thoughtful. Wherever he is, I hope he's all right. And I hope he knows that he made a difference here to all of us. With those words, the memory began to fade, and Harry felt himself being gently pulled back to the present. He emerged from the pensive with emotions he couldn't quite name swirling in his chest, joy, sadness, nostalgia, and something like peace. He knew, Harry murmured, more to himself than to Dumbledore. James suspected I was more than a cousin. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed, resuming his seat. Though I believe my counterpart was wise to discourage too much speculation. Some knowledge is better left undiscovered, particularly when it concerns futures that may or may not come to pass. Harry nodded, still processing what he had seen. The glimpse into the aftermath of his departure had answered some questions. Karkaroff and his group had been captured. The Marauders had received some explanation of his true nature, and life at Hogwarts had continued. Most significantly, James and Lily seemed to have begun their journey toward each other a bit earlier than in Harry's original timeline. "Does that mean I changed things?" he asked. "In that branch of time, I mean." Lily seemed to be warming up to James sooner than I think happened here. "Perhaps," Dumbledore acknowledged. "Time's branches are both rigid and fluid. Major events tend to find their way to fulfillment, but the paths taken and the precise timing can vary significantly. Your presence may indeed have accelerated certain developments between your parents in that timeline." The thought brought comfort, the idea that perhaps, in at least one branch of reality, James and Lily might have had more time together before Voldemort's shadow fell upon them. Whether that would ultimately change their fate remained unknown, but the possibility itself felt like a gift. "Thank you for showing me this, Professor," Harry said sincerely. "It helps, knowing they were okay after I left, that they understood at least a little." "I thought it might," Dumbledore smiled. "And I suspect that the temporal resonance between our timelines may continue in subtle ways. Dreams, déjà vu, occasional glimpses across the boundaries. The connections you formed were real, Harry, and such bonds are not easily severed, even by the divisions of time itself." As Harry left Dumbledore's office and made his way back to Gryffindor Tower, he carried with him a newfound sense of peace. His journey through time had been unplanned and unexpected, but not without purpose or meaning. He had seen his parents as they were before tragedy shaped their lives, had walked alongside the Marauders in their prime, had experienced the bonds of friendship and family that would ultimately define his own existence. Somewhere, in another branch of time's endless tree, those same people carried memories of him. Perhaps, in that reality, his brief presence had nudged events in gentler directions. Perhaps James and Lily had found each other sooner, had recognized Pettigrew's potential betrayal before it occurred, had somehow avoided the tragic fate that awaited them in Harry's timeline. He couldn't know for certain, but the possibility itself was enough. At night, as Harry drifted toward sleep in his familiar four-poster bed, he found himself thinking of the Tempus Resonantia hourglass and its strange, powerful magic. Time was not a straight line, but a web of interconnected moments, branching and converging in patterns too complex for any single perspective to comprehend. His consciousness began to blur at the edges, sleep drawing him into the realm between waking and dreaming. And there, in that liminal space, he felt it again, the golden light, but gentler now, not pulling or pushing, but simply connecting, a bridge between separate but related realities. Through that soft glow, an image formed James, older now, perhaps in his early 20s, sitting in an unfamiliar living room. Beside him sat Lily, cradling a baby in her arms. Sirius lounged nearby, while Remus appeared to be reading from a book of children's stories. The scene radiated warmth, peace, security, a timeline where perhaps Voldemort's shadow had never fallen, or had been vanquished before it could destroy this family. Real or imagined, memory or wish, the image brought a smile to Harry's face as he surrendered fully to sleep. Time's mysteries remained largely unsolved, but one truth seemed certain: love, friendship, and family created connections that even the boundaries between realities could not entirely sever. In the end, perhaps that resonance was the greatest magic of all.